33. The Hall of Heroes. Ask yourself this hypothetical. If the gods did not exist, would your life be any different? Would you labor less, suffer less, pray less for things that never come? If the answer is no, then perhaps you have already proven their insignificance. For what kind of gods shape a world where belief or disbelief makes no difference to the faithful? And don't tell me they give you power if you have a class. I say instead that they give you a leash. Either way, is it really so bold a claim to say that we should live and die by our own hands, not theirs? Orville the Apostate, Challenging the Divine Narrative. The party left King Alaric's crypt, returning to the main part of the Highcliffe catacombs. The air was cool, and the only sounds were the echoes of their footsteps on the stone floor. Despite the disappointment of the amulet, which Justin had already hidden under his linen shirt, it felt good to finally be moving on. Hopefully they could escape without Lieutenant Gareth or his followers being any the wiser. They followed Alastair up the wide spiral staircase. Strangely, the corpses and the cultists' bodies were gone. Was their desecration of the tomb merely a conjuring of the vault itself? Justin couldn't say. Certainly the amulet in his hand felt genuine enough. It didn't take long to ascend 2 levels, and upon turning they entered a vast hall of white marble that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Alastair's light spell pushed back the darkness effectively, revealing the Hall of Heroes. The walls were lined with ancient sarcophagi, many bearing the coat of arms of the soldiers in question. A lion rampant, a stag and oak, a silver fox, among many more. The air was laden with the scent of old stone and earth, mingled with the faint, musty odor of age. Dust lay thick on the floor and surfaces, while broken pots and urns evidenced grave robbers. Highcliffe, a city in decline, could no longer protect its venerated dead. As Justin passed the silent statues, though he never knew these soldiers, he felt a renewed determination to prove himself worthy of the amulet. He'd never imagined himself to be a hero, but somehow that was the way his story was shaping up. Courage, sacrifice, honor, all had been foreign concepts to him. But now, with some help and by sheer necessity, perhaps they were qualities he might one day embody, even if he was only a socialite. Eldrin seemed to note the detailed craftsmanship of the carvings. Every hero has a story, though few of these are remembered today. And right now, each of us is writing our own story, one step at a time. To Justin's surprise, Alastair didn't shush him. Maybe with the disappearance of the vault, it was safer to speak. Do you think the spirits of these heroes are still watching over Highcliffe, Eldrin? Justin asked, curiosity piqued. He would have thought the idea laughable in his own world, and yet, not even an hour ago he had spoken to a ghost. Alastair was the one who answered. In a way, yes. The deeds and sacrifices of the past shape the present. Their spirits inspire us, reminding us of the values they fought for. We honor them by striving to uphold those ideals. Justin couldn't help but feel that the heroes were watching over him, urging him onward. It was easy to believe certain things were impossible, but this very hall was a reminder that heroism could be found even in ordinary places, perhaps even in a socialite. Maybe Justin couldn't use a sword, wear heavy armor, or fight in a battle the way Alastair could, but he had his own personal fights, like getting rid of the death mark. The question became, though, what came after that? He couldn't say. He supposed his next big goal should be to find a way home, but he didn't know what was involved in that. Did he need to find another tornado? He remembered the blue portal that had brought him here. If one had brought him here, it stood to reason one could bring him back. Maybe it was as simple as finding that meadow west of Mistwatch. He missed home. He had never gotten to figure out what had happened to his mom, and he felt a pang of guilt that these days he hardly spared his old life a thought. Every day the past was slipping further and further away. "Still thinking about the amulet?" Lila asked. Justin forced a smile. "Yeah, I guess." Lila smiled encouragingly. "Don't worry. We'll remove that mark. You deserve to use that amulet, and we'll make sure it happens." Justin nodded. "Thanks." The party continued through the Hall of Heroes in silence, the passage eventually ending at one last hero at the end of the hall. This statue stood twice as tall, its imposing figure dominating the space. The placard declared it to be a representation of King Eldred the first king of Highcliffe. The party paused for a moment to examine the statue. Alistair looked at it admiringly. "He rebelled against the Shadow Empire nearly 600 years ago. He's not called the first simply because he's the first king of Highcliffe. He's called the first since he was the first to stand up and declare Highcliffe's independence, inspiring others to do so as well. Indeed, it is because of his bravery that we even reckon our years, at least here in Serenthel. It has been nearly 600 years since he threw off the Empire's shackles, inspired by the prophecy of the 6 gods, the 6 whom we worship to this day." 567 AR, Eldrin said, adding context for Justin's benefit. Justin swallowed. That number alone told him that this world was vastly different from his own. Even something as simple as a different way of counting time changed everything. Despite Eldred's influence, his reign did not last long, Alistair said. But if not for him, perhaps the Shadow Empire would never have fallen, and Morvath would still reign supreme. It's a lesson for us all. "What lesson?" Lila asked. "If you stand up, you're the first to die?" "Nay," Alistair said. "Sometimes all it takes is one good man, one brave deed to change the course of history. The gods smile upon that. And now the people of Highcliffe will remember him as long as the city exists, and perhaps even beyond." Justin watched with a feeling akin to awe. The statue depicted Eldred in full armor, a great sword in one hand and a shield emblazoned with the Highcliffe eagle in the other. "End of the line?" Justin asked. "Let me have a look," Eldrin said. The ranger walked around the statue, finding a narrow crevice behind it. A rectangular recess could be seen in the darkness there, on which he pushed. Sure enough, the recess spun, a cloud of dust falling from above. "Like clockwork," he said with a smile. "Let's move on," Alistair said. They squeezed behind the statue and went through the recess, finding a narrow passage beyond of simple stonework and no further adornment. The air was cooler here, carrying a faint draft from somewhere ahead. They followed the narrowing corridor until they reached a set of stone steps leading upward into the unknown. Justin felt himself becoming nervous. This was the moment they'd been waiting for, emerging from underground. Would it be to safety or danger? Now that the vault was gone, the catacombs were relatively safe. It was easy to imagine them hiding in here for a long time, if not for Baron Valdrik being able to sense Justin's mark. Only time would tell what awaited them on the surface. Justin watched Eldrin closely, knowing that his ranger's intuition would be key here. Alistair led the way, his light spell casting a soft glow on the steps as they climbed cautiously. The air became noticeably cooler as they ascended. After what felt like an eternity of climbing, they reached a simple stone door, cleverly disguised to blend in with the surrounding stone. The door was made of the same material as the walls, with intricate carvings mimicking the natural rock formations around it. Alastair pushed the door open, revealing a narrow exit that led outside. Sunlight flooded in, momentarily blinding Justin. The party emerged onto a hillside, Justin's eyes taking a moment to adjust to the late afternoon sun dappling the forested landscape. The cool breeze was a welcome change from the stale air of the catacombs. The temperature had dropped significantly since their time underground. The leaves of the forest were changing, many already yellow and red, some even borne by the wind. From their vantage on the hill, Justin could see the northern countryside, a mix of rolling hills and woodlands, with the foothills of the Umber Range to the northeast. Nearby, the ruins of a disused watchtower stood sentinel. The view was breathtaking, yet the sight of the ruins brought a sobering reminder of the impermanence of all things. Alastair slammed the door shut behind them, and Justin marveled at how well it blended in. There was no chance that the Baron's men could find this, even if they were trying. "We must keep moving," Eldrin said. "Shadowflight should be returning soon with information." They headed downhill and into the thick of the trees. Looking beyond, there was no sign of Highcliffe. The hills blocked Justin's view. All was quiet as they blazed a trail through the forest, the ground giving way underfoot to Eldrin's guidance. It seemed that they had made it, but Justin wouldn't rest easy until they were a few days out from Highcliffe with no sign of pursuit. As they traveled northwest, Eldrin scanned the area, sticking to the bases of the hills. They had walked about a half-mile when the ranger held up a hand and crouched, signaling the others to do likewise. Justin kneeled, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. He wanted to ask what was wrong, but he simply watched Eldrin's gaze, which was focused on the sky. Moments later, Shadowflight appeared, circling above before swooping down to land on Eldrin's arm. The bird's urgent movements conveyed an obvious message. Trouble was coming. "The Baron's men are close," Eldrin said, his voice tense. "They expected us to come out this way. They must have figured out where the secret passage came out." Alastair frowned. "How long do we have?" "Minutes, maybe," Eldrin replied, quietly. "We need to decide our next move, and fast. We can't hope to outrun them." "Why not?" Justin asked. "If we go forward, we'll run into them. Go west and we'll reach the River Marin, which is too wide for us to cross before they catch us. The hills are too steep to climb effectively." "We need to find some high ground," Lila suggested. "Eldrin can ambush them with his new bow. I can come at them with my knives. Alastair, you can draw their attention." The paladin was already shaking his head. "It won't be enough, Lila. Now, you must remember your vows to follow my every order. I want no arguments." The others were silent, waiting for Alastair to speak. Justin's heart raced. "The best chance for us to escape is to split up. Eldrin, you lead Justin and Lila west toward the Umber Range. You'll be able to cross the river and lose yourselves in the woods, if I can give you enough time." Eldrin nodded, his face set with determination. "The terrain is rough, but it's our best shot." Justin shook his head. "Alastair, you can't mean this. What are you supposed to do?" As Alastair met his gaze, a calm resolve in his eyes, Justin already knew the answer. "I can handle them, Justin. My only job is to buy you time. Eldrin knows these lands and the way to Montelea. The most important thing is to keep you safe and out of the Baron's hands." Justin frowned, frustration bubbling up. "Why am I so important? What aren't you telling me?" "There's no time, Justin. Just know that the Baron wants you for a reason, and we can't let him get his hands on you. Now go before it's too late." Lila opened her mouth to argue further, but Eldrin placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Alastair knows what he's doing. We need to trust him." At that moment, Justin saw some movement in the trees, downslope from where they were. As much as he hated it, The paladin was right. He would buy them time, maybe even enough to escape. Justin couldn't imagine Alistair dying. He didn't know what he would do without him. "Stay safe," Alistair urged, looking each of them in the eye. "Stick together and keep moving." Alistair's sharp blue eyes settled on Justin last of all. "You've come so far already. Don't let this setback define you. Keep going. For all of us." With that, he stood and walked downhill, hammer in hand, doing nothing to hide his presence. Eldrin waited a moment, keeping his palm outward to signal them not to move. Justin wondered why they weren't moving yet, until he realized Eldrin wanted to make sure Alistair had all the enemy's attention first. "Now," Eldrin said. Eldrin, Lila, and Justin turned and started heading west, crouching low and moving swiftly. Before they lost sight of him completely, Justin turned, glimpsing Alistair on one knee, saying a quick prayer, even as Gareth and his men advanced toward the high ground he had picked out. The paladin's words echoed in his mind. "All it takes is one good man, one good deed to change the course of history." It wasn't long before the sounds of battle echoed off the hills. The clashing of steel and the shouts of men filled the air. Justin's stomach twisted with worry. The Umber Range was now in sight, the forest ahead promising cover and safety as long as they got enough of a head start. They ran through the trees. Despite Alistair's words, Justin knew this would probably be his last stand. Alistair stood firm as Lieutenant Gareth ascended the hill. The paladin had chosen a sunny spot, knowing it would weaken the undead Shadow Blade. And yet, possessing a level above 20 meant Gareth likely had some resistance to sunlight. It certainly didn't seem to slow him down as he approached in his dark armor, his eyes cold and calculating. Flanked on either side were more soldiers, an assortment of warriors and mages, about 20 in all. Half bore the stench of fully realized death marks, while the others were still mortal, loyal to Morvath and the Baron by choice. The air grew colder as they neared. Alistair felt the weight of their malice, like a dark cloud settling over him. He glanced around, taking in the scene. Sunlight dappling through the sparse trees, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the distant cry of a bird. It was a beautiful fall day. Alistair's heart ached, knowing this might be the last time he saw such simple beauty. The Creator was truly good. He thought briefly of Justin, Lila, and Eldrin, praying they were far enough away by now. The gods were watching over them. He had to believe that. He tightened his grip on his hammer, feeling its familiar weight. There was no way he could survive this, but he could delay Gareth and his soldiers long enough for the others to escape. He drew a deep breath, centering himself in the light of Arion, god of power. "That's close enough, Lieutenant," Alistair called out. "In the name of Arion, tread not another step, lest you wish to taste my hammer." Gareth's expression was cold and mirthless. "This need not come to blows, Alistair. The Baron only wants the boy." "He won't have him, so long as I draw breath." Gareth's grey eyes narrowed. "Oh, you won't be here for too much longer, I assure you. You are a foolish man, Alistair. Why die for the likes of him?" Alistair felt a surge of anger. "Your master didn't tell you." "He did. The boy is important. More than you could ever know. To bring him to Montalea is a doom far worse than any that the Baron could conjure. I'm the only man he has entrusted with this task." "You're not a man, Gareth. Not anymore." Gareth chuckled, the sound devoid of warmth. "It irks you to see me more powerful than you ever could be. Those prattling priests of Arion have nothing over the power of death. You are a traitor, a thief and an apostate, Alastair retorted. You left the Templars because you craved power and glory, no matter the cost. You sold your soul to darkness. Gareth's expression darkened. Typical take for a life-loving fool. I am more powerful than you could ever imagine. And I'm about to prove that fact to you, brothers though we once were. Alastair glanced at the soldiers behind Gareth, noting their unease. If you wish to prove the power of death, why not a duel? Life against death. We are of a similar level, Shadowblade, so the fight would be fair. Gareth laughed openly, the sound echoing across the hillside. Do you take me for a fool, Alastair? I see now what you're doing. You would speak and speak until the sun falls and the moon rises over us all. Even knowing the night would make me even more powerful. Your aim is not to defeat me, but to slow me down. You were never known for your brains, Gareth. You are simply Valdrik's tool, nothing more. But it is not too late to disavow him and his dark master. There are ways to turn back to the Phoenix of Light. Gareth's smile faded, replaced by a sneer. He drew his long, curved blade, a weapon that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. Alastair could feel its coldness, the chill of the grave, and smell the stench of Gareth's death mark, fully realized, wafting toward him. The other soldiers drew their weapons. You will not be speaking much longer, Gareth said, his voice low. Morvath, take your soul. With a roar, Gareth shot forward, fast as a shadow cast by a setting sun. Alastair raised his hammer, perhaps for the last time. If this was the end, he would make it count. He felt no fear, only a deep, abiding peace. It was up to the gods now. 34. Across the Merin. No one truly knows why the mighty Ilvari elves fell. Most would blame the Orcish Federation and their endless wars over the fate of Serenthel. Some would blame the Verdant Plague, but if you ask me, the answer is simpler. It's hard to see the blade coming when your nose is so far in the air. Pride cuts deeper than steel. Elisar Vane, The Rise and Ruin of Empires. Justin strained his ears, catching the last echoes of clashing steel and shouts, now distant and faint. Each fading sound sent a pang of guilt twisting in his gut. He wondered, against all hope, if Alastair could survive. If he did, would he be able to find them again? While the first answer was a maybe, the second answer was almost assuredly a no. There would be no way for Alastair to catch up. If he found them later, it would have to be in some predetermined spot. As far as Justin knew, the only spot that would be possible was Mont Ilea itself. No one spoke as they ran. Eldrin set a grueling pace, and both Lila and Justin fought for air as the miles passed. The forest closed in around them, the trees thickening and the underbrush growing denser. The sounds had completely faded by now, leaving only the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. It was getting darker, too. Sunset was 2 hours away, if Justin had to guess. After another hour of relentless running, Justin's legs felt like lead. His lungs burned, and each breath was a struggle. Just when he thought he couldn't make it any longer, they emerged from the dense forest to find themselves on the rocky banks of the River Merin. The river was wide, its waters rushing with a swift and powerful current. The surface was broken by swirling eddies, hinting at hidden dangers beneath. The river's chill seeped into the air, adding to the exhaustion that clung to Justin like a heavy cloak. Eldrin was the first to speak, and was already wading into the water. "We need to cross." The current tugged at him, and he looked back, his eyes concerned. "It's not too deep here, but the current is strong. We'll have to swim part way." Justin shook his head, fear tightening his chest. He put his hands on his knees to catch his breath. I don't think I can make it. I'm beyond exhausted." Even Lila, thinner and in better shape than he was, nodded in agreement. Eldrin frowned, regret clear in his expression. "If only I had more heartwood elixir." "There's the bridge to the south," Lila said. "The one we crossed to get into the city? It can't be that far." "About 2 miles," Eldrin said, frowning in thought. "Not far at all." "What's the problem, then?" Justin asked. "If Gareth brought all his men with him, then yes, it's perfectly possible to cross it. But if he left anyone behind, it would be an obvious point to block off. Gareth started with about 20 men following him out of Silverton, and if that assassin in Highcliffe was any sign, he's hired a few more since coming here. The bridge is too much of a risk." "I can't swim this," Justin said. "It's too wide, too fast, and it's getting dark." "And the water is cold," Lila added. Eldrin nodded. "Yes, that is a danger. There's a ford 10 miles upriver, but that's a long way. I'd rather do this part of the river while there's still daylight. There should be enough time to cross and lose them." "This is taking us in the opposite direction of Montalea," Lila said. "They probably don't expect us to cross the river at all." "I'm hoping so," Eldrin said. "But I'm not making any assumptions until I'm sure we've lost them." He took a deep breath, his expression settling into firm determination. "We head north to the ford. With my Pathfinder's pace, we can stay ahead. The ford will be shallower, yes, but it will also be darker and colder. We won't have time to build a fire until we've gone at least a few miles west, and the ford will only work if Alistair has bought us enough time." Justin wondered what had happened. It had been at least 2 hours by now, so the fate of the battle had long been decided. For all his strength, Justin couldn't imagine Alistair surviving against 20 classed soldiers, one of them a high-level shadow blade. All they could hope was that he'd put enough of a dent in their numbers to slow them down. "Let's move then," Justin said. As they marched north along the riverbank, the sun continued its descent, casting a golden glow over the Umber Range. It was a beautiful sight. The forests silent, the wind sighing through the trees. The leaves rustled, already turned into shades of red and gold. Justin couldn't believe that somewhere in this peaceful forest, someone was pursuing them. As the temperature continued to fall, Justin was grateful for his new coat. As the setting sun finally disappeared behind the mountains, it plunged the forest into inky darkness. Justin's imagination ran wild. Every rustle and crack of a twig was a potential threat. His thoughts wandered to Alistair, hoping desperately that the paladin had somehow escaped. As they went upriver, the terrain became rougher, with the river flanked on both sides by tall cliffs. The trees seemed to close in, their branches intertwining above them, creating a canopy that blocked out the stars. Justin felt a creeping fear, not just of the darkness, but of the unknown dangers it concealed. His mind conjured images of dire wolves, and even malevolent spirits lurking just out of sight, watching their every move. For hours they traveled in silence. It was far too dangerous to run, so they walked quickly. Eldrin's Pathfinder's pace was indeed a boon. Even in the darkness they moved steadily, though not as fast as if it were day. As adrenaline faded, the exhaustion of the day's events hit Justin with full force. About a couple of hours after they headed north, Justin jumped when Shadowflight flapped down from the branches above. They took their first break as Eldrin relayed the bird's news. "They're at the river now," he said, turning to the others as Shadowflight fluttered away to do more reconnaissance. A couple of hours behind us, they're debating which direction we went. And Alistair? Lila asked. Eldrin went silent. Look, Justin said. You don't have to protect us, Eldrin. We deserve to know the truth. Eldrin nodded sadly. He fell, but not before he took half of them down with him. The news was like a punch in the gut, even if it was expected. He's the only reason I'm here, Justin said. I will miss him. We must keep moving, Eldrin said firmly. We can mourn him once we've reached safety. That won't be for a while yet. Will they be able to track us? Lila asked. Hard to say. Shadowflight will let us know soon, I'm sure. We're not far from the ford. We must keep pushing. They continued on, Justin's thoughts spinning. He couldn't help but wonder if there was something else he could have done. But no matter what, he kept coming up short. All he could feel was guilt that the paladin had to give his life for him. How could he ever be worthy of that sacrifice? After what felt like an eternity, Eldrin turned toward the cliff, weaving a path down to the water. The river here was narrower, but still swift and deep in places. It was difficult for Justin to tell, even with the moon and starlight. He told himself just to follow Eldrin and he would be all right. Eldrin didn't pause, going straight from rock to rock without hesitation. Lila was graceful, easily tracing the ranger's footsteps. Justin was far less so, splashing into the water more than a few times, and it would have been even more so had it not been for his cane. About halfway across the river, they could no longer step on stones. The water, icy cold, came up to Justin's chest, numbing his limbs. It felt like needles pricking his skin, each breath catching in his throat as the chill seeped into his bones. His muscles ached and stiffened with every movement, and he could feel his body growing sluggish. Lila's head was barely out of the water, and Eldrin held her firmly so that the current wouldn't carry her away while grasping a fallen log for support. Soon, both Eldrin and Lila emerged from the deep part of the ford, entering some shallows that came up to their waists. Justin followed, the current tugging at him, threatening to sweep him away. Eldrin held out his arm, which Justin barely grasped. He was pulled from the water, using his cane for support, finding purchase on the rocky bottom. The feat would have been hard enough if well rested. But by this point, they had been traveling all night while exploring the catacombs, all morning and afternoon, not to mention the draining fight against Malachor and his demon. After all that, it was a wonder Justin didn't simply drop dead. Together, they waded through the last of the rushing water, stumbling and slipping, but finally reaching the other side. They collapsed on the riverbank, panting and shivering from the cold. It was hard to guess the temperature, but it was cold enough for their breaths to make clouds. We need to keep moving, Eldrin said. I know that's the last thing you want to hear, but it won't take long for hypothermia to set in. We need a fire, shelter, and rest. Then we must press on. Justin was too tired to argue. He almost wondered if death itself was preferable to the misery he now felt. It was at that moment that he remembered the Ring of Hygiene. Its description said that, once a day, he could become perfectly clean and groomed to his exact specifications. Perfectly clean? Did that include becoming dry? There was nothing to do but try. He set his thoughts on the ring. Instantly, yellow light surrounded him, and not even a moment later he was dry from head to toe. The other two looked at him, astonished. What did you do? Eldrin asked. The Ring of Hygiene, Justin said. One of us needs to be kept from freezing. He took off his coat, placing it around Lila. He wasn't sure what good it would do, but she needed it far more than he did. Quick thinking, Eldrin said. Let's move. Eldrin continued on, with Justin and Lila close behind, The trees on the opposite bank provided some relief from the breeze, but not much. "Do you know any place we might shelter?" Lila asked, her teeth chattering, her body hunched. "I can hardly even walk." The coat seemed not to be doing her much good. She was cold and wet underneath it, which would continually sap her strength. "Just a few miles more," Eldrin said. "The further we get from the ford, the better off we'll be. If they don't know we're headed here, they will soon." "Lila might not make it a few miles, Eldrin. We need to think about starting a fire." She didn't respond, only shivering uncontrollably. Justin knew at these temperatures, it didn't take long for someone who was soaking wet to get hypothermia. He had the advantage of having a bit of extra padding on top of his dry clothing. Lila, in contrast, was scrawny and would lose heat much more quickly. They continued for another 10 minutes before Lila came to a stop, collapsing to her knees. "Eldrin, we need a fire," Justin said. "This is getting dangerous." "Stay here. Keep her as warm as you can for now." Already the ranger was wandering off into the darkness. Justin didn't know what for. All he could do was grasp Lila, do whatever he could to warm her up. It didn't seem to do much good. He placed their packs on her back and covered them both with dead leaves. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. "It'll be all right," he said. "You'll be warm soon." A few minutes later, Eldrin came back. "Created something of a shelter. It's not much, but there's plenty of underbrush. I've already prepared a fire." "Wonderful," Justin said. "I think we need to carry her." They did so, along with Lila's pack. It wasn't easy to carry all that weight while following the ranger through the almost pitch darkness. How the man navigated strange territory without the aid of a torch, he couldn't guess. Justin was surprised when Eldrin brushed some branches aside and found a low ledge beneath which a small, smokeless flame crackled merrily. It wasn't large, but he could already feel its warmth. Various branches had been piled thickly in front of it, obscuring the fire from view. Even with the flame, there was no way to spot it unless you were within 10 feet of it. "Stay here," Eldrin instructed. "Get Lila out of her wet clothes and wrap her in anything dry you have. Keep her as warm as possible, as close to the fire as you can without burning her. Keep her awake and give her small sips of water, but no food just yet. Hypothermia can be tricky. I'll be back soon. I need to backtrack a bit to make sure our trail is covered. Rest is necessary, but mark my words, they will be in the vicinity within the next few hours, and morning at the latest. I shouldn't be more than a quarter of an hour. If I am, get some rest and don't wait for me." Eldrin ducked out of the makeshift shelter and quickly disappeared into the night. Justin worked quickly to follow the instructions. Lila wasn't even shivering. Her face was pale and her lips were blue. He retrieved a fresh change of clothes from his pack. Though he hadn't specified that the pack be waterproof when he'd bought it in Mistwatch, it seemed to have done a good job. All of his things were mercifully dry. He worked quickly to remove Lila's wet clothing. Her skin was ice cold, and he worked as fast as his own shaking hands could allow. Even if he was dry, the plunge in the Marin had taken a lot out of him. He also removed her socks and boots, then dressed her in his own dry clothing. He offered her a bit of water, but she was too weak to even do that. With Lila settled, he changed into dry clothes, since his clothes had gotten damp from holding her. He set all the wet articles near the fire to dry, laying them on flat stones. Justin stayed near her. Now that both of them were dry, she would warm up much more quickly. Lila revived slowly, her color gradually returning as the warmth seeped into her body. She shivered, a good sign, and her breathing steadied. She even smiled weakly at Justin, who nodded encouragingly. He wrapped her in his new coat, which had dried significantly, then sat beside her, feeding the fire with more kindling while ensuring it didn't get too big. He offered water, and this time she took a few sips. At least an hour passed. Lila was asleep now, and Justin was nearly there too. Eldrin had still not returned, which worried him. He'd said a quarter of an hour, and it had been far more than that. If they had lost Eldrin as well as Alistair, Justin wasn't sure it was a blow they could ever recover from. He would be back before morning. He was sure of it. Justin carefully broke off some more deadwood for the fire. He resolved to stay awake, but the warmth of the flame and the day's events were too much. He fell asleep right where he was sitting, leaning back against the ledge. Eldrin faced a hard decision. Well, perhaps not so difficult as it was inevitable. Checking their trail, it became clear that they hadn't traveled far enough to create a significant gap between them and Gareth's soldiers. The trail they'd left from the river was still too fresh, making it easy to follow. Eldrin backtracked, using his keen ranger senses to identify and address the telltale signs of their passage. A broken branch here, boot prints in the earth there, a path cleared through beds of leaves. All these things told a story that was all too easy to put together, even for the inexperienced. He worked swiftly and efficiently in the darkness, years of experience enabling him to erase all traces of Justin and Lila's trail. After about an hour, he found himself by the river, faced with a choice. Return to Justin and Lila and hope for the best, or absolutely ensure that the two of them could escape before meeting up with them later. Eldrin picked a stand of rocks downriver from the ford that would provide decent cover, then sat vigil. As the wind picked up, he was grateful for an enchantment on his clothing that ensured it dried quickly. It was practically a must for anyone who spent a lot of time in the wilds. While he had been as wet as Lila at first, he was fully dry within 10 minutes. Shadowflight returned, landing lightly on his shoulder. The bird conveyed its news. "Closer than we'd like," Eldrin muttered, his voice low. "Much too close." Half of Gareth's forces had fallen to Alistair's hammer, but the Shadowblade Lieutenant remained alive and determined. The onset of the night would only strengthen the undead soldiers under his command. The Falcon's report confirmed Eldrin's decision. Lila was too weak to continue, and they were beyond exhaustion. Even Eldrin, with his hardier constitution, felt his energy waning. Continuing the journey as a trio was impossible. He needed to mislead their pursuers. It was their only chance, and he was the only one who could do it. Telling Justin his true intentions might have caused a needless argument. He had to trust the two of them to do the right thing in the morning and keep going. Eldrin had already prepared a false trail, subtle enough to require a keen tracker, but noticeable enough to be found, leading right to his position. It was their best chance to misdirect their enemies. The ranger didn't have to wait long. Movement on the cliffs revealed Gareth's group. They made no effort at all to conceal their presence, speaking to their confidence. Or, Eldrin thought, their hubris. Slow, stealthily, Eldrin raised his new bow of eagle sight. His nature's cloak skill kept him hidden, while the poison he'd applied to his arrow, Nightshade's Kiss, was the most potent he possessed. The best moment to strike would be when the Shadowblade was crossing the river at the ford's deepest part. Gareth was tall enough that his shoulders and head would both be exposed, at least for a moment. As silent as a phantom, the ranger waited. After about 15 minutes, the soldiers began crossing the dark Marin. Gareth, as the leader, took the rear, just as Eldrin had hoped. Even with Eldrin's abilities, it wouldn't be an easy shot. He was relying on his class skills to ensure accuracy, but luck would play a part too. He waited for the wind to calm, his focus sharpening. The forest seemed to hold its breath. The first soldiers were already fanning out, exploring the rocky western bank. Eldrin waited just a moment longer for the Shadowblade to step into the deepest part of the river. He waited for Gareth to fully perform the action to ensure his arrow would intersect the Shadowblade's path perfectly. He loosed the arrow. It flew swiftly, almost invisible in the night. At first it looked as though it might miss, but then the wind shifted slightly, guiding the arrow to strike Gareth's shoulder, the least protected area in his otherwise dark armor. It landed true, and the shadow blade slumped. There was no sound, no scream. Panic erupted among the soldiers. Eldrin fired several more poisoned arrows, no longer bothering to hide himself. Some hit, causing confusion and chaos. With luck, it would create a couple more dead bodies. A fireball lit up the night, aimed in his general direction. Eldrin ducked behind the rocks, the heat from the explosion warming his back. Now it was time to lead them on a merry chase. He melted into shadowy trees, leaving a few breadcrumbs for his enemies to follow. Alone, he could move much faster. He was in no danger of getting captured. Eldrin had no illusions. The poison wouldn't kill Gareth. It would only slow him down while the mages dealt with the wound. Gareth's rage would drive him south along the west bank of the Marin. He would never suspect that Justin and Lila were hidden less than a mile to the north. By the time Gareth figured out the deception, Justin and Lila would be far away, possibly heading west for the Umber Range, or along the bank to Dark Stream Crossing, 30 miles upriver. Whatever path they chose, he planned to lose his pursuers and reunite with Justin and Lila later on. The only thing he feared was that they might choose to go north into the Darkwood, aiming directly for Windfall. That forest teemed with monsters too dangerous for 2 low-level charisma classes to handle alone, and there was an old protective magic in those woods, courtesy of the Ilvari elves who used to live there. It was quite easy to lose one's way. There were a few reasons they might choose that path. The first might be out of sheer ignorance, or their fear of staying too close to the river. They might also decide that the Umbers would take them too far from their original goal. Whatever happened, Eldrin would do his best to find them. After all, the life of a ranger and a paladin was a small price to pay to prevent a greater calamity. 35. A change of plans.
Scholars divide the classes into 4 categories: damage, utility, healing, and tanking. Damage classes are the blades, striking swiftly to fell enemies. Healers are the lifeline, mending wounds and lifting spirits. Tanks are the shields, standing firm against overwhelming odds. Utility classes are those who sustain the society others fight to protect. No single role can shoulder the world alone. Each is a vital piece, greater than the sum of its parts.
Professor Lauren Thalen lectures on class synergy. When Justin woke up, it was full daylight. His muscles ached fiercely from the previous day's exertion. The surrounding forest was still, the air crisp and silent. Justin almost jumped when a voice entered his mind. In all the chaos, he had forgotten he was due for a level up. You have reached level 5. You're learning to navigate the complexities of Eyrth with grace and cunning. No longer content to be a mere spectator, you aim to become a key player, a beacon of influence. Justin found the words ironic. As a socialite, he should have been leveling up with his charm and social skills, not out adventuring. Here in the cold forests of northern Aranthia, the courts of Belmora seemed a world away. Another notification flashed before him. You have 1 attribute point to distribute. Given the increasingly frail hope that one day he would be able to use the Amulet of Equilibrium, he allocated it to Charisma. Your Charisma is now 16. As a level 5 socialite, you have unlocked your party tactic, Refined Aura. For this level, there would be no choice, but Justin looked forward to whatever his party tactic was, something that apparently all classes got at level 5. Refined Aura. Your mere presence inspires confidence and poise in those around you. You and all party members gain +1 to charisma as long as you are present. Justin smiled. It felt nice to get not just one attribute point, but 2 with this level. And not only that, every other party member would benefit from a +1 to charisma. Remember, true presence isn't putting on a show. It is accepting who you truly are. As the voice departed, he opened his interface. Justin Tailmaker. Class, Socialite. Level, 5. Experience to level 6, 1,169 of 550. Level up available. Attributes. Power, 10. Coordination, 11. Endurance, 11. Intellect, 11. Spirit, 10. Charisma, 18. Not bad, Justin muttered, closing the screen. Justin stood, and as he moved, his steps became more fluid, each motion carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible elegance. His refined aura seemed to ripple outward, casting an aura of quiet confidence around him. Yes, something had definitely changed. Justin looked around the campsite. Lila was still sleeping, utterly exhausted from yesterday's ordeal, while there was no sign of Eldrin at all. The emptiness left by the ranger's absence made Justin uneasy. He had promised to be back in a quarter of an hour, and it had been at least 8 hours, judging by the sun's position. Justin didn't want to think about what could have possibly happened. It certainly had something to do with Lieutenant Gareth. But the fact that he and Lila were still alive suggested that Eldrin had been successful in covering their tracks. He wasn't sure what to do, but they were on their own, at least for now. The ranger had said not to wait for him, but the prospect of striking out in the wilds alone, with no guidance whatsoever, and a high-level Shadowblade hunting them down, was nothing short of terrifying. He felt torn between waking Lila and letting her rest longer. In the end, he shook her awake. She stirred, blinking against the harsh morning light. "Eldrin's gone," Justin whispered. Lila suddenly became alert, sitting up. "Gone? What do you mean?" "Process your level up first," Justin said. "We can talk about it in a few minutes." Lila did so, apparently going through the motions quickly. "Done. So, what happened?" "He left last night, saying it wouldn't be 15 minutes. Her face paled. "So what do we do now? Go look for him?" "Before leaving, he said that if he didn't come back, we should move on." Lila shook her head. "I don't like that one bit. Did he leave us?" Justin shook his head. "No way. After everything, you think he'd bail?" "Well, the other option is worse. If he hasn't returned, that would mean he's—" She trailed off. "I'm sorry. With Alistair and now Eldrin, the thought is too horrible to entertain." That Eldrin, along with Alistair, was dead would make their situation beyond hopeless. Both men had sacrificed so much for him, and worse, Justin didn't understand the reason. "He's a ranger," Justin said. "Maybe he wanted to cover our tracks a bit more, make sure we really couldn't be found." "You'd think he would have returned, though," Lila said. "Something is definitely wrong." "If he didn't come back, it was for one reason. It would endanger us in some way. Maybe Gareth and the rest were closer than we thought. Maybe he had to create a false trail or something, lead them away." "Huh. Yeah, that could be it. I prefer that theory over anything else." She frowned in thought. "If that's the case, though, eventually they'll catch on that they've been fooled and turn right back around." "That has to be why. He intends to catch up with us later. He has shadow flight. That means that once he shakes them, he can use his Pathfinder's pace to catch up to us. It might take him a few days, but he'll manage it. Either way you cut it, we're on our own for a while. We need to put some ground between us and Gareth." It was a terrifying proposition. Alistair and Eldrin had been the ones keeping them alive so far, and Justin couldn't imagine just the two of them, neither of them a combat class, surviving the wilds of this forest. Not with dire wolves and maybe even worse. Okay, Lila said. So the question is, what's our plan? Where do you think Eldrin planned to go? Justin shrugged. I don't know. Maybe he didn't even have a plan. All we know is that eventually he was going to turn east, which would lead to the Plainsway, right? I would suggest an alternate plan, Lila said. The Plainsway plan happened way back in Highcliff, and I would argue that things have changed. Okay, I'm listening. The closest big city besides Highcliff, of course, is Windfall, Lila said, but it's about 100 miles to the northwest. Not exactly the way we want to be going. But leading out from Windfall is the Northway, a well-established road that runs just south of the Seraphims. Assuming we can reach Windfall, we can head east from there on the Northway. It's less expected by our enemies. We could take that road all the way to Dragor's Keep, and from there head south to Montalea. Better yet, in Windfall we can resupply and blend in. Without Eldrin, we can't hope to live off the land. We have plenty of gold, enough perhaps to buy a carriage the rest of the way. Disguise ourselves as nobles, maybe? Well, that would be nice, Justin said. Much faster. The distances are too great for just the two of us to walk all the way to Montalea without Pathfinder's pace, Lila said. But the downside is, the roads are going to be more dangerous. If we lose them in the forest, they know we'll pop out on a major highway eventually. Worse, if we're slogging in the wilds too long, they have time to set up a spy network in every major city we might think of going to. I say we try to make Windfall as quickly as we can, before anyone there is on the lookout for us. We're not truly safe until we reach Montalea. Justin was quiet. Again, he couldn't help but wonder just what about him was so important. Alistair knew something, and for that matter it seemed Eldrin did too. What about Lila? Did she know something too? Did either of them say why the Baron wants to get me so much? Justin asked. Why place his death mark on me in the first place? If there's a reason, it was never said to me, Lila said. Clearly from the first, the Baron saw something useful in you. Maybe it has something to do with your past, this other world you're from? But how would the Baron even know about that? Justin asked. It doesn't make sense. And if he didn't want me to escape, he could have trapped us before we even walked out the door. Lila thought for a moment. Well, there's more to this than we understand. That's for certain. Perhaps he was content to let you leave and learn more first. He had no reason to suspect you'd ever discover the death mark, and Alistair's timely arrival put a major kink in his plan. Clearly, he had his eyes on you from the moment you left. Maybe, Justin said. We should eat first. I'm starving. They broke out a quick breakfast of hard cheese, dried fruit, and strips of salted meat. Justin tried to ignore how little food was left in the pack. Getting to Windfall on empty stomachs might prove a tricky proposition. So, what's your party tactic? Justin asked. Unified cadence, Lila replied. It gives the party a 5% boost to damage and healing anytime I sing. That sounds like a nice bonus, Justin said. And it makes a big difference when spread across a lot of party members. We should get going, Lila said. We've been talking too much already, and thanks for helping me out last night. Not my best moment. No problem. I was only saved by the Ring of Hygiene. Apparently it dries you off as well. Supremely useful, Lila agreed, though her brow furrowed in concern. Maybe that's why Eldrin never came back. Do you think it was the cold that did him in? It's hard to imagine that, Justin said. If that's the case, I think the Baron's men would have discovered us by now. Maybe, Lila said, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Eldrin will find us. You'll see. For now, our only goal is to head north. Are we sure we don't want to backtrack to the road after a few days? This forest looks like rough going. We can discuss it later. To be honest, I'm not sure what the country is like between here and Windfall. I know it's a lot of hills and a lot of forests, Hopefully nothing too scary lives in them. Right now, the important thing is getting some distance. One thing at a time, Justin said. Shall we? They packed up quickly, burying the ashes of their fire, which were already cold. He felt a pang of anxiety as they left their shelter, but there was no avoiding it. The forest awaited. The trees loomed tall and dense, their branches forming a thick canopy overhead. The air was still, the only sound being the crunch of leaves underfoot. Justin took out his map. Though they were far outside its range, the enchantment would still point them north. They kept walking, the underbrush thick with ferns and brambles. The ground was uneven, littered with rocks and fallen branches, making their progress slow and arduous. The lack of Pathfinder's pace was all too clear. They were working twice as hard for half the miles. The sun climbed higher in the sky. From time to time, Justin glanced backward, seeing no sign of pursuit. The River Marin flowed off to their right, perhaps a couple of miles away. There was nothing but trees and hills in all directions, and no sign of the Plainsway. The forest seemed to close in around them. Without Eldrin and Alistair's comforting presence, the woods felt more sinister. Justin couldn't shake the feeling of being exposed, with no one to guide or protect them. Damn, Justin muttered. This is rough. Would it be a bad idea to sing a song to give us a bit more endurance? Yes, Lila said, firmly. Absolutely. They kept plodding on through the afternoon. It seemed too quiet, as if the world itself were holding its breath. Probably time to think about shelter, Lila suggested as the sun neared the top of the western mountains, before it gets too dark. As they crested the next hill, Justin scanned the landscape to the north. About half a mile away stood what appeared to be a decrepit watchtower. The stone structure was weathered and crumbling, with ivy creeping up its sides. The roof had partially collapsed, leaving jagged edges silhouetted against the sky. Is that too obvious a hiding spot? Looks like a sure shelter to me, Lila said. Either way, I don't think they know we've gone this way, and we're a whole day ahead at this point. Someone else might think it's a good place to shelter, Justin said. No smoke, Lila said. We can sit here for a few minutes and see if anything is moving. It was good enough for Justin. He was certain Eldrin would have discouraged it, but with Eldrin absent, they had to do what they thought was best. They weren't covering their tracks effectively anyway. They just wouldn't go to the top of the tower where their movements might be visible from a distance. They watched for a while, and it seemed the place was empty, at least from the outside. Nothing moved around it. It was the best they could hope for as the sun started sinking closer to the top of the Umber Range in the west. It took another 30 minutes to reach the tower's base. The surrounding terrain was uneven, with stones and rubble scattered about. The air was cooler, and the shadows lengthened. A broken path led out north from the tower, accompanied by crumbling stone fences. That path quickly became lost in the northern forest. At least the journey tomorrow night might not be so bad, assuming the path continued in the same direction. Justin assumed this place must have once been a part of the kingdom of Highcliffe, having since fallen into ruin. Perhaps there would be a town or hamlet to the north where they could resupply. Nothing but to go in, Lila said. We should be careful. Make sure we're the only ones here. The tower was especially quiet. If it were a bandit's hideout, they would have made their presence obvious by now, or so Justin's thinking went. Justin gave his cane a twirl. The movement was fluid and confident. Show off, Lila said with a smirk. Her smile vanished when, as soon as they breached the open threshold of the tower, a sudden explosion of crimson light sent them sprawling back. Justin was momentarily stunned, and it took a couple of seconds before he could come to his senses. Whatever this attack had been, Gentleman's rebuff hadn't blocked it. Stay where you are, a gruff voice commanded, or the next blast won't be a warning. Justin looked up, his eyes widening. The figure before them was definitely not what he expected. 36. The Unlikely Warden. There is a quiet beauty to the northern forests of Aranthia, a haunting beauty, really. Beneath the silent boughs of the Northwood, you are as likely to stumble upon the ruins of an age long forgotten as you are on a pristine grove, untouched by mortal hands for centuries. It is a beauty born of time and decay, where nature reclaims what was once lost and whispers to those who dare to wander. Perhaps beauty is not meant to be seen, but simply to exist, waiting patiently for the rare souls who choose to seek it. Palin Longstride, Echoes of the Wilderlands. Justin's heart raced, brandishing his cane and preparing for whatever might come next. Lila stood beside him, her hand subtly resting on the hilt of a throwing knife. In the dim light, at the top of the stone steps stood an orc, and one unlike any he had ever seen. This orc was younger, which Justin could tell from his smooth skin and lack of wrinkles. He sensed the orc was not just young, but likely a teenager. It was something about his bearing, the lack of assurance. His skin was a distinctive shade of gray, contrasting with the few green-skinned orcs Justin had encountered before. He stood around 6 feet tall, with a lean build that suggested agility rather than strength. His amber eyes flickered with a mix of caution and uncertainty. The orc held a basic wooden staff and wore gray mage robes that were frayed and patched in several places, which also evidenced red bloodstains. His black hair was short and unruly, and his tusks were small, barely protruding from his lower lip. A distinct brand was visible on his forehead, a circular mark with 2 intersecting lines. Despite his initial aggressive stance, the orc's posture was not that of a warrior ready for battle, but rather that of someone hoping to deter trouble without causing harm. "Stay where you are," the orc commanded again, his voice gruff yet tinged with nervousness. "There's plenty more where that came from." Justin raised his hands slowly, signaling peace. "We're not here to fight." He took a moment to observe the young orc, noting the signs of fear and uncertainty in his eyes. Lila glanced at Justin, her eyes questioning, but Justin was confident in his assessment. Perhaps it was his heightened charisma, but he could read the young orc like a book. The orc was far more scared than they were, and didn't want any trouble. Justin took a careful step forward, maintaining eye contact. "My name's Justin." His tone was soothing. "This is Lila. We're just looking for shelter for the night. We didn't mean to intrude. What's your name?" The orc's grip on his staff tightened, his eyes darting between Justin and Lila. There was a moment of silence, and Justin could see the internal struggle in the orc's eyes. You shouldn't be here," the orc stammered, his voice lacking the previous intensity. "This place, it's not safe." Lila raised an eyebrow. "Not safe? From what?" The orc hesitated, searching for words. Justin sensed an opportunity. He made his voice as gentle as he could. "Look, we're not here to cause trouble. Are you alone?" "I'm warning you," the orc said, raising his staff. "My friends will be back any time. You don't want to be here when that happens." Justin knew it was a bluff. "You don't look like someone who wants to fight, and we just want to talk. Can we do that at least?" The orc's shoulders slumped slightly. To Justin's surprise, his words seemed to reach him, and he looked down, avoiding their gaze. "Fine. What is it you want? Say it and then be on your way. I could still make you leave. You'd best remember that." Justin nodded, understanding the underlying fear and loneliness in the orc's words. "We won't stay if it's a problem. I was thinking maybe we can help each other out. We've been through a lot, and it seems like you have too. We have food. We'd be happy to share it. The orc licked his thin gray lips, unable to hide his interest. I'm not hungry. I've got plenty to eat in here. Already Lila was reaching for her pack, producing her supplies. We're happy to share. No pressure. The orc looked up, his amber eyes meeting Lila's. There was a flicker of something. Hope, perhaps, or maybe just a desperate need for connection. But he was still guarded, not willing to share more. Justin sensed his hesitation, recognizing it from his own experiences of feeling out of place and misunderstood. We've all got stories, Justin continued, and sometimes it's easier to get through them together. You don't have to tell us everything, but maybe we can start with your name? The orc hesitated again, before finally sighing. Kargan, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. My name is Kargan. Justin smiled warmly, sensing a breakthrough. Nice to meet you, Kargan. Why don't we sit and talk? Eat some dinner? Maybe we can figure out a way to help each other? Kargan nodded slowly, the last remnants of his defensive stance fading away. He seemed to relax slightly, though there was still a wary look in his eyes. He wasn't ready to fully trust them yet, but at least he would talk. I'll eat. After that, I'd kindly ask you to get on your way. This tower is mine. No problem, Justin said. We can eat right here if you'd like. Lila handed out the food, a simple meal of bread, cheese, and dried meat, and Kargan tore into his portion, eating it in under half a minute. Justin felt a pang of sympathy for the orc, and Lila's green eyes widened with pity. You poor thing, she said quietly. What are you doing out here all alone? Kargan clenched his fists on his staff, looking like he was about to defend himself. But something about Lila's voice just caused his stance to soften. Then, before Justin knew it, Kargan became racked with sobs. He cried for a solid minute or two, and all Justin could do was watch him. Comforting him felt too risky at that moment. We're here for you, Justin said gently, once the sobbing had subsided a bit. Let's get inside at least, get a fire going. It'll cheer you up. Kargan nodded at last, seeming to recognize that these two strangers didn't mean him any harm. They retreated to within the tower, where a low fire had burned down to coals. Kargan stoked it with the base of his staff, adding a couple of logs. Then he gave a harsh sniff, wiping his nose with his robes. I apologize for that. It was weak of me. No need to apologize, Lila said. Sometimes you just need to cry it out. Gods know I've done it plenty of times in the last few weeks. Kargan gave a singular nod, the flames dancing in his amber eyes. I suppose you want to know what a young orc like me is doing way out here, away from the clan halls. Justin didn't push for more, knowing that prying would just close Kargan off further. Sometimes the best thing to say was nothing at all. He knew this intrinsically, but he didn't know where the knowledge had come from. Conversation wasn't just push and pull. Sometimes conversation was simply sitting still and allowing truths to settle. After a few minutes, Justin cleared his throat. How about we tell our story first? If you'd like, Kargan replied, his tone neutral. I'll be honest, Justin began. We're on the run from some bad types. We think they'll be headed this way in a day or two. Thanks for the information. Why are they chasing you? That's a long story. We're not thieves or anything, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I can relate to that. What do you mean? Lila asked. It's the story of my life. Kargan paused for a moment, reflecting. Being born a grayskin is bad enough, so I'm used to being alone. You probably know that we orcs value power and endurance above all. He gave a bitter laugh. Well, you can see from my stature I'm hardly larger than a grown human. You're still strong, Lila protested. Very. Not for an orc, he said. I've given up on the idea that I'm going to be a mighty warrior. There's smithing, of course, but to make armor like we do, it requires raw strength. Master Grudak didn't want to apprentice me until I could get my hands on a craftsman core. Not likely. Such cores only go to the strongest of the brood, not a runt like me. The way you talk about yourself, Lila said. It hurts my heart, Kargan. Does it? Well, I'm used to it, you might say. Sorry if I've made you uncomfortable. We esteem ourselves the way others esteem us. The clan is like a forge that shapes its children. If you don't fit the mold, you end up discarded. Justin felt a burst of realization. Is that what happened to you, Kargan? The orc was silent for a long time, and from that silence, Justin knew he had hit the nail on the head. A gray skin? A mage? A weakling? I suppose it wasn't hard to figure out. Mages are powerful, though, Lila said. You knocked us back a good 5 paces. Kargan laughed bitterly. Powerful? My clan would say I'm weak to use such a spell. Magic is for the weak, for those who can't wield a hammer or war axe, who can't shape armor or shields or useful tools. Magic is not for the orcs. Orcs are only born with power or endurance cores. Magic isn't even a consideration. But you're a mage, Justin said. How is it possible for you to be a mage if orcs have only power or endurance cores? That's a long story. Well, we have time, Lila said. I mean, only if you want to share it. It might take the burden off your shoulders. Kargan stared into the flames, doubtfully. I've been out here a long time, over a month now. You two are the only ones I've seen. Maybe it's not a bad idea. How'd you become a mage? Justin asked again. Orcs really only have one of 2 core attributes? That's right, he said. In return, we are hardier than other races, and stronger, and we can see well in the dark. It's give and take, I suppose. Humans can take on any core. It's kind of your thing. He took a deep breath, weighing his decision to share. Justin and Lila waited as Kargan began his tale. The orc stared into the flames, his expression a mix of bitterness and resignation. I suppose it all started with the raid. Our clan often sends out raiding parties to claim resources and occasionally magical items from nearby territories and vaults. It's not unusual, it's just the way things are done among us orcs. We prize power and endurance, and whatever we can use to enhance those is worth the risk. Might is right, mostly. He paused, looking down at his hands, which were wrapped around the staff. There was this vault in the mountain valleys to the northwest of here, a place of ancient magic, dangerous but filled with treasures. The clan elders decided it was worth the risk, and they sent a party to clear it out. I wasn't part of the main group. I was just there to assist with carrying supplies and doing the menial tasks the warriors couldn't be bothered with. Kargan's voice grew softer, and he seemed to withdraw into himself. Inside the vault, they found a core, a blood warden core. It's a rare type. It's one of 2 mage cores that use the endurance attribute, the other being blood mage. The blood warden core grants the ability to protect and heal. Supportive magic, really. Not the power we orcs value. Sometimes some of the lower caste women will take it on, but even then they have to live far away from the clans and aren't allowed to marry or bear children. They downright look down upon the blood warden class. It uses one's very life force, a sacred thing to us orcs. spending it to create wards and healing spells and stuff. Basically, it's not in keeping with Gorthok, so it's tolerated at best. Gorthok? Justin asked. The duology, Kargan explained. I suppose humans know little about it. It's our god, I guess you could say. Male and female rolled into one. Male for power, Gore. Female for endurance, Thok. If it doesn't follow Gorthok, well, it's probably outright heresy. Though Blood Warden is an endurance class, it directly attacks one's life force to heal and protect, so it is sacrilege. I see, Lila said. Kargan nodded. We orcs have little respect for magic anyway, and those who use it are often seen as weak or untrustworthy. It's not in keeping with Gorthok. The clan was disappointed with the core, especially given the blood that was spilled for it, but given its rarity, they thought it would fetch a good price in the market, even if it wasn't useful to us. Failing that, one of the lower women would be forced to take it on. Despite the class being reviled, the elders are wise enough to understand it has its uses in healing the sick and injured. He swallowed hard. The memory is clearly painful. But then, as we were leaving the vault, we were attacked. A pack of dire wolves led by an alpha wolf twice the size of a normal one. It was chaos. The warriors fought bravely, but we were outnumbered and surprised, and the party was weakened from the raid. I panicked. I didn't know what to do. In the chaos, I was bitten badly on the arm. Kargan held up his right arm, but there was no injury to speak of. One warrior drew the beast away from me. Somehow I found myself alone, hiding in the baggage cart with the core. It was glowing, pulsing with energy. I was certain we were all going to die, and it was the only way I'd get to live. I knew it was forbidden, but all the same, I felt it calling to me. So, I absorbed it. Kargan looked up, his eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. And for the first time in my life, I heard the Creator's voice. I felt something like acceptance for the first time in my life. The core bonded with me as if it had always belonged. It was like nothing I'd ever felt before. A rush of power and energy. As a level 0, of course, I had nothing but my main class skill, Blood Aegis. What does that do? Justin asked. It's what you ran into when you approached. It creates a dome of protection, knocking anything back that gets too close. Plus, anyone inside gets boosted healing from me. It will get more powerful as I level up. That does sound powerful, Lila said. What's your class boon? That one is called Forge of Life. You see, because Blood Wardens use their very life force for their spells, we need to recover it more quickly than others. Forge of Life gives us fast, natural healing. Sounds useful, Justin said. Kargan continued his story. Among the cart, I found this old staff among the loot. Somehow I knew it would work to focus my magic. Because of Blood Aegis, I felt brave enough to contribute to the defense. I wouldn't say I turned back the tide, but for the first time I felt like I was contributing to the clan. Some part of me hoped the others would see that too. His shoulders slumped. Of course, it was too much to hope for. To them, I had stolen the core, and worse, I had become something they despised. A mage. A male blood warden. It's like an oxymoron to the orcish clans. There is no deeper shame among us. Justin felt a deep sympathy for Kargan's plight, understanding the pain of being ostracized for being different. Kargan clenched his fists, his gray knuckles turning white. They took me back to the clan for judgment. The elders were beyond furious. My parents, they looked like they wanted to die from shame. The elders accused me of treachery, of dishonoring our traditions, for going against Gorthok. My father and mother spoke not a word in my defense. In their eyes, I could see the truth. I was no longer their son. The elders, they said I had tainted myself with magic. I was no longer fit to be part of the clan. They exiled me, cast me out with nothing more than the clothes on my back and this staff. And of course, this brand you see on my forehead, so every other clan knows what I am. A mage and an exile. They let me keep the staff. I'd already bound it to myself, so it was of no use to them. Kargan's shoulders slumped further, the weight of his story clearly bearing down on him. I've been out here ever since, trying to survive on my own. The magic is useful, but it can't replace the life I lost. I just wish I could go back. I don't know what possessed me to grab that core. I just wanted to belong, I guess. To help, for once in my life. Justin's throat clamped up, but he knew he had to be the one doing the comforting. Lila looked as if she wanted to hug Kargan, but she was also restraining herself. You just wanted to help, Justin said. You said you did it to save yourself, and that's true. But deep down, all you've ever wanted was to help others. That's why the core called to you. Religion can be funny. They're just a collection of traditions that are wrapped up and given a name. They might be useful for a time in which they were written, but times change. That might sound like heresy to you, but clearly you want to use your powers to help people. Kargan nodded, sniffling a bit. That speaks to my soul. What level are you at now? Lila asked. Kargan grunted. Just level 2. There are few opportunities to practice my magic out here. That spell that knocked you back is one of the 2 I have. It also helps hide anyone inside of it, like if you're camping out in the wild. It's pretty powerful already, Lila pointed out. That can come in handy out here. That's why this tower seemed empty from a distance. The spell was concealing it. What's your other spell? Justin asked. Sacrificial armor, Kargan said. It lets me take some of my life force and use it to protect myself for a while, or an ally. Useful, I'm sure, but I haven't had the chance to try it out in a fight. I'm not trying to offend, but it's crazy to say that you're not strong, Justin said. It's not just your class, Kargan, it's your desire to help others. This tower is the last place you should be. It's the place society has deemed fit for me. There are orcs out there in the world, Lila said. I've seen them. I've even seen some with similar brands on their foreheads. You aren't unique in being exiled. They could be criminals, or worse, Kargan said. Or they could be just like you, Justin pointed out. Either way, what do you plan to do once you run out of supplies? Kargan didn't have an answer for that. Something told Justin that he intended to starve himself. Listen, Justin said. I'm an outsider too. I have been for my whole life. I also have a class that many people find useless. It doesn't feel great to be called that. Kargan nodded in recognition. What class is that? Socialite. Ah, Kargan said. I see how others might say that it's useless. Lila couldn't stop herself from snickering. My point exactly, Justin said good-naturedly. I've made the best of it. If I could be a badass blood warden who got to cast blood magic, I'd do it in a heartbeat. That said, this class has surprised me. It's gotten Lila and me out of some tough spots. The point being, you never know your worth until you try. And sometimes people's beliefs prevent them from seeing your value. It just means you haven't found the right people yet. The right clan, Kargan finished. Yes, I see what you mean. He frowned a bit. This is a lot to take in, and it's rather late. I've probably shared too much. It's weak to share feelings. You did just fine, Justin assured him. And sharing your feelings isn't a weakness. Vulnerability can be a sign of strength. Kargan frowned, as if the concept were foreign to him. That makes little sense. Think about your magic, Justin said. You take your life force, which weakens you, right? Yes. And you apply that life force elsewhere, creating strength. It's like that. Maybe there's something to it. It was quiet for a while after that. Lila yawned. We should get some rest, Justin said. Before we do, though, I'd like to make you an offer. An offer? What do you mean? Lila and I could use someone like you. We're heading for Windfall. We've lost 2 of our friends recently. Kargan's expression became somber. My condolences. They were our guides. I'm not sure we can find our way alone out here. You're probably not safe to stay in this tower for much longer anyway. I have my blood, Aegis. I can manage. Lila leaned forward. No disrespect, but with the ones chasing us, that won't cut it. You need to come with us for your own safety. Windfall could use someone with your abilities, Kargan. The Mage Guild is widespread over all of Sarenthal. It wouldn't be easy, but there is a place for you in the world. I know it. Would they help a Blood Warden like me? He asked. Our magic works differently. From what I've researched, many people distrust it. Even other mages, especially other mages. It's blood magic, so technically it's chaos magic. Chaos magic? One of the 4 spiritual elements, Kargan said, looking at him strangely. It's like death magic. Its casting is banned in most of Sarenthal. It's a different school, if that makes sense, and it's frowned upon at best. Justin wasn't sure he totally understood, but he got the essence of what Kargan was saying. The world is a big place, Kargan. Not everyone will understand or accept you, but there will always be those who value what you can offer. The right people are out there. It's just a matter of finding them. Windfall could be a start. Kargan nodded, contemplating Justin's words. I know the way to Windfall. I could take you there, maybe. He shook his head. I'll have to sleep on it. Of course, Justin said. If you're ready to sleep, we can head back outside, as promised. Kargan shook his head. No need for that. Both of you have been generous. Among my people, it's often said, better to share a fire than to burn alone. For the first time, I'm realizing it's not just about fires. He stood. Let me recast my ward. It'll keep weaker creatures away and do a good job of hiding us, at least until morning. It might help hide us if enemies head this way. We would be grateful, Lila said. Thank you, Kargan. The orc nodded. Don't mention it. The orc took a few steps away, raising his arms wide, staff in hand. He gave a pained grunt as an aura of crimson light spread from him, quickly fading into the night. Justin felt a sense of peace. It was subtle, but recognizable. An effect of the spell, he was sure. Did that hurt? Lila asked. Kargan had his hands on his knees, wincing in pain. Just a bit, but it's worth it for the safety. Plus, I'll recover quickly. For the first time, his lips upturned in a smile. Nice to get triple the experience for protecting 2 more people instead of just me. Justin and Lila got out their bedrolls, settling down for the night on the opposite side of the fire. Kargan watched the flames, seeming to ruminate. Good night, Kargan, Justin said. The orc grunted in response. Night. As the conversation ended, Justin received a notification. You have gained 20 experience points. Your experience stands at 1,189 of 550. Level up available. Justin realized the experience had come from winning the young orc's trust. A less experienced person might have fumbled it. Justin closed his eyes and was soon asleep. 37. Northward Bound. They call blood magic wicked, as if morality is anything but a matter of perspective. So what if my power flows from the nether, where death and chaos reign? A world without death is stagnant, and a world without chaos is lifeless. And in the end, who's to say the ether is any holier when it too feeds on the struggles of the living? Blood Mage Veileth Sarn. Crimson Truths. Justin woke up to the first rays of sunlight falling through the broken roof of the tower. As soon as he had his first conscious thought, that the fire was low, the voice entered his mind. You have reached level 6. Setbacks are inevitable, but by keeping your eyes on the horizon, you will find that each step becomes easier. Justin thought that was an apt way to describe things. The voice seemed to change its little encouraging notes to him based on what was going on in his life. It was intelligent, then, or at least self-adapting. He remembered what Kargan had said about it, that it was the creator. Lila had said something about it being the voice of Eyrth. He would have to ask Lila about it later when he got the chance. You have 1 attribute point to distribute. It wasn't even a thought anymore. He locked it into Charisma without hesitation. Your Charisma is now 17. As a level 6 socialite, you have unlocked your next boon. Choose wisely. There is no going back. Justin looked over both options. Polished footwork. With every step, you are always exactly where you need to be. Your ability to keep time and rhythm greatly improves your dancing, while in combat, you gain a 10% increase in your movement speed. Add injury to insult. Rare. Nothing cuts deeper than a sharp tongue followed by an even sharper blade. While any enemy is under the effect of your poison barb, you deal an additional 50% damage to them. Justin's eye immediately lit upon the rare marker. He had already gotten a rare skill, but now he might be adding a rare boon to his collection. He wondered if he was just getting lucky or if something else was influencing it. First, he considered polished footwork. It looked more generally useful, its advantage being that it didn't rely on poison barb to be effective. Combat speed didn't mean just hitting faster, but also having the ability to reposition or even escape entirely. Justin was also intrigued by the possibility of becoming a more natural dancer. It was a talent that took years to master, so getting a leg up on it would certainly be nice. True, it wouldn't do him any good out here, but if he ever found himself in that sort of a situation, well, it was a nice boon indeed. Add injury to insult, on the other hand, was even more tempting. It was an opportunity to shore up a major weakness. The boon didn't say Justin had to stun an enemy with his poison barb. An enemy merely had to be suffering its effects. From what he could tell, poison barb always did something, whether that was causing hesitation or making an enemy stumble. Under the auspices of the boon, that would count as being affected by it. The 10% boost to combat speed was nice, but in Justin's mind, it was clearly outclassed by the possibility of hitting 50% harder, even if the window for dealing extra damage was somewhat narrow. You have chosen add injury to insult. The art of conversation is not merely a matter of charm. It's knowing how to wield words as weapons. May your words be salt in the wound. With those words, the voice departed. As with every level up, Justin summoned his interface. Justin Tailmaker. Class, Socialite. Level, 6. Experience to level 7, 639 of 720. For the first time since Silverton, Justin didn't have enough banked experience to gain a level up on his next sleep. The experience requirements were already getting much larger. His quick rise to level 6, however, was all because of running into 2 vaults and having Alistair and Eldrin do most of the legwork. True, he'd found pivotal ways to contribute that had earned him the experience, but he knew vaults were dangerous places, usually not suited to characters of his class. Most socialites probably had to level up the old-fashioned way, schmoozing, manipulating, lying, bargaining, charming, networking, flattering, and persuading. Justin had done little of that upon entering Eyrth, but he had the feeling that more of that would be in his future. With a beefy base 17 in charisma, modified to 19 with the Cane of Valoria and his refined presence party tactic, with a possible 21 when activating Dandy's swagger, he would be a massive social force, at least among unclassed individuals, and even among classes that had invested little in their own charisma attribute. Of course, most of that was useless out here in the wilds, but it wouldn't be that way forever. Or so he told himself. Lila was next to wake up, taking on a look of silent rumination. If she was anything like Justin, she would have her own last level up to process. Once done, she turned to face him.
New boon, Descant Defense.
Oh? And what does that do?
Basically, anytime I sing, it reduces damage to the party by 5%. Plus, anytime I start a new song, it casts minor regeneration on the entire party.
Is that a healing spell?
Yes, a small one, but every little bit helps. It only lasts 15 seconds, though, and I can only switch songs once a minute to keep it going. I figured, combined with unified cadence, we're getting 10% damage reduction across the board.
That sounds like it will help a lot, Justin said. Since it's a boon, it just works automatically, right?
Lila nodded. That's right.
What did you put the point in this time? Justin asked. She smiled.
Charisma. I'm a bard. Time to do bardic things.
Kargan continued sleeping, snoring softly by the fire. Clearly the young mage had become more comfortable with them. Justin and Lila prepped breakfast, something hot for the road, but not even the smell was enough to wake the orc. Teenagers, Justin said. The word seemed to rouse Kargan, who rolled over and blinked his eyes drearily. Huh? Time to eat, Justin said. Do you like oatmeal? Sure I do, Kargan said. He immediately tucked in, clearly still ravenous. He would have eaten more, but at least he left some for Justin and Lila. After eating, Justin looked the orc up and down. So, have you thought about our offer? Kargan grunted. Yes, I'll go with you. At least as far as Windfall.
Yay, Lila said. You've made the right choice.
Not much of a future here anyway. The food is tough enough to forage already, and it'll get even worse come winter. I was thinking about what you said, Justin. Maybe there's a place for me in Windfall. It never hurts to try, right? Glad to hear it. Let's make it official. Justin mentally invited Kargan to join his party. Kargan has joined the party. Whoa, Kargan said. A charisma buff. And Lila's unified cadence looks like it'll be useful too. We should all make a pact with each other. That way we are familiar with each other's abilities, Justin said. It'll come in handy to know what we're all capable of if we run into trouble. Kargan didn't seem comfortable with this. Is that really necessary at this point? I can just tell you what I'm capable of. It's not much. Justin exchanged a glance with Lila. She didn't seem to think it was strange that Kargan was unwilling to share. On the contrary, from her amused expression, perhaps Justin was being a bit too forward in his request. Sorry if I made things awkward, Justin said. Sure, that works. Kargan cleared his throat. Well, it's not much, to be honest. Like I said, my class skill is a spell called Blood Aegis. Basically, it creates a shield that repels all damage around me. Anyone inside it benefits from increased healing from my spells. Plus, it helps to hide whatever is inside, as long as they're already undetected, if that makes sense. It's useful for traveling in the wilds and such. It's not foolproof, but it helps. Got it, Justin said. Then there's my class boon, Forge of Life. That increases my natural healing by a lot, which helps since I cast blood magic spells. How fast is a lot? Lila asked. Kargan looked at her seriously. Well, for example, I accidentally cut myself with a knife while cutting some meat the other day. It was pretty deep. The wound healed in under a minute. Wow, she said. That's amazing. That's blood magic for you, Kargan said. And a lot of people don't like it. Well, you have nothing to fear from us, Lila said. I'm a pretty practical person, and most Daylorians are pretty liberal about these things. Maybe you should consider moving there. I've heard as much. I guess I will consider it. And the last one is a shield, right? Justin asked. Sacrificial armor? Kargan nodded, his tusks protruding. That's right. This one is a specific shield spell that covers one person. It mitigates all damage until it runs out. He shrugged. That's it, at least for now. I'm pretty close to level 3, thankfully. I'm not sure what my next spell will be. Hopefully I'll find out soon. For now, it seems like my class is meant to absorb a lot of damage. Interesting, Justin said. It's rare to see a mage who takes on the role of a tank. I'm not sure what my role is yet, to be honest, Kargan said. Just learning as I go. I'm confused about your skills, though, Justin. Lila seems to be a standard damage dealer with those knives. I can see she's a bard from my interface, but it doesn't seem that your class gives you many combat-related skills. I have my cane for that, Justin said, giving it a flourish. You'd be surprised how much damage this can do. The orc didn't seem convinced. Anyway, there's an old path that leads north from here. I actually followed it down from the mountains. It's rough going at points, but it beats heading into the wilds. I remember there being a fork in the road, so when we find it, we can choose the path that leads north to Windfall. From there, it's just a matter of heading for the north way, and then to Windfall from there. Justin remembered seeing the path. Any towns on the way? We need to resupply. There are none in the Darkwood itself. There's Dark Stream Crossing on the eastern side of the forest, about 20 miles northeast. If you're being chased and they know you're up here, that's the next natural spot for them to check. No thanks, Lila said. Is the Darkwood dangerous? This area has always been pretty wild, at least by human standards, Kargan said. Plenty of monsters, but most of them aren't too bad, at least if the warriors from my clan are anything to go by. Apparently they get tougher closer to the Umber Range toward the west. There's also Green Hollow on the northern side of the forest. More of a farming hamlet, really, but we can probably trade for food there with the locals. It's about 35 miles north, at a guess. The next big town after that is Windfall, and of course a few smaller towns in between. Lead the way, Lila said. They stepped out of the front threshold, the day already bright. Kargan looked at the tower he'd spent the last month in, regarding it for a moment. He then turned to face north, his gray mage's robes swirling in the breeze. Silently, the trio set off down the path. Justin wondered about Eldrin's fate. He struggled to imagine anything happening to the ranger. He was too wily for that. Alistair, however. He pushed the thought from his mind as they hiked into the hills covered by the dark wood, following the path cut by the overgrown road. As morning gave way to afternoon, and afternoon to early evening, the forest grew thicker, the air filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The trees loomed larger, their ancient trunks gnarled and as big as buildings. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting the forest floor in an eerie twilight. It was hard for Justin not to feel dwarfed by it all. "I can see why they call this the Darkwood," Lila said. Her voice seemed muffled, as if the surrounding trees were absorbing it. "It's an old forest," Kargan said. "Part of Aranthia, technically. It hasn't been maintained in well over 100 years. No monsters yet, at least," Justin said. Lila eyed the sides of the trail warily. "Let's hope it stays that way." The trio walked in silence. The road was somewhat overgrown, but it was surprisingly clear given its age. Every time Justin checked his map, they were still heading north. "How is this trail even here?" Justin asked. "It hasn't been maintained in over 100 years, right?" "That's easy," Kargan said. He pointed to a worn, smooth stone covered in ivy on the side of the trail. It stood about 4 feet tall. "See that?" "Sure, I've seen several of them. They're shield stones, 10 per mile, and each one has been heavily enchanted to keep vegetation from reclaiming the path. Of course, the magic weakens over time. Eventually, this path will be taken over by the forest." "Interesting," Justin said. The forest became silent again. Just minutes ago, there had been bird song and the usual chirps of small mammals. All that was gone now. Justin gripped his cane tightly, while Lila reached for her knives and Kargan held his staff with both hands. He couldn't help but notice how deep the shadows were on the sides of the path. Anything could be lurking in there. That's when Kargan came to a sudden stop, grunting in pain as he created his blood aegis. A translucent crimson circle about 20 feet across surrounded them. Justin was about to ask what was going on when, from the darkness, a low growl rumbled. Justin strained his eyes, trying to pinpoint the source. That was when Justin saw it. 2 glowing red eyes glaring at him from the shadows. "I knew I saw something," Kargan said. "I saw nothing at all," Lila replied, her voice thin. "Orcs have excellent night vision," Kargan explained. Justin swallowed. Without their new ally, he and Lila would have been caught by surprise. It crawled forward to the edge of the ward and into the dim light of the path. Justin could only describe it as an oversized badger, its fur a dark, mottled gray that perfectly blended into the forest floor. Muscles rippled beneath its pelt, while sharp, curved claws dug into the forest floor. Its mouth hung slightly open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. "I hope he's by himself," Lila said. "Shade badgers are solitary hunters," Kargan replied. "The thing is trying to size us up right now." Justin took his cane, waving it in a wide arc. "Go away! We're big and scary predators!" The monstrous badger's response was to let out a low snarl, crouching as if preparing to pounce. Lila, poised with her knives, watched the beast intently. "What's the plan?" "Hammer and anvil," Kargan said. "If it breaks through the ward, let me get in between. Justin attacks from the left, Lila from the right." The badger lunged at them with a sound somewhere between a hiss and a growl. It struck the barrier, causing a ripple of energy. The beast recoiled, flipping over and snarling in frustration. Lila unleashed a flurry of knives, each one finding its mark on the beast's tough hide. The badger roared in pain, its red eyes burning with rage. It clawed at the ward and at last broke in. Kargan advanced, giving a heavy grunt as he became surrounded by an aura of crimson magic. Blood covered his gray skin, but already the wounds were knitting themselves together. The beast lunged for Justin, but Kargan stepped into its path, knocking it back with his staff. Lila had recalled her knives and was throwing them again. Black blood mottled the beast's fur, and it slunk toward Lila with surprising speed. Kargan shifted his position, blocking it and taking the hit with his sacrificial armor. But Justin knew that armor wouldn't last forever. He approached from behind, extending the knife from his cane's tip, stabbing the badger deeply. It whirled and extended its claws, slashing more quickly than Justin would have believed. With inhuman swiftness, Justin parried, knocking the creature back with a shriek. Gentleman's rebuff has shielded this attack. Kargan's shield was petering out, and with another pained grunt, he created a new veil of armor. His very skin was dripping blood, his form hobbled and travel robes stained. But despite this, he stood directly in the beast's path as it charged Lila again, who was once more preparing to throw her knives. Justin, once again, came from behind, determined to end the badger. It was slowing, blood loss finally dampening its ferocity. Justin stabbed at it repeatedly, and the creature recoiled at each strike. Kargan beat it down with his staff while Lila took two of her knives, now recalled, and buried them both in the badger's neck from behind. Only then did the beast grow still. The three fought to catch their breath. Kargan lowered his staff, his breaths labored, his body drenched in both sweat and blood. Justin could see open wounds marring his skin, wounds that, even now, were slowly knitting themselves together. The crimson light of his armor faded, leaving them standing in the dim forest once more. "Are you okay?" Lila asked Kargan. The young orc nodded shakily. "Yeah, that's my first proper fight, not counting the dire wolf attack." "You did great," Justin said. "That badger was positively radioactive." "I've never heard that term," Kargan said. "But sometimes, when a vault is near, its magic will affect the local wildlife. It'll turn animals into monsters, or might spawn monsters itself." "We're not going into a vault," Lila said. "No, it wouldn't be wise," Kargan said. "But an isolated forest like this would be the perfect place for one to spawn." His gaze took in both of them. "We should try to find a safe spot to set up for the night. My ward should allow us to sleep somewhat peacefully." "Unless another one of those things attacks," Lila said, glancing nervously around the darkening forest. "That one broke your ward." "My ward will repel weaker creatures and monsters for sure," Kargan said. "Against something like that, though, I need to get stronger." Justin glanced around warily. "We were probably better off going to Darkstream Crossing, huh?" "Maybe," Kargan replied. "Either way, Green Hollow shouldn't be too far north. It might be safest to walk through the entire night." "I'm so tired," Lila said, "but it doesn't seem like we have a choice." As they continued their journey through the dark wood, Justin couldn't help but feel a growing respect for the young orc. Kargan might still be unsure of himself, but he had proven his worth by protecting them from that monstrous badger. But something told Justin that the horrors of the Darkwood weren't through with them yet. 38. The Darkwood. There is a certain magic in the Darkwood, and not the kind that comforts. As the Ilvari elves' power and influence dwindled, their curiosity for the forbidden grew. They once held their faith in Lathalon, goddess of life, as their highest virtue. Yet their fall is a sobering reminder. When desperation beckons, even the proud and devout will kneel before the darker forces. Aristine Duvret, The Shadows of Elven Kind. They walked another hour, following the winding trail through rougher and rougher terrain. Night had fallen, and were it not for Kargan's sacrificial armor, which cast an eerie crimson aura around them, they would have had no light at all. It almost functioned like infrared vision given the hue. The armor dissipated every 5 minutes, forcing him to cast it again, almost always accompanied by a grunt of pain. Despite this, Kargan seemed unfazed, accepting it as part of his duty. Justin felt bad for the guy. He wondered if he ever got used to it. As they ventured deeper into the Darkwood, Justin's sense of unease only grew. The towering trees seemed to press in on them. Strange sounds echoed through the forest. Unfamiliar bird calls, the rustling of unseen creatures, and the occasional low growl that sent shivers down his spine. A faint mist crept along the forest floor. They hadn't come upon a fork in the trail, as expected. Justin was afraid that they had missed it in the darkness. "We need to get well away from that vault, wherever it is," Kargan said, his voice tense. "I'm afraid we're getting closer to it," Lila said, her eyes darting around. It was at that moment that Justin noticed an angry buzz. Flying right before them was what appeared to be a giant wasp. Kargan immediately reacted, casting Blood Aegis just in time to send the insect reeling back. Lila let loose 2 of her knives, both finding their mark. The monster landed with a sickening splat. "This is the Forest of Death," Justin said. They had no choice but to keep going. Justin was afraid to even get out his map, which would mean dropping his concentration. Any lapse in alertness could end in their deaths. He just had to trust it was still leading them north, that they had taken the right turn. Another hour passed. Kargan set a fast pace. They went up and down hills, across small streams as the narrow path took them higher in elevation. "We're getting closer to the Umbers now," Kargan said, his voice low. "Too close." At last, after what he guessed to be midnight, Justin saw a light through the trees. Hope rose in his chest. "Please tell me that's Green Hollow." "It's green," Lila said. "I'll give it that much." Indeed, the light had a green hue to it. Not what would be expected of a small village. The light belonged to something else, and Justin already had an idea of what. His worst fears were confirmed when they rounded the path, coming face to face with what looked like a broken wall covered in vines. The trees of the Darkwood interspersed with broken stone buildings and towers. It was hard to tell in the darkness, but it looked like the ruins of an ancient city, long claimed by the forest. The entire area was surrounded by a green veil of magic that made a dome over the ruins. The stone structures and towers were covered in moss and vines, crumbling with age, yet still holding a ghostly majesty. The trees had grown through and around the buildings, their roots and branches intertwining with the stone, a hauntingly beautiful blend of nature and architecture. Kargan surveyed the scene with a furrowed brow. "I can't believe it. We've definitely come too far west. Justin, have you been checking the map?" "Not for a while, no. I've had my eyes peeled for that path you mentioned." We must have gotten sidetracked," Kargan said in frustration. "We're way off base here." "Well, where are we then?" Lila asked. "Because this city looks big, ancient, and scary." Kargan shook his head. "I can't be sure, but if I had to make a guess, this would be the ruins of Eldareth. But Eldareth doesn't exist anymore." "Eldareth?" Lila asked tentatively. "It was an Ilvari elven city, truly ancient, as in over 2,000 years old ancient. The clan elders always tried to avoid this area. It is said to be completely swallowed by the Darkwood." "Damn," Justin said. "There are elves? You mean tall and pointed-eared elves? And I'm just now learning this?" "Yes, but they aren't around anymore," Kargan said. "They were known for being strong with magic and quite advanced. Of course, there hasn't been an elf left in Serenthel in at least 1,500 years, and all of Eyrth for 1,000 or more." Justin felt a pang of sadness. "So, they're all dead?" "Yes. If this is really Eldareth, we've definitely strayed too far to the west. It's said to be located in a hidden valley that sort of carves its way into the Umbers. There was a big war between elves and orcs back in the day. The elders say that the elven spirits are especially violent towards those of my kind. Justin frowned. Can't we go around it or turn back? Kargan shook his head. The trees are too thick to go around. We'd lose too much time. Besides, the city occupies a pass that cuts right through the Umbers. You see, the mountain range sort of veers east here instead of north and south for a small section. We're in that part now, called the Serpent's Bend, so the fastest way would be to go through it, unless we want to backtrack and see where we missed the turn. We didn't miss any turn, Lila said. I've been watching the trail closely this entire time. I think the magic of the forest is playing tricks on us. You're saying the road changed, Kargan said. This is the same path I followed down from the mountains, and I definitely didn't run across this place. If it's the same path, then why did it lead here? Justin asked. Can magic really switch the direction of the trail? Wouldn't these shield stones prevent that? Kargan grunted. They would have, assuming we stayed on the right path. I don't know about you, but I haven't seen a shield stone in miles. If we go back, it could change on us again, Justin said. I think we should check this vault at the very least. If we read the description, we're not actually committing to anything. A vault in a city like this one will be far beyond our party's abilities, Kargan said. We might camp in front of it tonight, assuming it's low enough and level, but we'd need to head back into the forest tomorrow and take our chances. The important thing is we need to make sure we keep pointing north, even if we have to go off trail. You said the city is in a pass, Lila said. What's on the other side? The Northwood, Kargan said. Much gentler terrain, to be sure. The path to Windfall would be fairly clear, admittedly. Maybe we should check out the vault first, Lila said. Who knows? It might be doable. Kargan sighed, clearly not liking this. It doesn't hurt to learn more. As they approached what appeared to be the entrance of the city, a large archway covered in ancient runes, a notification appeared before Justin's eyes. Vault discovered. The fate of Eldareth. Recommended party level, 8. Average party level, 4.667. Risk level, extremely dangerous. Your party is well below the recommended level. Some challenges may be difficult, perhaps even fatal. Description: Eldareth, once a flourishing city, now lies in desolate ruin. However, the city's ancient magic endures, offering adventurers a rare glimpse into a forgotten past. Over 2 millennia ago, during the twilight of the Age of Wonders, the elven kingdom of Ilvaria and the Orcish Confederation were embroiled in a brutal war over the fate of Serenthel. Despite the splendor of the past, it was a dark time for Ilvaria, especially as the war dragged on with no clear resolution. Your party must assume the role of a diplomatic delegation sent from the Orcish Confederation to offer terms of peace, with neither side gaining or losing ground or resources in the deal. The vault is only cleared when King Thalion and Queen Alaria agree to enter peace talks with the Orcish Confederation. This challenge is not solely political. It may also lead to physical confrontations if the party cannot convince both monarchs. It demands both sharp intellect and a capable hand. Rewards upon completion. Experience, scaled to party member levels and individual contributions. Guaranteed bronze tier item for each party member. Chance for a silver tier item for one party member. Treasure, 1 golden crown to be divided among the party. Do you accept the vault's challenge? Kargan turned to Justin and Lila, his expression serious. This is it. If we go through, we're committing to this. There's no turning back from the moment you enter a vault. Justin took a deep breath, glancing at the foreboding ancient structures before them. Looks like we have little choice. Let's do this. Level 8 is less than anything we've done so far. Right now? Lila asked incredulously. I'm beyond exhausted, and we don't have Eldrin or Alistair to breeze through it anymore. And need I remind you, both of us are only level 6 and a charisma class? Are those your friends? Kargan asked curiously. Justin and Lila both nodded somberly. So far, they hadn't told Kargan anything about Alistair or Eldrin. Everything was still too fresh, and Justin hadn't even had time to process things. Justin broke the silence. Let's camp out in front of the entrance, then. At level 8, this vault isn't making monsters anytime soon. There must have been another vault in the forest doing that. We're probably safe to camp here as long as Kargan has his ward up. Kargan said. True enough. It's late. We should definitely take a rest while we have the opportunity. Plus, I have enough experience to unlock my next spell, which could prove vital. That's what we'll do then, Lila said. We can make a better decision tomorrow morning. I'll take the first watch, Kargan said. We can't count on the ward to completely protect us. I can grab second, Justin said. Wake me up in a few hours? I'll take the last one then, Lila said. As they settled down for the night, Kargan created his blood aegis. Justin could only hope it gave them some measure of protection. They ate a hasty dinner, each lost in their thoughts, with the ancient city looming behind them. This vault would prove a challenge to them for sure, especially with Kargan being at such a low level. Then again, from what Alistair and Eldrin were describing, it seemed all vaults started at a low level and grew more powerful over time. As such, perhaps this vault was still quite new. Over the centuries, perhaps numerous vaults had been cleared from these ruins dozens of times by various adventurers, the scenarios encountered within different each time. They laid out their bedrolls near the entrance. Justin lay down and stared up at the starry sky. Lila rested on her side, her knives within reach. Justin could only hope it wasn't a long night. 39. Before the Ruins.
Nestled in the northern foothills of the Umbers lies Eldoreth, an elven metropolis that, at its height, eclipsed anything existing in Serenthel today. It is now a forgotten ruin overtaken by the Darkwood, seen only by the most daring, or foolhardy, of adventurers.
Caelion Miris, Ilvaria, A Lost History. The morning light filtered through the dense canopy of the Darkwood, casting an eerie glow on the ancient ruins of Eldoreth. Justin stirred awake, feeling the chill of dawn and the cool earth beneath him. He glanced around to see Lila already awake, stoking a small campfire. Kargan was still sleeping, snoring softly. They had made it through the night in one piece, and that was about the best he could ask for. For the first time since Silverton, Justin had no level up to process. He got up and stretched, trying to reduce the tension in his muscles. Though it was daytime, the dimness was downright eerie. He moved closer to the fire, where Lila handed him a piece of bread. Morning, she said, her voice low. We're getting a little low on supplies, unfortunately. Morning, Justin replied, taking a bite. Well, once we get to Windfall, we'll dine like royalty. He looked over at Kargan, who was still asleep. We should wake him. As if on cue, Kargan stirred, blinking groggily as he sat up. Huh? Time to eat, Justin said, handing him some food. Hope you like bread. It's all we have left. Kargan nodded, taking the offered meal. It's fine. As they ate, Kargan was quiet, lost in thought. Justin guessed he was probably choosing his level 3 skill. After a few minutes, Kargan's short tusks stuck out a bit in what Justin assumed was an orcish smile. New spell, he announced with pride. Vital Surge. It lets me use some of my life force to heal myself or a party member. That's great, Justin exclaimed. It will definitely come in handy if we decide to explore the city. Is that the way we're going? Lila asked. "We've had our share of close calls already." Before they could discuss it further, a sudden rustling from the trees caught their attention. Justin stood up, his hand instinctively reaching for his cane. From the shadows emerged a figure, half man, half horse. It was a centaur with a brown coat, holding a short bow designed for rapid firing, along with a quiver full of arrows at its side. Its pale face was framed by a mane of dark hair, and its green eyes glowed with anger. Before Justin could say anything, the centaur was already drawing an arrow and letting it fly. Thankfully, it was knocked back by Kargan's blood aegis, which was still standing strong. Lila was already moving while Kargan quickly cast a fresh ward. The arrows kept coming, pelting the barrier constantly. It wasn't long before even this new version petered out entirely. The centaur moved with astonishing speed, firing on the move. Kargan moved quickly to recast the barrier, but in the interim an arrow flew right toward the group and lodged right into Lila's shoulder, causing her to scream in pain. "Get behind me!" Kargan roared, abandoning the creation of a new aegis. As the orc stepped between Lila and the centaur, and Justin moved behind him, Kargan cast sacrificial armor, surrounding himself in a crimson barrier. Even as arrows were knocked back by his magical shell, Kargan turned to Lila and roared with pain as he cast magic anew. A flash of crimson light surrounded her, and the arrow slipped from the wound as the flesh beneath knitted together, leaving nothing but the blood that had stained her shirt. Her eyes widened at the sight. Kargan's entire body was sweating blood, riddled with wounds, even as he turned to face the centaur, staff in hand. His magical armor was already weakening from the continuous barrage of arrows. He needed time to recover. Justin felt worse than useless. There was no way that centaur would let him even get close enough to attack with his cane. Even with sacrificial armor covering him, the centaur could easily outrun him. "I can't keep this up forever," Kargan said, his voice strained. "We need to think of something." Justin thought of his own skills. Poison barb might work, but did the centaur even speak the same language as him? Dandy's swagger would provide a small morale and confidence boost, but it was questionable how useful that was. There was dazzling display, of course, but if Justin used it now, it wouldn't be available again until tomorrow, and he might need the move for the vault. In the end, Justin activated Dandy's swagger, strutting forward and twirling his cane. A yellow aura surrounded him, infusing itself into his allies. An unbridled, cocky confidence filled him. "What on earth are you doing, socialite? Now's not the time for dancing." But he'd gotten the centaur's attention, which had apparently taken the strutting dance as a threat. Justin decided now was the perfect time to lob a poison barb. "Nice shooting! Did you train with the village idiot, or are you just naturally this bad?" The centaur apparently understood the message all too well, its cheeks flushing with anger. It began firing only at Justin, who did his best to dance out of the way. One of the arrows he couldn't dodge, but thankfully it didn't matter. His gentleman's rebuff kicked in, swatting the arrow aside like a fly. Gentleman's rebuff has shielded this attack. Kargan stood between Justin and the centaur, tanking the hits with a newly conjured sacrificial armor spell. He quickly followed this with a new blood aegis. He stumbled a bit, blood dripping off his skin and even staining his robes. He definitely couldn't keep this up forever. "Now, Lila!" Justin shouted. Lila seized the opportunity, lobbing her knives. The centaur stumbled, 3 of Lila's 6 knives hitting right in its flank, causing it to rear up on its hind legs as it let out a horse-like scream. When it backed away into the trees, Justin thought it was retreating. But then 2 more centaurs burst from the underbrush, one with a sword and shield, the other with a bow. "This is bad," Justin muttered. Kargan was panting for breath, his form slumped. The new centaurs wasted no time in joining the attack, the sword-wielding one charging toward the outside of the freshly conjured aegis, while the two archers continued to rain arrows on it. The new Aegis wouldn't last long against the barrage. Kargan gritted his teeth, already preparing a new Aegis in anticipation of losing the current one. "We need to retreat into the vault." Just as they were about to make a break for it, a pained scream echoed from the forest. Justin looked up to see the original centaur archer falter and fall to its knees, an arrow embedded just below its left arm. 2 more arrows then were buried in its side. From the trees, Eldrin emerged, bow in hand, his face a stern mask of concentration. The sight of their friend arriving in the nick of time filled Justin with a surge of relief and hope such as he had never known. "Eldrin!" Lila shouted. Eldrin quickly shifted his aim to the remaining centaur archer, which was already backing away into the darkwood. Eldrin fired in rapid succession, bringing the second beast down. The centaur's swordsman, still attacking Kargan's new blood Aegis, suddenly switched tactics and charged at the ranger. Eldrin had enough time to shoot another arrow before diving into some underbrush, barely avoiding the creature's charge. The ranger needed help, even if it was only a distraction. "Now!" Justin yelled. They ran forward to engage. The centaur cut its losses and fled into the darkwood, screaming furiously while beating at its shield. Maybe it was calling for reinforcements. Eldrin watched the centaur's retreat, not breaking his defensive stance until he was sure it was gone. Then he put his bow on his back and approached the trio, his eyes noting Kargan's presence. "What in the gods' names are you doing here?" he demanded, though his tone held more relief than anger. "The Darkwood, of all places." Justin, still catching his breath, managed a tired smile. "Nice to see you too, Eldrin." "They'll be back with more," the ranger said. "I hope that vault there isn't too high a level." "It was level 8 last night," Justin said, "though we haven't had the chance to check it this morning. Where did you go? We were worried sick." Eldrin ignored the question for now. "All of you are lucky to be alive. It's my fault, I suppose, for not warning you about the Darkwood." "I'll say," Lila said. "How did you find us so easily?" "Shadow flight. And you left a trail that would put a drunken elephant to shame." "Thanks," Justin said. "Any news about Gareth?" Eldrin gave a coy smile. "Let's say they won't be a problem." Lila's eyes widened. "You killed them?" "No, of course not. I led them south along the Marin. They've probably figured out the ruse by now, and when they do, they'll probably head for Darkstream Crossing. From there, they'll have to spread themselves thin, trying to figure out where we're going. The point being, we should be safe to head to Windfall. That's the closest city of note." "That was our plan," Justin said. "We should have gone to Darkstream Crossing instead." "Aye, but there's no use lamenting the path not taken. Our new goal is Windfall, and from there getting the rest of the way to Montelea." "That's what we figured," Justin said. "Apparently this city is the fastest way through." "Aye," Eldrin said. "If this vault is still level 8, it's doable. However, without Alistair, we'll need to be on our toes. I'd take this over the Darkwood and centaur ambushes any day. Nasty, brutish creatures." "They'll be back any moment," Kargan said. At this voice, Eldrin regarded him, putting out a hand in greeting. "Eldrin Thornwood." "Kargan Durzag," he said, taking the hand cautiously. "Clan?" Kargan was silent. "It's complicated." "A Blood Warden," Eldrin said with respect. "That's quite a rare class." "And you're a ranger, unless I miss my guess. I'm just here for a time, until Windfall." The sounds of movement and distant war cries from the forest showed that time was pressing. "About time we entered that vault," Justin said. "Mind taking over the party before we do, Eldrin?" "Aye. Let's approach." Justin invited Eldrin to the party and mentally offered him the role of party leader. "Eldrin has joined the party," and assumed the role of party leader. You gain the expertise of his Pathfinder's pace. As they walked toward the vault, Justin set his focus on Eldrin's character, noticing that he had earned a level and a new skill called Falcon's Mark. Justin closed Eldrin's character information. That Falcon's Mark looks interesting. Haven't had the chance to test it out yet, Eldrin said. Basically, it lets Shadowflight spot for me, allowing me to shoot into places I couldn't otherwise see. That sounds useful. I'm sure it is. Eldrin's eyes turned to the vault. Let's approach. Even as the sounds from the forest increased, Kargan cast a new blood aegis, having mostly recovered from his wounds. It would buy them a bit more time to review the vault description in case arrows came flying at them. When they were within a few paces of the city's open gate, Justin received the information. Vault discovered. The Fate of Eldoreth. Recommended party level, 8. Average party level, 6.5. Risk level, dangerous. Your party is below the recommended level. Proceed with extreme caution. Do you accept the vault's challenge? Good, it hadn't gone up in level while all other details remained the same. Justin immediately gave his mental assent. With Eldrin leading the party, there was no reason to delay. Kargan, however, seemed hesitant, watching the broken gates of the city with worry. It'll be all right, Lila said reassuringly. You're more than capable. Kargan sighed. No choice, huh? Unless you wish to fight an entire centaur herd, Eldrin said. No, that I do not. A moment later, Kargan nodded. You have accepted the challenge of the Fate of Eldoreth. May your courage be your guide and resolve be your shield. Good luck, brave adventurers. Justin was surprised to see another notification flash across his interface. With that, the party entered under the broken gates of the city as one. 40. Into Eldoreth. Centaurs are a race of contradictions, half mad, half majestic, half man, half horse. One moment they are poets, singers, and dancers. The next they are consumed by manic bloodlust. To encounter a centaur is to gamble with fate. Will you meet the artist or the beast? Rayvaris Salavarian, The Definitive Bestiary of Eyrth, Volume 4. As soon as they passed through the green veil of magic, the city was no longer in its ruinous state, but appeared to be at the height of its power. They stood on a wide boulevard paved in pure white marble, the median lined with tall trees that shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. Tall, curving buildings rose on either side, none shorter than 5 stories, with many as high as 10. The streets were filled with tall figures in flowing, vibrant robes and, Justin noticed, pointed ears. Their skin tones ranged from pale silver to deep emerald. The sky was pure blue, the weather warm, even balmy. Kargan looked around, eyes wide. I never dreamed I would see an elf in all my days. They're not real, Lila said. Yes, but they might as well be, Kargan replied. Okay, Lila said. What's the plan? We're supposed to be a delegation from the Orcish Federation, so we need to find the king and queen. How can we do that? As they stepped forward into the city, Justin couldn't help but notice that the elves were shrinking back from them. He realized it wasn't he, Eldrin, and Lila they were afraid of, but Kargan. That made sense, considering they were at war with the orcs. It didn't take long for 2 guards to approach. They wore green, natural-looking armor that seemed to be woven from living vines and leaves, and they carried staves made from a white, almost silvery bark. Each had green skin, along with platinum blonde hair hanging down to their waist. There you are, the leader said. They told us to be on the lookout for the delegation, but the fact that you snuck right past the walls doesn't bode well for the gate wardens. To Justin's, words came out in the language that must have been ancient Ylvari. It sounded melodic and slurring, but he understood every word. He was even more surprised when Eldrin responded in the same language. Indeed, we are representatives of the Orcish Confederation. Please take us to the King and Queen. There is no time to waste. Just the four of you? The other guard asked. And our enemies would insult us to send an orc. The delegation was to be entirely neutral. I'm not from the Confederation, Kargan said. I see, the guard said. Well, maybe so. It would seem you're a mage, and the Confederation doesn't look too kindly on them. Justin cleared his throat. The Confederation wishes to show its good faith, knowing the power of the Ylvari mages. It has been a long and terrible war, and they are eager to sue for peace. The first guard scoffed. I'll say, especially after how badly we beat them at the Battle of Erendor. Please, Eldrin said, lead us to the palace. We will do so at once. Within a minute, a contingent of Ylvari guards in similar natural armor, all bearing staves, had boxed them in and were escorting them up the main thoroughfare. The city was far larger than anything Justin had seen so far. This had clearly once been an important city. The towers rose like skyscrapers, even connecting to each other in graceful arched bridges. Blending in with the buildings were beautiful trees with wide and graceful limbs. Passers-by watched them with distrust, their gazes lingering especially long on Kargan. But for all of these wonders, Justin's eyes widened in shock as he saw something that he could only describe as a bipedal armored dinosaur with emerald green skin being ridden by an elven warrior. It was about the size of a horse, and from the lack of looks, it was not a strange sight. At Justin's look of confusion, Eldrin leaned over, speaking in Aranthian while also watching the creature. That's a Thera. Its kind has been extinct in Serenthel for as long as the elves. Justin had to wonder, if society had been this advanced 2,000 years ago, what had caused it to, well, stop being so advanced? War? Plague? Random meteor strike? Yet more questions he didn't have the answers to. At last they rounded a bend and found themselves before a palace that seemed to be a series of giant interconnected trees, with branches and leaves gleaming silver and similarly silver bark shining under the sun. Its canopy spread wide, falling over the stones of the plaza on which they stood. The guards led them up a set of marble steps, right through the open entrance of the main tree, where the grandeur only increased. The walls were lined with tapestries depicting scenes of elven history, and statues of great elven heroes stood in alcoves, their eyes watching the party as they passed. A magnificent fountain rose in the middle, depicting some great elven king on the back of a unicorn. Finally, they entered a grand hall. The space was vast, with high ceilings supported by columns that were in fact living trees with golden bark, their branches arching overhead to form a natural canopy. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the soft hum of magical energy. They passed dozens of nobles dressed richly, and all Justin could think of was that these people, if they could indeed be called people, no longer existed, and hadn't for 2,000 years. More than that, their entire race had been wiped out by something. Perhaps by this very war the Vault had tasked them to end. Within a moment, the guards had brought them before the king and queen, both of whom sat on thrones made of intertwined vines and precious stones. The king's eyes, green as emeralds, surveyed them with interest. He had long silver hair that flowed down his back and a strong, dignified face. The queen's eyes, the same hue of amber as Kargan's, held a mixture of curiosity and caution. She had dark, flowing hair and a serene presence. Justin remembered their names from the vault description, King Thalion and Queen Alaria. The hall was utterly silent as the monarchs looked down at them from their thrones. Justin had to remind himself this was only a level 8 vault, and that they were more than capable of handling whatever was thrown at them. At least, they should be, in theory. At last, King Thalion's voice broke the silence, deep and resonant. "Speak." Eldrin took a humble step forward, lowering his head. "My king and queen." The queen raised a bejeweled hand, instantly stopping him. "No, I want to hear from him." To Justin's surprise, she was looking right at him. Justin cleared his throat. Me, Your Majesty?" "You dare question me, socialite? Where is your respect?" Justin recognized why she was singling him out. Somehow she knew all their classes, and as the socialite, she expected him to be the one to speak. And, come to think of it, why shouldn't he? He had the highest charisma of anyone in the party. Eldrin seemed to recognize this, gracefully taking a step back. It was up to Justin now. He gave a winning smile, hardly even feeling the gazes of the elven nobles upon him. In fact, it seemed the more eyes that were looking at him, the more confident he felt. This was not his normal personality. It was definitely something to do with his charisma attribute, or perhaps his magnetic presence boon. "Your Majesties," he said, his voice clear and commanding. "My name is Lord Justin of House Talemaker, and with me are my associates, Lord Eldrin, Lady Lila, and Lord Kargan. We have come on a mission of peace from the Orcish Confederation, eager to end the long and terrible war that has ravaged both nations and Serenthel at large." The Queen's eyes narrowed as she looked at Kargan. "An orc mage in our midst is an unusual sight. Is this some idea of a joke from our enemies, Lord Justin?" Justin held her gaze steadily. "It is no joke, Queen Ilaria. It is only proof that it is possible for an orc, the dreaded enemy, to come within the hallowed walls of Eldareth itself and conduct himself worthily." To Kargan's credit, he stood straighter, having a noble bearing. He seemed to understand that this was all an act. Justin continued. "We desire to end the bloodshed and find a path to peace. We understand the pain this war has caused, but we believe that through diplomacy and mutual respect, we can forge a new and brighter future for both our sides." The court murmured among themselves, their suspicion clear. Despite Justin's eloquence, Kargan's presence seemed to cast a shadow over their intentions. He wondered if that was by the vault's design, or whether things would have been easier without the orc in their party. King Thalion raised a hand to silence the court. "Of course, peace is desired by all. But when so many have died, and the borders remain the same as they ever were, the sacrifice of tens of thousands of elves will have availed nothing. We cannot accept peace unless we receive something in compensation." Justin wished he could give something to the Ilvari, but the vault description was clear. No land or resources could change sides in the peace deal. Justin's face became solemn. "Peace is better than the alternative, my king." "What alternative?" Justin paused, weighing his words. Either what he said was a significant risk, or it would end up effectively making his point. "It's been said that every empire falls as the ages turn. But when historians look back on the ruins of the past, they point to the reasons this or that kingdom fell, and what might have been done to prevent it. Sometimes larger societal shifts are to blame, under the control of no single being in all of Eyrth, but a zeitgeist all moving in the same direction that can hardly be averted." Zeitgeist? Yes, the charisma attribute was definitely doing something to his words, and much to Justin's surprise, everyone was listening closely. "At other times," Justin continued, "one can point to a single action, A single ruler who set the course of future events in such a way that collapse became inevitable. A single decision, or lack thereof, can act as a trap door through which a kingdom crashes and burns. The king smiled. And you would say that I'm that king, Lord Justin? The powerful often cannot see what is apparent to all those who do not hold power. The humble farmer, whose house has burned, whose family has been killed, has already lost his kingdom. Multiply that by 100 times, 1,000, or even more. Then you discover that a kingdom does not derive its power from its rulers, but from the ruled. Make no mistake, if this war is allowed to continue, and both sides waste themselves on each other, either the entire continent devolves into anarchy, or space is made for a third player to enter and eat the carcasses of those who remain. The hall was incredibly silent following these words. His companions were looking at him strangely, maybe feeling that his speech was out of character. But perhaps it wasn't out of character. Perhaps he was simply stepping into his role for the first time. Your words are well spoken, Lord Justin, King Thalion said at last. Of course, the danger of running out of resources and soldiers is real, but words alone are not enough to prove your sincerity, or that of the Orcish Federation. In these times of war, we cannot afford to trust so easily. The Queen looked at the king. But Lord Justin's words are as good as a prophecy. The Ylvari elves are mighty indeed, but there are certain truths that even our people cannot escape. It might be said one day, here once ruled the Ylvari. Their cities were powerful, their magic mighty, and their craft great, and yet they are nothing more than a memory, because they didn't know how to make peace with their enemies. The king's face firmed. It was clear they didn't see eye to eye on this. That may be true, the king said at last, but if we were the first to cast aside our staves, it would expose our necks to the Orcish enemy. It's only been 50 years since they learned to write. Unlike our people, they do not abide by treaties and laws. Their word is only good for a generation, until the next forgets it and takes up the hammers and axes of their fathers. The Orcish Confederation is sincere in its offer of peace, Justin said. In the halls of their clan elders, they recognize the need for change in their society. I imagine they do, King Thalion said. We dealt them a mighty blow at Eringdor, a blow for which we deserve compensation. Or, Queen Alaria said, in our hubris we overreach and find ourselves with a string of losses and erase all of our gains. The war was faring poorly before our timely victory, my king. It might be best to take the peace while we can. A leaf knows the wind, but a fool trusts the breeze. Let us get out ahead, before the wind shifts. Justin could see that his words had convinced the queen already. The king was the main holdout. And yet, Justin knew he had pushed enough already. Any more, and the king might become even more stubborn. His wife, after all, had already gone against him in front of the entire court. At last, King Thalion sighed. I cannot trust you, Lord Justin, or more accurately, the ones you represent. We've made peace in the time of my father, and still they come raiding down from their mountain halls. Why should we ever trust them? My king, Queen Alaria said, we must lay down our pride. We have already lost so many young soldiers. How can our kingdom hope to recover if we lose even more? The tension between the two only seemed to increase. Justin was racking his mind for something to say to save the situation, when the silence was broken by an unknown voice resounding throughout the hall. Why not let the gods decide? A warrior stepped forward from the shadows, clad in silver armor that gleamed like the moon. His eyes were cold and calculating, fiercely blue, and his skin was the same color as his armor. "Lord Seraphiel," the king said, a smile tugging at his lips. "Would you challenge these envoys who have come in peace by laws centuries old?" Justin frowned. "If this is some trial by combat, we aren't interested." "And yet," Lord Seraphiel said, "the king and queen are at an impasse. In times of old, if the monarchs could not agree on a matter, it was left to the gods to decide." He turned to the king and queen. "With your permission, your majesties." The king nodded regally, while the queen waited a moment, clearly not liking this. Yet she also nodded. Lord Seraphiel smiled, the picture of confidence as he turned to face the party. "I am Seraphiel Thalarion, of the very Erindor that won the great victory a fortnight ago. My land has suffered greatly at the hands of the orcs, and I would die long before I ever made peace with the overgrown goblins." Kargan's short tusks protruded further at that, but he kept silent, even as his amber eyes burned with anger. Lord Seraphiel gave a mocking smile as he looked down on Kargan. "That you bring one of these savages into our hallowed halls is the greatest insult." Kargan was about to speak, but Justin raised his hand. Justin smiled. "Really? I'd have thought the greatest insult would be your complete lack of manners. If anyone is behaving with savagery, it's not Lord Kargan, but you, Seraphiel. But I suppose one can't expect much from someone who compensates with such shining armor." A couple of nobles tittered in the background, but most seemed interested in how Seraphiel would react. Clearly the man had a reputation for violence. Seraphiel puffed out his chest. "Trust me, my dear socialite, I shall not be the one found lacking. With the permission of the good king and queen, I say we settle this in the arena. Me against the four of you." Justin activated his dandy's swagger, strutting forward with exaggerated grace, puffing out his chest mockingly while twirling his cane. His movements were fluid, a gross exaggeration of Seraphiel himself. Gasps of alarm echoed through the hall, though some laughed nervously. Seraphiel's expression turned to one of disgust and anger. Justin followed it up with a poison barb. "Well, my good Seraphiel, if your combat skills are as sharp as your wit, then we have nothing to fear." Seraphiel became momentarily stunned, his face red as he fought for words to speak. A couple of nobles gasped in the background. "That settles it," Seraphiel said, finally recovering. "By the good grace of the king and queen, this will be no simple contest, but a fight to the death. The four of you against me and my Thera, with the goddess Lathalon herself as witness. I can see by those implements you call weapons that you are warriors of great renown." His voice was dripping with sarcasm. "If you can prove your strength by spilling my life's blood, the bravest and most powerful warrior in the kingdom, then I swear by the good goddess herself that the Ilvari elves will enter peace talks with the Orcish Confederation." Eldrin, Lila, and Kargan looked at Justin. The ranger nodded, and somehow Justin knew that was part of the vault's challenge. While he had failed to convince both the king and queen, there was still a way to complete the vault. To do that, they would have to face this warrior. It was 4 against 1, 2 if they counted the elven warrior's Thera. Justin looked at the king and queen. "Do we have your word that you'll honor the terms given by, remind me again, your most powerful warrior?" "Of course," the king said, somewhat miffed. No elf can make such a vow and live to break it. Then we accept your challenge, Sir Raphael. Upon our victory, the Ylvari elves will gain 2 gifts, peace with the orcs and the absence of 1 fool. I must admit, it's difficult to say which is the greater blessing. Very well, Sir Raphael said, his voice measured. We will see how empty banter avails you on the battleground. I can't wait to crush you beneath the claws of my Thera. The courtroom broke into a flurry of whispers. The queen's gaze softened slightly as she looked at the party. May the goddess be with the winner. The trial will begin in 1 hour in the courtyard arena, the king declared. You had best prepare yourselves. Sir Raphael is indeed my strongest warrior. In the next moment, Justin and the rest were escorted out of the throne room. His mind raced as they walked. He wondered what else he could have said to convince the king before things came to blows, but it was too late for that. He just had to believe that the 4 of them had what it took. 41. Trial by Combat.
For all the Ylvari elves' triumphs in the arts and sciences, perhaps their most fearsome accomplishment lay in the bond between Ryder and Thera. The beast's brutal strength was nothing without the precise commands of its elven master, and together they moved as if guided by a singular will. It was not just a beast on the battlefield, but a deadly symbiosis of intellect and ferocity, a weapon the world has not seen since.
Caelion Miras, Ylvaria, A Lost History. Within the hour, Justin, Eldrin, Kargan, and Lila were gathered in a circular arena within the palace. The ring was vast, with high stone walls encircling a sandy floor. The seats around the perimeter were packed with the elven population, and Justin had to wonder how so many could get here on such short notice. Scanning the faces of the crowds, the general mood seemed to be a mix of curiosity and disdain. Ornate banners hung from the walls, depicting a silver tree on a field of gold. The sunlight streamed down through the open roof, casting a golden glow over the combatants. So far, their opponent had yet to show up. So, what's the plan? Justin asked. Should I start off by hurling an insult or 2? Lila let out a disbelieving laugh. Haven't you done enough of that already? It might make him blind with aggression, Kargan said. That could go one of 2 ways. Whatever the case, someone needs to take the hits. I suppose it must be me. You are too low level for that, Eldrin said. You might survive for a while, but the vault would not make this 1 versus 4 unless Sir Raphael proved to be a fair challenge. It would make more sense if you functioned as a healer. High above, Shadowflight circled the arena, his dark violet feathers almost black against the bright sky. Eldrin glanced up at his falcon with a slight nod, as if confirming some silent arrangement between them. You might have a point there, Kargan said. Well, what's your idea then? I will take on the role of tank, fighting with my longsword. My higher level will prove key. You will keep me healed with your vital surge, and if possible, maintain your blood aegis to improve the power of your healing. And of course, that sacrificial armor spell you have. As long as I can draw his attention and keep him focused on me, we should be able to beat him. I'll do everything I can to bring down his Thera. Once he loses that, he loses his advantage. I could use my blood aegis to start off, Kargan said. Maybe we can bait him into charging us, then I can set up the spell quickly. It should knock him back, or at least stagger him a bit. Hey, that's a good idea, Lila said. But will it work on someone as strong as Sir Raphael? We'll have to see, Eldrin said. It's certainly safer than my trying to take on both the beast and its rider. Assuming this works, focus everything on Sir Raphael. He's going to be the weaker of the two. Either way, that monster is going to be quick, Justin said. What if it goes around you and attacks us directly, Eldrin? In that case, Kargan is the second line of defense. Lila can stay behind him and throw her knives with ease. What about me? Justin asked. Eldrin thought for a moment. You can join the melee if you judge it safe. While fighting is not your forte, you are level 6 now. Just try to stay back if Seraphiel focuses on you. And of course, your dazzling display and dandy's swagger could prove pivotal in distracting the enemy. And if you can stun him with your poison barb, all the better. And Shadowflight? Lila asked. He'll be our eyes from above, Eldrin replied. He can dive in to distract at critical moments, but I'd rather keep him as a last resort. Seraphiel's Thera might see him as a snack otherwise. Sounds like a plan, Justin said. It's easy to fluster a blowhard like Seraphiel. That can be a good thing or a bad thing, Eldrin said. Either way, your skills have proven pivotal in every vault so far. Just play it safe. I don't want you risking yourself too much. While this vault is only level 8, we shouldn't let that make us too confident. Eldrin, Kargan said, if we need to switch out the tank role, there's no shame in it. That bow of yours could probably do even more damage than your sword. Sensible, the ranger said. If I need to swap positions, I'll let you know. With the plan set, they continued to wait for their opponent's arrival. At last, the iron gate at the edge of the arena raised foot by foot, and out came Seraphiel, atop his Thera, which was also covered in silver armor. It loped gracefully to its position on the other side of the arena. Seraphiel twirled his staff, his silver hair and armor making it difficult to tell where his skin began and where the armor ended. He gave a cocky, self-assured smile as if this trial were already decided. The crowd erupted in approval at his entrance. Nobles shouted his name, their faces alight with admiration. It didn't seem to matter what he was fighting for. Justin could only assume that the majority not only supported their champion, but also wanted to continue the war with the Orcish Confederation. I want to wipe that stupid smile from his face, Lila said, twirling her knives. The announcer, a tall elf, stepped on top of a podium over the gate from which Seraphiel had emerged. His robes were deep green, embroidered with silver thread, and his presence commanded the attention of the crowd. His voice washed over the arena like rolling thunder. Welcome, noble spectators, to this rare trial by combat. Today we witness a challenge of great significance. On one side we have Seraphiel Thalarion of House Erendor, a warrior of unparalleled bravery, whose deeds in battle have become legend. His skill with the staff is unmatched, and his courage knows no bounds. He rides his mighty Thera, Aravath, a beast of formidable strength and speed. At the mention of its name, the Thera opened its wide mouth, giving a beastly scream that revealed rows of needle-pointed teeth. Justin felt the vibration in his bones. He tried not to wet himself as he had with the other vault trial. But in case he did, well, that was what the Ring of Hygiene was for. And on the other side, the announcer continued, his voice dropping slightly, we have a delegation of mysterious strangers from the Orcish Confederation. They stand before us in defiance, hoping to prove the sincerity of the dastardly Orcish Confederation. If they win, the Ilvari elves have agreed, under the eyes of the goddess Lathalon herself, to enter peace talks with the Orcish Confederation. If Seraphiel wins, the war will continue until the last breath is drawn. Anything goes in this fight. May Lathalon, goddess of life, watch over the valiant. The crowd's reaction was mixed. Some booed, others remained silent, while the rest watched with keen interest. The announcer lowered his hand, signaling the start of the battle. From high above, Shadowflight let out a piercing screech, as if announcing his own readiness for battle. Seraphiel's Thera glanced up momentarily, distracted by the sound. Seraphiel wasted no time, immediately kicking his beast into a charge and twirling his staff. Kargan gave a guttural yell, creating a blood aegis just in time to deflect the creature's assault. The beast gave a pained scream as it was thrown back by the aegis, along with Seraphiel, who went flying through the air. Justin's eyes widened. Damn, that was easy. Charge! Eldrin called. Justin didn't immediately follow in Eldrin's footsteps. Instead, he activated Dandy's swagger, performing a little jig and cane twirl. Some in the crowd laughed, others jeered, thinking he was insulting the great warrior. But he didn't care. What mattered was that he was infused with confidence, giving him the bravery to charge forward. Already, Lila was tossing her knives at the beast, which was blocking her view of Seraphiel. Its hide and armor were so thick that the knives simply clattered off. Seraphiel clambered up from the dusty ground, running to mount his Thera again, which had intercepted Eldrin before he could reach the elf. Unable to get around the beast, Eldrin started attacking it with fury. Seraphiel was approaching from the side for a flanking attack, and Justin rushed to meet him before he could catch Eldrin unawares. The elf was none the wiser about Justin's approach, apparently still rattled from his fall. Eldrin whistled sharply, and Shadowflight plummeted from above, talons extended. The dark falcon raked across Seraphiel's face just as he was about to swing at Eldrin's back. The elf warrior cried out, momentarily blinded as he swatted at the bird, which deftly twisted away and soared back up. Edified by his charisma bonus, and Seraphiel still under a charisma malus from Dandy's swagger, Justin hurled his first poison barb as he moved in. Getting flanked isn't part of your strategy, I take it. So much for being the best warrior in the city. Seraphiel froze in his tracks. It was enough of a distraction for Lila to throw a fresh round of knives at him. 5 in a row all clattered off his armor, but the 6th found purchase in his right thigh, sneaking in through a gap in his armor. Such was the nature of Justin's stun that the elf couldn't even scream. Poison barb refreshed. Justin began his attack, twirling his cane and giving the elf warrior a few good thwacks, his staff ensconced in a yellow light. He wondered why it was doing that until he realized his new boon, add injury to insult, had activated. Indeed, he was hitting Seraphiel hard enough to make dents in his armor. He was about to finish him off with a solid thump to the skull when something charged into him from behind. Justin's vision immediately darkened, and when the pain hit him, it was searing, hot, and extreme. He arced above the dirt of the arena and landed with a graceless thud. His side was wet, pouring out blood. Immediately, a refreshing coolness surrounded him, and it was as if his wound were frozen solid. He scurried to get up and defend himself, but the Thera was already focusing on Eldrin, while Seraphiel was limping along to aid in his mount's attack. Already the fight was bloody and not going according to plan. Justin, still reeling from the pain, at least had his wounds knitted together. He hobbled forward, once again going on the offensive. He wondered if dazzling display would do any good here, but right now no one was in immediate danger, and it would only place all the focus on him when he needed a break. He would use the skill when the time was right. Justin ran right through the perimeter of Kargan's newly cast blood aegis and felt himself refreshed and edified by it. Both Seraphiel and his mount were fighting fiercely within the bounds of the ward. Justin charged at the Thera, stabbing deeply into the dinosaur's exposed flank, which was fleshier than its tough exterior. The creature gave a high shriek, wheeling around and swiping with its armored tail. Justin was hit so hard that he immediately went flying back. He landed hard on his side and once again felt himself surrounded by refreshing coolness. He scrambled up to see that Kargan was struggling, his body coated with blood from his healing exertions. Both Seraphiel and his mount were focusing on Eldrin again, who was doing all he could to hold off both with his longsword and limberness. The ranger had already taken some hits, and Justin knew he couldn't keep it up forever, nor could Kargan with his healing. Shadowflight dove again, this time targeting the Thera's eyes. The beast reared back, snapping its jaws at the air as the falcon narrowly escaped its teeth. The momentary distraction gave Eldrin just enough time to roll away from what would have been a devastating bite. "Good work, Shadowflight," Eldrin called out. It was at this moment that Lila started singing, even while throwing more knives using her bardic inspiration ability. Her voice rose above the din of battle, clear and melodious, weaving a song that seemed to dance in the air. The lyrics, which Justin couldn't even catch in the chaos, were swift and light, urging quickness and grace. Justin felt himself more limber, and he realized she was edifying the party's coordination attribute by +4. This gave him a breath of fresh air, enough to have another go at it. Instead of attacking the Thera, Justin went for its rider. He lobbed another insult, hoping that his charisma was high enough to make the stun stick. "Nice moves! Did you learn them from a children's puppet show?" Seraphiel's face contorted with fury, the words cutting deep into his pride. Eldrin seized the moment, stabbing the elf warrior right through a gap in his armor, where Justin's earlier cane work had made way. Seraphiel's eyes went wide as he sank to his knees. Justin followed it up with a series of quick strikes, ending with extending the blade and slicing the elf's neck. The crowd gasped in shock and awe, never having expected their champion to fall so soon. "Lila," Justin called, "switch to charisma." He was going off script a bit, but thankfully she understood perfectly what was coming. She changed tunes to something inspiring and playful, boosting his charisma by +4. And not only that, he felt a refreshing coolness surround him. He recognized it to be Lila's new boon, Descant Defense, triggering to give him some light healing. It was at this point that Justin activated his dazzling display, knowing that he needed some way to distract Seraphiel's Thera, which would no doubt become enraged by its master's death. When the legendary actor Russell Crowe entered Justin's mind, he wasn't even surprised. He simply accepted it, taking on the actor's aspect, grabbing the fallen warrior's staff and throwing it into the surprised crowd, just below where both the king and queen were sitting. "Are you not entertained?" he shouted. The whole stadium seemed to go still, sucked into the performance. All but Justin's companions, who continued to assault the Thera, which was also watching Justin, unable to tear its gaze away, even as it was being attacked. "Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?" The dazzling display ended, and time itself seemed to resume. The Thera roared, attacking with renewed vigor, going straight for Justin. "Eek!" Justin dove to the side, in time for Kargan to approach with a crimson shield of sacrificial armor. The beast, however, was still targeting Justin, who was running for all he was worth. The Thera's jaws extended, and Justin performed an adroit dodge just as its sharp teeth clamped together. Thankfully, Lila had switched back to her coordination song. Without that, he doubted he could have avoided the attack. He slid behind Kargan, who tanked the hits of the Thera's jaws and claws. Eldrin began unleashing arrow after arrow, almost all landing true in the exposed gaps of the beast's armor. Shadowflight, seeming to sense the Thera's weakening state, made one final dive. With incredible speed, the falcon slashed at the creature's already wounded eye, drawing blood and an agonized howl. The Thera thrashed its head wildly, disoriented and half-blinded, creating the perfect opening. By now, the creature was a bloody mess and was slowing down. Now was the time to drive the nail into the coffin. The party came together, surrounding the Thera. With coordinated strikes, it was only a matter of time before it dropped to dust. With a final stabbing of his longsword right below its exposed neck, Eldrin ended the beast once and for all. The Thera made no sound as it finally slumped into the red-tinged dirt. As the party backed away, the crowd erupted into a mix of shock, cheers, jeers, and boos, witnessing what they perceived as an incredible upset. Shadowflight descended to perch on Eldrin's outstretched arm. Eldrin stroked his companion's head once, a silent acknowledgement of their victory. The announcer's surprise was obvious as his announcement sounded over the entire arena. "It's over! It's over! The fight is over! The mysterious strangers of the Orcish delegation have won!" Justin looked into the stands in a daze, battered but not beaten. A wall of sound beat against him. Many in the crowd had been won over to their side by his dazzling display. Even now they were chanting, "Strangers! Strangers! Strangers!" until the cry took the whole arena by storm. Was this what victory felt like? Whatever the case, it was time to claim their just rewards. 42. Arena Loot Drop. The battle arena is an oasis of barbarity in a sea of civilization, and the perfumed elves drink from it as greedily as a drunkard does from the mead bowl. King Erimandus I of Karath. A letter to Queen Saldra. They stood on the arena floor for a few minutes before the gate opened, through which the elven king and queen entered. They approached, watching the party with respect, the noise of the crowd ebbing to allow them to speak. Thalion was the one to address them. "This result was unexpected, but I stand by my vow made before the entire court and the goddess Lathalon herself. We will enter peace talks with the Orcish Confederation." It was at that moment that the magic of the vault faded, revealing the ruins of the surrounding city. The once grand arena was now a desolate space overgrown with trees, its stone structures crumbling and covered in moss and vines. Yet the king and queen, now ethereal ghosts, remained before the party, their regal forms shimmering in the late morning light. Queen Alaria smiled. "Thank you, brave warriors, for saving our kingdom from certain doom. In truth, of course, this pointless war extended for another generation, until the verdant plague put an end to the fighting on both sides, beginning a dark age that would not lift from the continent for another 500 years. And it was during this time that the elves' numbers were reduced to only a few scattered clans, which, in the end, were hunted down by the Necromancer lords of the Shadow Empire." The ghostly King Thalion stepped forward. "You have proven your worth and valor, brave adventurers. Though our time has long passed, we honor the promises made within the vault. For your courage and skill, you each shall receive a just reward. 1 bronze tier item for each party member, and 1 silver tier item for the party member deemed most worthy." Queen Alaria extended her hand. Within it materialized a pair of elegant boots with golden embroidery of vines. The queen smiled kindly and looked at Justin. "These boots were once given to our ambassadors. Normally they would be given to someone of the diplomat class, but their benefits can be enjoyed by anyone with a charisma core. Your charisma and presence were enough to sway me, if not my husband. While wearing them, they will grant you +1 to endurance and will always remain dry, no matter the weather, and even if you completely submerge them." As the boots floated toward Justin, he inspected them. Ilvari Ambassador Boots. Type, footpiece. Tier, bronze. Core restriction, charisma. Ether fortified leather, +1 endurance. Dry stride. These boots are completely waterproof, keeping its wearer's feet completely dry in all conditions. The endurance boost would be welcome, making travel and pure survival all the easier. At first, he thought the enchantment that kept them dry was useless, since he already had the Ring of Hygiene, but as he thought about it, he realized they actually were still useful, because the enchantment would always keep the boots dry, and not merely once a day. "Thank you, Queen Ilaria." Justin gave a respectful bow. She nodded regally. With another wave of her hand, she produced a pair of fingerless leather gloves with the same golden embroidery of vines on the cuffs. "These are the Ilvari gloves of precision," Queen Ilaria said. "They will grant +1 to your coordination and endurance." The gloves floated toward Lila, and she instantly donned them. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Next, the Queen produced another pair of finely crafted gloves, their material darker than Lila's, made from finely crafted leather. "And for Eldrin the Ranger, these are the Ilvari gloves of alchemy. They will give a modest increase to the potency of your crafted potions and poisons." Eldrin received them, wasting no time in donning the enchanted gloves. "I thank you, Queen Ilaria." And for the final bronze tier item, Queen Ilaria summoned an amulet fashioned from a dark, polished stone set in a silver frame, with intricate elven runes etched along the edges. "This is the Blood Warden's seal. Its enchantment will allow you to cycle your blood flow more easily with the nether, slightly increasing your life force regeneration. You will also not have to worry about blood staining your clothes so long as you wear it." Kargan's amber eyes widened as the amulet floated toward him. He immediately put it on. "Thank you, Queen Ilaria." Finally, the ghostly King Thalion came out of his silence, looking at Kargan. Justin must have missed it, but at some point he must have created the majestic wooden staff adorned with glowing elven runes. "Kargan Durzag, you landed pivotal healing spells while bravely defending your companions, and were at points near death itself for the amount of life force you channeled. Your performance far exceeded that which should be expected of a level 3 Blood Warden. As such, the Vault has determined you most worthy of the silver tier item. This is the Staff of Blood Aegis. The first Blood Aegis of any fight will not require any life force. It also grants you +2 to endurance." The staff floated toward Kargan, and he accepted it. "King Thalion, you humble me. My thanks." "And, of course, there is the prize money for winning the fight itself. 1 golden crown to be split among the party." Justin then received a notification. 25 silver marks have been added to your inventory. You now have 3 golden crowns, 36 silver marks, and 24 copper pieces. The king and queen looked at the party with a mix of pride and sorrow. It was the latter who spoke. "May these enchanted items serve you well in your future endeavors. Know that the spirits of Eldareth will always remember your deeds here today." With that, the ghostly monarchs faded, their forms becoming more translucent with each passing second, until they were at last gone. The voice entered Justin's mind. "The vault honors your triumph. Now go forth with courage in your hearts, strength in your limbs, and wisdom in your minds. The trial of the vault is complete. Experience gained, 350. Birdsong once again warbled through the trees, while the green veil of magic still spread overhead. It would protect them for a while, long enough hopefully to escape the ruins of the city through the north gate. Eldrin looked at Justin, a rare smile crossing his usually stoic face. "Not bad for a socialite," he said, clapping Justin on the back. "Not bad at all," Justin said with a smile. Kargan was examining his new staff, something that would be of benefit not just to him, but whatever party he found himself a part of in the future. On top of that, he had gained a new amulet that would increase his life force regeneration while keeping the blood from staining his clothing. For his class, that was a practical necessity. Justin was already putting on his new boots while casting aside the old ones. The old boots were unenchanted, gifted to him by Alistair long ago on his first night in Eyrth. He almost didn't want to leave them behind because of that. But they were extra weight, and the paladin would have understood. They were beyond all saving anyway. Do you wish to bind the Ilvari Ambassador boots to your core? Justin gave his assent and immediately felt the benefit of the endurance enchantment. They would be perfect for long marches. Justin quickly summoned his character screen to check his experience. Experience to level 7, 989 of 720. Level up available. Justin closed his screen, finding that everyone seemed to be ready to continue the march north. We must pass through the rest of the ruins, Eldrin said. From there we'll come out into the western extent of the Northwood, a far gentler forest than the Darkwood. From there we can either head east-northeast and resupply in Green Hollow, or head straight north, living off the land. Which will be faster? Justin asked. It depends on the hunting, Eldrin said. But pushing directly for Windfall will probably be faster. Let's do that then, Lila said. We can't risk Gareth getting there first. I agree, Eldrin said. With Pathfinder's pace, we're likely to make it there in 3 days of hard walking. Kargan nodded. Let's move then. As they walked through the forested ruins, Justin couldn't help but notice how much easier it was to move. The underbrush almost seemed to melt out of Eldrin's way as they proceeded forward. He had missed his Pathfinder's pace. Justin walked beside Kargan. Congrats on the new gear. Thanks, he said gruffly. You too, for those boots. You earned it, Justin said. I'm glad we found you in that tower. It would have turned out differently otherwise. Kargan nodded. Let's just keep our eyes on the goal, socialite. You've surprised me too. That thing you did where you got the Thera's attention? What was that? It's a skill I have called Dazzling Display. It's quite powerful. No doubt, Kargan said. Without that creature might have overwhelmed us. He looked at his staff doubtfully. Maybe I shouldn't have been the one to earn this. Far from it, Kargan, Justin said. At that point, he almost told him about the Amulet of Equilibrium, but thankfully he thought better of it. While Kargan was probably trustworthy, it just wasn't worth the risk. Things were looking up again. The vault was cleared, the dark wood left behind, and Eldrin was back in the party, leading them resolutely north. And when Justin slept next, he would get to process his next level up. Since level 7 was a prime number, he would be getting his first proper skill since level 3. It was a lot to look forward to. The only thing that was missing was Alistair. Somehow they'd have to learn to manage without him. The thought was unimaginable. Justin still couldn't believe the paladin was gone. It was only proof of just how dangerous their enemies were, and how important it was to stay ahead of them. The party marched north through the ruined city in silence. Within the next hour they had reached the ruined North Gate, exiting into the Northwood beyond. 43. Truths Unveiled. At each prime number level, you're offered 2 new skills to choose from. At every non-prime level, 2 boons are offered, unless the level is a multiple of a previously adopted boon, which ascends to a higher tier. And every 5th level always unlocks your party tactic. There is talk, of course, of so-called rare abilities. You might earn one of these, 2 if you're lucky. But what few people know,
or dare to believe, is that there might be tiers beyond that. Mythic abilities are so rare that those who unlock one are said to be touched by the gods themselves.
Johanna Ravenhair, Leveling and Luck, the Reality of Rare Power. The woods north of the ruins of Eldoreth were much kinder than the Darkwood. Gently rolling hills met them, with tall pines and spruces, as they headed north under the guidance of Eldrin and his Pathfinder's pace. The Umber Range remained to their left, and any streams they came across were shallow. Justin had no issue keeping his feet dry with his new Ilvari boots. Even when the water rose to his calves, it was magically repelled from entering. Beyond useful. Shadowflight returned with news around mid-morning. Eldrin relayed the bird's message. Gareth and the rest have figured out the ruse. They are heading northeast toward Darkstream Crossing. They should make it in a day. From there, they'll probably travel northeast on the Plainsway. After that, only the gods know.
How long will it take them to get to Windfall?
Lila asked. 5 days, at the earliest, Eldrin answered. Thankfully, they don't know that's where we're headed. On the Plainsway, they'll have no opportunity to turn west until they come to the Northway. We should be 2 days ahead of them by the time we arrive. Enough time for a well-earned rest and resupply, Justin said.
And maybe some shopping,
Lila added. I'll allow 1 night at most to be on the safe side, Eldrin said. Unfortunately, we can't go east on the Northway without risking running into them.
So we need to head off the trail again?
Lila said.
Well, we're used to that by now.
Eldrin nodded. There are back roads we can take north of Windfall, but that would take us into the foothills of the Seraphim Range. It will be cold, of course, and there will be some nasty creatures up there. Nasty creatures, Kargan said. Glad I'll be gone by then. Might put our coin to work and fill out some missing gear while we're in town, Eldrin continued. Windfall is a grand city, famed for its markets. I suspect we can't find much better except in Belmora or Erebar. Erebar? Justin asked, looking at Lila. That's where you're from, right? She nodded.
It's the capital of Daloria.
Then to Kargan, she said,
Careful what you say. I was hired as a guard, and I still haven't found a way to gracefully extricate myself from this situation.
Kargan grunted. Well, I'll admit, that vault was quite profitable, but I'm going to need to earn a lot more to make this worth it. So, Justin said, trying to get the conversation back on track, I guess the plan is to cut east using these back roads before coming back down to the Northway? That's the idea, Eldrin said. We'll have to go at least 2 solid weeks before risking the Northway. It's hard to say what Gareth's next move will be. Either he spreads his men out to find us, or he simply heads toward Montelea, setting up somewhere on the Gulfway to intercept us. The latter would be simpler but would require more patience on his part. It would make more sense for you guys to head straight there then, Kargan said. Avoid Windfall and keep your lead. Yes, that's an option, but that would bring us quite close to him, since he's already farther east. I'd rather not run the risk. His skills are far beyond what any of us can deal with.
Why not head to Dragor's Keep? Lila asked. It's a port, and we have the money to hire someone to ferry us down to Montelea. That would keep us off the Gulfway.
Not a bad idea, Eldrin said. But we're risking the foul weather of the Seraphic Sea. The wind blowing down from the mountains can be treacherous as the season turns cold. We can play it by ear, too, Justin said. There's no need to decide right now. He remembered Lila saying she was going to stop at Dragor's Keep. From there, it would just be him and Eldrin. But that was still a while away, so he wasn't too worried. What he was worried about was what happened after Montelea. It was still weeks away, months even. Once he got the death mark removed, then what? Would the Baron really leave him alone? Somehow he doubted it. But hopefully he would have the protection of these Templars. Justin tried not to think about things too much, but it was impossible for questions not to form in his mind. They ate a light lunch, since they were getting low on food, before continuing north. Around early afternoon, Eldrin motioned them down at the top of a hill. At first, Justin thought there was something wrong, until, at the bottom of the incline, he spied a large wild boar rooting around in the underbrush. The creature was sizable. Eldrin took his time, his movements deliberate as he nocked an arrow. It wasn't an easy shot, but Justin was confident he would get it, especially when Shadowflight fluttered down in a nearby tree. The ranger would certainly use his new skill, Falcon's Mark, to ensure a perfect hit. With a steady hand and a keen eye, Eldrin released the arrow as Shadowflight circled above, striking the boar cleanly behind the shoulder, piercing its heart. The animal fell swiftly, ensuring it didn't suffer too much. "Nice shot," Lila said, impressed. "We'll set up camp near our kill," Eldrin said. "It'll take the better part of the day to prepare the meat." It took them 10 minutes to actually reach the fallen boar, and another 2 hours to butcher and prepare the meat. First, Eldrin used his knife to bleed the boar, ensuring the meat would not spoil quickly. Next, he skinned the animal, removing the hide in one piece to sell in town later. He then gutted the boar, removing the entrails and setting aside the liver and heart for cooking. Once the boar was fully dressed, they cut the meat into manageable pieces, separating the loins, ribs, and haunches. The task was laborious, but the reward was worth it. They were down to some stale bread and perhaps one meal of oatmeal, so the meat would be welcome sustenance, providing enough to feed their party for a week, if not more. They set up a makeshift fire pit using stones they found nearby and gathered dry wood and kindling from the forest floor. Eldrin had a steady flame going within minutes. They crafted a spit from sturdy branches, skewering the larger pieces of meat and positioning them over the fire. As the meat cooked, they turned the spit slowly, ensuring even roasting. The sizzle of the pork and the aroma of roasting meat were tantalizing. For their smaller cuts, they fashioned a grill from green branches, placing it over the fire and laying the ribs and loins on top. The meat cooked to a golden brown, the fat dripping into the flames and creating bursts of savory smoke. Eldrin seasoned the liver and heart with salt and herbs from his pack, then wrapped them in large leaves and placed them directly in the embers to cook. The liver and heart would be ready first, providing a quick, nutritious meal while the rest of the meat roasted to perfection. Neither would have been Justin's first pick in his old life, but hunger had a way of changing a man's opinion. By twilight, Kargan had cast blood aegis, and everyone had a full belly. They wrapped the remaining meat, about 25 pounds worth per person, in cloth and secured it with rope, using Eldrin's salt to preserve it. Justin's pack was also enchanted to extend the shelf life of perishable food, and apparently so were the others. It seemed to be a common enchantment, not too expensive to shell out for. As Kargan and Lila settled down to sleep, Justin and Eldrin stayed awake. The ranger was smoking a pipe, thoughtfully, staring into the flames. Justin would have slept, but too many questions were bouncing around in his mind. Questions for which only Eldrin had the answer. "Eldrin, can we talk a bit, away from the camp?" The ranger looked up. "Sure thing, lad." They stepped away from the fire, a suitable distance away, but still in sight. "What's on your mind?" Eldrin asked. Justin gathered his thoughts. "I have questions. I know I wasn't supposed to be listening at the door at the inn, but the point is, I was, and I heard some things. Things I'd like answers to." Eldrin nodded. "You want to know what the Baron saw in you, no doubt?" Justin nodded. "Yes. It seems extreme to go through all this trouble over a low-level socialite. Why did he set the death mark on me in the first place? Did Alistair tell you anything?" He told me what he cared to tell me, Eldrin said. I've deduced a fair bit on my own. We were going to tell you when the time was right, but of course, things went sideways. The time is right now, Eldrin. I deserve to know. The ranger let out a smoke ring, watching it dissipate into the frigid night. I expect that you do. Justin waited patiently. He knew Eldrin wasn't hesitating, he was just trying to figure out the best way to deliver the information. As for why he placed that death mark on you, Alistair and I agreed that he probably didn't know what he had, Eldrin said. At least, not at first. He saw you were isolated and alone, and no one would go looking for you. Plus, you have something of a rare class. That can be useful to a man like Valdrik. Justin frowned in thought. He assumed I was nobility. I made up some name. He's probably heard of every major and minor house in Aranthia, and even beyond its borders, Eldrin said. If he didn't recognize yours, he saw through the fabrication. He simply saw an opportunity and jumped on it. As for the rest, he didn't figure that out until later. What do you mean the rest? I get that I have a rare class, but surely it can't just be that. Eldrin nodded. You're right. Normally, when someone is killed and then raised by a necromancer, they are mindless, compelled to obey their master. Think of those zombies that attacked us back in Silverton, or the ones we fought in the catacombs. Terrifying in large numbers, but they have no mind or will of their own. Okay, so what would make me different? You have a class. That changes everything. You would still be enthralled to the necromancer, but you'd still have a mind and a will of your own. But a part of the master will always live there with you. You can't do anything that's against your master's wishes. Do you follow? Justin swallowed. I believe so. Wouldn't other people know I'm undead? It would become pretty obvious. Most classed undead, for that reason, stay away from towns and live at the beck and call of their master. Valdrik's men, for example, probably reside somewhere deep in his mansion, or in the mountain behind it. At the same time, there are some undead who can hide their condition. They will get a boon that allows them to blend in. It probably wouldn't slip by a proper paladin or a high-level priest who has the ability to detect the undead, though. I see, Justin said. So I would be an undead socialite, and that's valuable to him? My best guess, with you being a charm-based class and undead, is that you would meet the requirements to become a vampire. They are one of those forms of undead I mentioned that can blend in with the living. That would be incredibly useful to a man like Valdrik. A vampire? Justin asked, horrified. Possibly. Some of these things are beyond me, admittedly, but Alistair mentioned it. Okay, that begs the question. If he really wanted to take control of me and make me his little vampire servant, why allow me to leave his mansion in the first place? That seems like a dumb move. It wasn't dumb, it was very astute. You were turning in a job for the post office. If he apprehended you, they would see the parcel was accepted, but the courier never came for payment, and that wouldn't be updated in a universal ledger. And if there's anything the Royal Mail takes seriously, it's the universal ledger. That makes sense, Justin said. But at the same time, it doesn't. I mean, he killed Alistair over this. He's a paladin, and when he turns up missing, that'll lead to questions. Again, you're right, Eldrin said darkly. There's more. Justin waited as Eldrin gathered his thoughts. The ranger continued. One of his men was certainly there that night at the moonlit alehouse, listening to every word. My greatest failure was not noticing it. I was too deep into my drinks. No doubt that spy was learning everything he could, so that the Baron wouldn't lose track of you. Justin's eyes widened. Of course that made sense. It was chilling to think about. The Baron was forced to move faster when Alistair got involved, Eldrin went on. That's another thing, Justin said, interrupting. When Gareth saw Alistair, it seemed he knew him. Do you know anything about that? They trained together at Montelea 2 decades ago, Eldrin said. They were friends once. Gareth took a different path. I can't speak to the reasons. Huh, Justin said. That sounds like a story. Aye, it does. But you were asking what else Valdrik saw in you. Well, you should know yourself. You said it loud enough for half the tables to hear. The prismatic core, Justin said in realization. The ranger nodded. That's right. They're rare. Beyond rare. And you don't know what a person would do to get their hands on one. Unlike other class cores, which disappear when someone dies, prismatic cores simply become unbound, available for anyone to use again. At some point, after changing hands a few times, they run out of power and disappear altogether. Even so, if people figure out you have one, you're going to be hunted down. Justin felt the blood drain from his face. I was an idiot. Maybe, Eldrin said. You were also a little drunk, and you didn't know better. Then Alistair got involved. That's why the Baron made his move despite the risk. Of course, if he kills you, you'll be enthralled by him. But my thinking is that he'd rather destroy you entirely to gain access to your prismatic core. At first, maybe it was about getting a useful new servant. The core just upped the stakes. Justin suppressed a shudder. How much is a prismatic core worth? From what little I understand, it gives you any class you want. Valuable to be sure, but is it really something to murder someone for? Well, I'll answer the easy one first. There's no way to quantify how much a prismatic core is worth. For one, most people don't think prismatic cores exist. Such a thing is beyond price. It might be worth more than the entire queendom of Aranthia to some. I feel like I'm missing something. Well, for one, it gives you an extra core attribute and a class. Try to think of the implications of that, lad. Justin thought about it. He didn't think he was stupid, but he was coming up short. I can only think of what it did for me. I had no core attribute or class to begin with. The prismatic core gave me both. Yours is a special case. I assume you'll get to choose your second core attribute upon reaching level 20, same as others. Or you might get nothing at all. You're not from here, so I can't say. What I can say is that every human on Earth is born with one of the 6 attributes, and when they reach 20 years old, they have to pick a class core to match. It's the Creator's way of balancing us. I have to admit, I'm still lost. I don't understand why the Baron would want my prismatic core. After all, he already has his advanced class. Justin thought it over a bit. Unless my prismatic core would give him another core attribute and class on top of what he already has. From Eldrin's grim expression, Justin realized he'd hit the mark, or was at least close. That's what we are trying to prevent. Normally, such a thing isn't possible. You get 2 core attributes, one at birth and one at level 20, if you manage to reach it. You don't choose the first one, but you do choose the second one. A prismatic core bypasses all that. It would allow Valdrik to take on a 3rd core attribute and unlock a class even more powerful than the one he already possesses. An Ascendant class. Ascendant class? What's that? The most powerful tier of classes, Eldrin said. It's said to be only possible with a prismatic core and an advanced class. 4 prismatic cores are said to pop up a year, and most go undiscovered. They only appear in Earth's most dangerous vaults on either a solstice or an equinox. Only a handful of people in all of history have actually been documented to have an ascendant class. One of them was the head of the Shadow Empire, Belshazzar the Nightbringer. His ascendant class was something called the Eternal Sovereign class. Eternal Sovereign. Sounds powerful. And evil. Powerful enough for him to rule his empire for centuries, never aging until he was finally overthrown and destroyed. What happened to his prismatic core? Justin asked. Eldrin shrugged. Who knows? At this point, it's faded to the ether, or someone else has it. Maybe it's yours. That's how rare they are. Justin shuddered to think about it. Could it really be? It's not likely, Eldrin said. The way you described coming upon it is strange. Did you really just find it in a meadow? There was no vault, no other dangerous enemies around? I went through that portal, got knocked out for a while, as far as I can tell. When I woke up, I saw it there, so I grabbed it. There was nothing more dangerous than a few goblins, which came later. As soon as I picked it up, I heard the voice, and it gave me the option to choose any class. So I picked Socialite. It seemed like the best choice at the time. I see, Eldrin said, his brow furrowed in thought. And after you selected Socialite, did it give you a charisma core to match it? Justin nodded. It did. Eldrin was silent for at least half a minute, stewing over Justin's story. It almost sounds as if... As he trailed off, Justin watched him closely. Almost as if what? But Eldrin, infuriatingly, didn't answer him. It's beyond belief, lad. Alistair said the gods had their hands in this, and now I believe it. Paladins have a sense for these kinds of things, even if they don't understand them entirely. Justin frowned. So, if a prismatic core gives a new core attribute and any class, does that mean if I had found another class core first, and then the prismatic core, I could have taken an advanced class early? Eldrin shrugged. Maybe, but I've never heard of anyone taking an advanced class before level 20. But that doesn't mean it isn't possible. Justin gave an ironic laugh. Just my luck, huh? It was basically wasted then. Instead of getting 2 class attributes from the get-go, I only got 1. Well, think of it this way. It's still better than no class core at all. And you couldn't have known that at the time. You should still get your second core attribute at level 20. Well, I can't be really sure you will, but it's hard to imagine that not being the case. It feels like a missed opportunity, Justin said. Just like taking on the Socialite class instead of something more useful. Now, your class definitely has its uses. You should know that as well as I do. No one class can do everything, and we cover for each other's weaknesses. I suppose, Justin said. So I have to wait until level 20 for the second core attribute? That's the most likely outcome. That's a long way off, but it means all you have to do is find another core that's compatible with the Socialite class. Either way, none of that matters unless we can get the Baron off your back. Justin sighed, his shoulders slumping. I won't be safe for the rest of my life, will I? Well, your secret is safe with me and Lila. I have a keen eye for character, and she's a good one. He paused, thoughtfully. If I were you, though, I wouldn't tell anyone else. I doubt Valdrik is telling anyone either. He'll want the prize for himself. There's the one who overheard the conversation in the tavern. Eldrin gave an ironic smile. That man is dead. I guaranteed it. Either that or he's undead and completely beholden to the Baron. Justin swallowed. The cold logic made sense. Do you think Gareth knows? I can't say. My guess would be no, but anything is possible. So that leaves the Baron and possibly Gareth, Justin said. But there's no way we can bring either of them down. I'm just a level 6 socialite right now. Well, we'll get there when we get there, Eldrin said. The goal is getting to Montalea and getting the High Priest of Arion to remove the death mark. From there, well, we'll just have to see. Whatever the case, never tell anyone about the core. I guarantee you'll regret it. I should still get an advanced class early, Justin said. It just feels like I'm being punished a bit. Punished? Eldrin chuckled. Hardly. Having a class is something most people never get. They say only 1 out of 100 ever gets one. It opens doors for you that don't exist for most. Justin understood his point. Still, it's also possible that, even if you found the prismatic core first, the Creator would still require you to reach level 20 first. The truth is, your situation has probably never happened before. He cleared his throat. Well, maybe you weren't the first. What do you mean? Well, it's a long story, but there was a woman thousands of years ago. People here in Serenthal call her Ayla. She basically saved all of creation. She's a special case, though, and nobody agrees on a lot of the details. She basically became a religion, what you know as the Church of Light. She's a religion, Justin frowned. Then why haven't I seen her anywhere? In art, I mean. Eldrin gave a mysterious smile. Have you seen that phoenix all over the churches, on Alistair's armor? Is that her? That's right. What they say she became. Anyway, it's just a story, and in part because of that story they say prismatic cores carry the blessing of the Creator himself. I can't say if it's true, of course, but certainly you've attracted some strange happenings. For example, we've run across 3 vaults in the last week, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Some might say it's the Creator's luck. That's not luck, Justin protested. We almost died every single time. Think of it this way. Normally, the only person who'd even have access to a prismatic core would be someone who wants access to advanced vaults and treasures. The prismatic core would be a way of getting that. It's also said to influence the rarity and power of items you receive from vaults, and even in the presentation of rare skills and boons at level ups. It's worth more than the possibility of an ascendant class. Justin thought it over. Yes, it would make sense. They had run across 3 vaults, and even Alistair had mentioned that it was strange. Then there had been the enchantment on his Cane of Valoria that had given him a one-time boost to his base charisma. Gribble the Snow Goblin had mentioned the extreme rarity of that enchantment, to the point where he had sent some goons after him. Even Alistair mentioned that the Cane of Valoria, a silver-tier weapon, had the properties of a gold-tier weapon. None on its own was definitive proof in isolation, but altogether it painted a picture. For the moment, at least, Justin was more worried about Baron Valdrik. He was already incredibly powerful. It wasn't just his class, but the power and soldiers under his command. What was his game, anyway? What does Valdrik want? Justin asked. Not my core, I mean. He's a necromancer. That's not a class, is it? He's already a lexicant. Necromancer is not a class, Eldrin confirmed. It's called an aspect. Kind of like a focus, but not really. It's not anything you unlock by leveling, but rather by undertaking certain actions. Certain actions? Like what? Such as pledging your core to Morvath, the god of death, or doing some other nasty things. Oh. As for what Valdrik wants, we don't know. Alistair came to Silverton to find out where the bodies were going, and it all pointed back to the Baron. The Baron getting his hands on your prismatic core is just about the worst thing that could happen. The last thing we want is to face a tyrant with that kind of power. So that's what he wants. Power. What else could it be? The more thralls he has, the more experience he gets. That was how the Eternal Sovereign got his start back in the day, and it's why all power-mad fools are drawn to necromancy. The trouble with budding necromancers is getting caught too early. That's what we have the Templars of Arion for, and they are quite effective at rooting out death magic practitioners. But if you don't catch the necromancer in time, it can get bad, really fast. How bad? Well, the Nightbringer started the Shadow Empire. Turns out, it's easy to conquer all your neighbors and create an empire spanning 2 continents when you have access to an ascendant class, and can easily recycle dead soldiers, even if they don't fight as effectively as the living. Not to say Valdrik will be like that, but with Alistair dead, we are all that is left to deliver the news to the people who can actually do something about it. That's why I'm risking my neck for no guaranteed payout. At last, Justin felt as if he understood Eldrin's motivations better. He was a good man, but helping Justin was also in his best interest. It seemed he truly believed every word he had spoken. That terrified Justin, but there was nothing else he could do. He was stuck in this world with no way out, so there was nothing left but to see it through. Thanks for everything, Justin managed. I have more questions, but this is already too much to take in. Aye, that it is. But for all the doom and gloom, remember that not everything is about levels, skills, and classes. There are the choices you make. You become those choices. Every day we face decisions, and those decisions shape us. Always do the right thing, so long as it's in your power. Attribute boosts aren't everything. Your own strengths do matter. If you work hard, you can punch above your weight. Justin nodded, letting out a sigh. It doesn't feel that way, but I get your point. The ranger clapped him on the shoulder. Let's get some rest. Tomorrow is another long day. As they returned to the fire, Justin's mind buzzed with the new information. The road ahead was dangerous, but at least now he understood the stakes better, and he understood why Alistair and Eldrin had hidden it for so long. It was a lot to absorb. He felt motivated as he never had before. It was a reason to get stronger. Maybe he was a socialite, but tomorrow was a new dawn and a new level up. Level 7 might not be much, and socialite might be a maligned class, but all the same, Justin resolved to become as strong as he could. As he settled down on his bedroll, the fire at his back, he reached for the amulet of equilibrium. Assuming he could keep boosting his charisma and get the Baron's death mark removed, the amulet would do a lot of work on its own, boosting his other attributes far beyond what they had a right to be. So far, it had only been about survival, and it was going to continue being about that for a long time. But one day, with luck, he would be strong enough to punch back. And he looked forward to seeing Baron Valdrik's face when that happened. 44. A rare skill. If you want someone to do something, forbid it. If you want them to believe a lie, make it taboo. Lord Orator Dane Varys, The Art of Influence. Justin stirred awake to the smell of pine and the sound of bird song, and, of course, the voice informing him of his next level. You have reached level 7. You are becoming more competent, yes, but with increased competency comes the budding realization of just how much you truly don't know. Justin thought the description was apt, given the revelations of the previous night. But a part of him wondered whether the voice was trying to tell him something else, or was he reading too much into it? You have 1 attribute point to distribute. Justin immediately willed it into charisma. Your charisma is now 18. Justin smiled. He knew exactly what came next. As a level 7 socialite, you have unlocked your next skill. Choose wisely. There is no going back. As the options populated before him, his eyes widened. He didn't have just one, but 2 rare skills to choose from. Maybe Eldrin was right about the advantage of the prismatic core. Intimidating lean. Rare. True charisma doesn't always play nice. Adopt a domineering posture that inspires fear and subservience, even when you have nothing to back it up. Its power scales with your charisma attribute. Cooldown, 1 hour. A solid thwack. Rare. Strike with ultimate precision, dealing 20% extra damage and inflicting daze for 10 seconds, interrupting your target's current action or skill. They cannot use it while daze is active. Restricted to canes or bludgeoning instruments. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Justin considered his options. Intimidating lean felt like a bad guy ability, and yet there were plenty of situations where its use would be highly apparent. Sometimes people just could not be convinced to see things your way, and preventing a greater disaster required actions that were morally dubious. He was especially intrigued by the part that said he didn't have to follow through on his threat. It would inspire fear regardless, but it still felt icky to use. Definitely not his style. Even if he didn't like the idea, he had to respect its use case. The fact that it was a rare skill told Justin it was highly effective. But then there was a solid thwack. It would be a solid skill to add to his rotation. Extra damage was nothing to sneeze at, but a guaranteed way to interrupt an enemy's action was an absolute must. The cooldown of 3 minutes was quite long for a combat move, but saving the skill for a known powerful attack was probably the best way to play it. It required him to be close to the enemy and for the attack to land, but to him, there was no comparison. It was an attacking move, and combined with his new add injury to insult boon, it would deal even more damage. With a mental click, he confirmed his selection. You have chosen a solid thwack. When words fail, let your cane do the talking. A warm sensation washed over him as the skill was integrated into his being. As with every level up, Justin summoned his character screen to check how much experience he needed to reach the next level. Justin Tailmaker. Class, Socialite. Level, 7. Experience to level 8, 269 of 940. Abilities. Skills. Poison Barb. Dazzling Display. Dandy's Swagger. A Solid Thwack. Boons. Magnetic Presence. Basic Cane Proficiency. Add Injury to Insult. Tactics. Refined Aura. A long way to go to level 8 then. But when he did get there, he stood to upgrade to the next tier of his cane proficiency. Justin came out of his concentration to find that someone had already served him some pork, while most of the camp was packed up. There you are, Lila said. You were just staring off into space for a few minutes. Justin was already digging into his meal. Did you get a new skill? I did. It's called Encore Performance. It refreshes the cooldown of any one of my skills. Hey, that sounds like it would come in handy. Does it have a cooldown? 10 minutes, Lila said. It's something that will grow with me, too. If I unlock truly powerful skills down the line, with long cooldowns, I'll be glad I took this one. Absolutely, Justin agreed. Look, this is something of a strange transition, but I've been wondering. So that voice we hear is Eyrth, right? Yes, Lila asked, looking at him strangely. What about it? Well, I was wondering, can the other gods talk to us too? I know Arion is the god of power, but are there gods of the other attributes? Kargan watched him from across the fire. The orc still didn't know Justin's history, or lack thereof, in this world. Justin really needed to be more careful with what he said. Lila answered, "Well, they don't talk to us in the way you might think, but they can speak in signs or in dreams. Certainly classes have more direct connections to the gods, but most wouldn't claim to speak to them directly. Eyrth is basically how the Creator communicates with us. His spirit, if you will." "A holy spirit," Justin said. "I know some things about religion." Yes, that would be apt, but people usually call Eyrth the ethereal voice, or voice for short. But as for your question about the six gods, Arion is the god of power, like you said, but there's also Thalora, goddess of endurance, Elindra, goddess of coordination, Vesperis, god of intellect, Leorin, god of spirit, and finally, Zephyra, goddess of charisma. But together they make up the six. I see. It seems like Arion is the most worshipped, though. In this part of the world, yes. But go to the central part of Serenthel, and you'll find that Vesperis and Leorin are more popular. In my country, Zephyra is highly favored, while in the south of Aranthia, Thalora and Elindra are most popular. However, all are part of the pantheon of the Church of Light, equally esteemed for what they provide. "What about the Creator?" Justin asked. "Is he above all of them?" Yes, I guess you could say he is the highest deity of all, on a higher plane than the six. The six are who you talk to when you want something. The Creator is just not someone you talk to, you know? He's too important for average people like you and me. I see, Justin said. He supposed it was like Catholics praying to Mary as an intermediary, or perhaps a saint. The concept wasn't wholly unfamiliar to him. And yet, it was something of a contradiction. The voice talked to anyone with a class when they leveled up, and yet, apparently, it was impossible to talk back. Well, he supposed religion was nothing if not confusing, whatever reality one found themselves in. "What about your new skill?" Lila asked. "I forgot to ask." "Well," Justin said with a smile, "it's rare." Lila's eyes widened, and even Eldrin's and Kargan's ears seemed to perk up at that. "Rare?" Lila asked. "Tell me." "It's called a solid thwack. It lets me interrupt an enemy's skill and deal extra damage." Kargan grunted with approval. "That could be a game changer. Interrupt skills are pretty rare." Eldrin nodded. "We will see how it comes into play. If you are presented with a rare skill, it's almost always worth taking it, except under specific circumstances." Justin didn't see the point in telling him that the other skill had been rare too. It was further proof that his prismatic core was definitely shaping his destiny. Besides this, Kargan revealed he had reached level 4 and now enjoyed a new boon called Sanguine Infusion. It basically made all his wards, shields, and aegises heal slowly over time as well. Justin frowned. "That sounds cool." He cleared his throat. "So, what's the difference between a ward, a shield, and an aegis anyway?" Thankfully, Kargan didn't find this a strange question. "A ward is basically an active effect that covers a certain area. It affects anyone within it. It can be either a good effect or a bad effect, depending on the use. A shield, on the other hand, is purely for defense. It can block physical or magical damage, but usually both. Finally, an aegis combines the properties of both. It normally shields an area around the caster in a dome, granting protection to anyone under it while also giving positive boosts. Naturally, it's the most expensive of all three." "I see," Justin said. "Thank you for explaining." "No problem," Kargan said. "I'm still learning this stuff too. We orcs aren't exposed to magic much." "Makes sense," Justin said. He joined the party in the morning preparations, which were almost done. "We'd better leave," Eldrin said. "We've got a long way to travel yet." As they set out north, leaving no trace behind, the forest welcomed them with its natural beauty. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Sunlight danced through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds flitted from tree to tree, their songs creating a soothing symphony. "This forest is so beautiful," Lila said. "It's hard to believe we were fighting for our lives yesterday." "That's the nature of our journey," Eldrin replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "One moment we're in danger, the next we're in a natural paradise. It's the balance of our world." Justin took a deep breath, savoring the crisp, clean air. "I could get used to this." They walked in companionable silence for a while, each lost in their thoughts and the tranquility of the forest. They were heading north toward Windfall, and for now the journey was as important as the destination. Here, it seemed danger was far away, so Lila invoked her bardic inspiration, boosting their endurance. Almost immediately, Justin felt strength infuse into his limbs, pushing him to the top of a steep incline. Lila's voice stilled once everyone had made it to the top. Justin was met with majestic views of the surrounding forest and the Umber Mountains to the west. To the north, he could spy vast mountains in the distance that dwarfed the glorified hills to the west of them. The peaks were jagged and towering, capped with snow that glistened in the sunlight. Wisps of clouds clung to the upper reaches, while lower down, dark green forests blanketed the slopes. Waterfalls cascaded down the mountainsides, their mist catching the light and creating rainbows. "The Seraphim Range," Eldrin said. "Aronthia's northern border and the tallest mountains in this part of the continent. Windfall will be somewhere over there." He pointed to the western arm of the mountain range, where they met the Umbers. "Looks like a lot of elevation to gain," Justin said. "Yes, we'll be out of the Northwoods soon. I'm certain there is a village or two on the way in the foothills. Come, we need to keep moving." The forest thinned out slightly, revealing the faint outline of an old, overgrown trail winding through the trees. Eldrin, unsurprisingly, was the first to spot it. He knelt down, brushing aside some undergrowth to reveal a path that looked like it hadn't seen regular use in years. "Look here," Eldrin said, his voice thoughtful. "Looks like an old trail." Justin peered over his shoulder. "Do you think it's safe to follow?" Lila glanced around, her eyes scanning the surrounding hills. "It's this or continue bushwhacking. This trail could save us a lot of time and energy." Kargan nodded, but his brow was furrowed. "But what if it leads us into trouble? We don't know where it goes." Eldrin inspected the trail, noting faint but recent footprints. "Someone has used this path recently. It's overgrown but not completely abandoned. I think it's safe enough." Justin looked at the others, seeing the mixture of curiosity and caution on their faces. "All right, let's follow it. We should be careful, though." As they walked along the trail, the signs of wildlife became more apparent. Deer tracks crisscrossed their path, and bird nests perched high in the trees. A fox den nestled among the roots of an old oak tree. Its occupants peered out, curiously, before retreating into the shadows. "Seems like this trail is a lifeline for the local wildlife," Eldrin observed. "We should be in good company." The trail gradually led them to higher elevations, and soon they found themselves at a vantage point overlooking a vast valley. The scene before them was breathtaking. A river wound through the valley below, its waters sparkling in the midday sun. Along the banks of the river was a small village nestled among a stand of trees, filled with sturdy houses and thatched roofs, a water mill, and small surrounding fields growing winter wheat. "Is that the Marin?" Justin asked. "It is," Eldrin confirmed. "Much smaller this far north, even though we're only 100 miles from Highcliff." "Can we go to that town?" Lila asked. "I'd kill for a warm bed to sleep in." It should be safe enough, Eldrin confirmed. I imagine it would be impossible for them to have sent anyone up into this isolated valley. In the distance, the Seraphim Mountains rose majestically, their snow-capped peaks and blue glaciers glistening against the clear blue sky. Cascading waterfalls tumbled down the mountainsides. Wow, Justin breathed, taking in the panoramic view. This is incredible. If he had a button that would take him back to his old life, he might hesitate to press it, at least at the moment, just because of this vista. If every day could be like this rather than running for his life, he'd see the appeal of staying here. It's been years since I've been up this way, Eldrin said. The Seraphim Mountains are one of the most beautiful sights in all Serenthel. What's on the other side? Justin asked. Eldrin shrugged. The Everwood Forest, and beyond that, the Frost Plain, which is tundra. Very dangerous lands. Too much for even a ranger like me, at least in most parts. Dire wolves, frost trolls, frost elementals, wraiths, frost giants, and even ice drakes, if you're truly unlucky. Far safer on this side. There is one large city called Cauldroth on the ghostly sea, but it's a long journey and not worth the effort. They took in the scenery, the grandeur of the mountains filling Justin with a sense of awe. The cold air carried the faint scent of pine and the distant sound of rushing water. Kargan observed the mountains, but it seemed nothing new to him. It was probably a common sight for him. We should get moving soon, Eldrin said eventually. But let's take a few more minutes to enjoy this. Moments like these are rare. The group nodded in agreement, savoring the serenity of the mountains for a little while longer before they had to continue their journey down into the valley. 45. The Pine and Hearth. Regarding the scholar class, many would ask, why do you need a class to read books? What they fail to understand is the sheer depth of what scholars can achieve. They can store memories with perfect clarity, absorb a page at a glance, and the most practiced can even recall entire libraries with a thought. They analyze patterns, predict outcomes, and wield logic as deftly as any warrior wields a blade. But the most important truth of all, information is power. As they say, swords win battles, but knowledge wins wars. High Scholar Arden Keln, The Codex of Essential Truths. By late afternoon, they had reached the small town on the Marin. The day had turned quite cold, and Justin was sure it was below freezing. This was confirmed as a light snow fell. It only spoke of how quickly they had climbed in elevation over the previous 2 days. It was hard to guess this town's population, but Justin supposed it probably held about 200 or 300 people. Farmers in the fields gave them friendly nods as they passed into the town's main drag, a dirt road lined with sturdy stone buildings with thatched roofs, all letting out gentle plumes of smoke. Justin saw the people bundled in warm clothing, their breaths visible in the crisp air. Children scurried about with rosy cheeks, and elderly folk sat on porches, knitting or whittling wood, nodding as they passed. Already a layer of white was being added to the quaint town. A few stores caught Justin's eye. A general store with a wooden sign swinging in the breeze, a blacksmith hammering away at his forge, a potion shop with colorful vials displayed in the window, a tailor, a butcher, and a watermill turning slowly by the river's edge. At the end of the town stood a 2-story building, the only one in town, that had the look of an inn about it. Its stone walls were weathered but sturdy, while ivy crept up one side, adding a touch of rustic charm. The windows were framed with dark wooden shutters, and the thatched roof looked recently repaired, shedding light snow as it fell. Lanterns hung from the eaves, casting a warm glow. A sign above the door read, "The Pine and Hearth." Indeed, on the inn's left side was a tall white pine tree, for which the inn was likely named. The inn looked inviting, with smoke curling from its two chimneys, and the sound of laughter and the merry piping of a flute faintly audible from inside. Justin had never seen a more welcoming sight. Lila's steps were lighter, but Justin couldn't help but notice that Kargan looked unsure. Indeed, everyone in this town was likely to be human. Justin hoped the orc wouldn't face prejudice. "You'll be fine," Justin said. "You're with us." Kargan gave a slow nod, but said nothing. Eldrin opened the sturdy front door, throwing it back. They were greeted by a rush of warm air and the comforting aroma of roasting meat and fresh bread. The common room was inviting, with wooden beams overhead and a large stone hearth crackling with a welcoming fire. Villagers and travelers alike filled the room, conversing while enjoying the bard's lively tunes from a corner. Wooden tables and chairs were scattered about, almost all occupied by groups. Justin was surprised by the nearly full common room, but perhaps that was due to the weather. A pretty barmaid with rosy cheeks and a warm smile wove between the tables, carrying trays laden with mugs of ale and plates of hearty food. As they headed for the counter, the innkeeper, a stout woman with graying hair pulled back into a tight bun, greeted them warmly. "Welcome to the Pine and Hearth. With the festival, space is limited. It's 40 coppers for the dorm, a silver and 20 if you want something larger." "Nothing in between the two?" Justin asked. "We're out of our smaller rooms," she replied with a sympathetic smile. "We've got 2 big ones left, while we still have a few cots in the dorms." "We'll take the 2 larger ones," Eldrin said. "Are they next to each other?" "Yes," the innkeeper said. "They also have the option for a larger private bath brought directly to your room. It's 30 coppers per room." "We'll take it," Eldrin said. "Around 10 this evening works for the bath." "Very good, sir. Will you be taking dinner this evening? If so, it'll be 20 coppers a head, and 30 if you'd like drinks." "Yes, to food and drinks," Eldrin confirmed. The innkeeper had clearly perfected the art of the upsell. "That'll be 4 silvers, 20 coppers." Eldrin slid over a fat 5 silver coin. "Extra for your discretion. If you see anything strange, would you be so kind as to let us know?" "Of course, sir." She slid across 2 brass keys. "You'll be in rooms 11 and 12, with a westward-facing view." Justin did a quick mental calculation, giving Eldrin 1 silver and 25 coppers, as did Lila and Kargan. "Let's drop our stuff off first," Eldrin said. They headed up a narrow wooden staircase to the 2nd floor. The corridor was dimly lit, the floor creaking at their passage. They found their rooms at the end of the hall. Inside, they were cozy and well-furnished, though simple. Each had a sizable bed with thick quilts, a small writing desk, and a wooden chest for belongings. A small iron stove, already prepared with wood, promised to keep the rooms warm and cozy as the night turned colder. The windows looked out over the snow-covered town, offering a picturesque view of the white-dusted rooftops and the pine tree beside the inn. Eldrin placed his pack on the chest in one room and turned to the others. "We should get situated and then head back down for dinner. It's been a long day, and we deserve a good meal." "So," Kargan said, "who's with whom?" "You can stay with me," Eldrin said. "I imagine it's been a while since you've felt a comfortable bed, and a ranger is just as comfortable on the floor." "Let's go drop our stuff off, roomie," Lila said to Justin. Justin and Lila did so, though out of habit, Justin kept his cane, as well as the trusty dagger Eldrin had given him long ago. "Flip a coin for the bed?" She watched him strangely. "There's room for both of us. It's not like that small one in Whispering Pines." "I see," Justin said. "Or would you rather sleep alone?" "It's just that sleeping together has certain Implications. Lila laughed. Sometimes I forget how modest you are. It's cute. As long as you don't snore or hog the quilts, we won't have any issues. Well, if you're okay with it, I am too. Great. Let's head downstairs. I'm starving. With that settled, they headed back to the common room. Eldrin and Kargan were already waiting, sitting at a prime corner table not too near and not too far from the hearth. A glass window behind them revealed an increase in snowfall and the rushing rapids of the river Marin. Justin and Lila settled in. The barmaid soon approached, a woman likely in her late 30s. Her cheerful demeanor instantly put even Kargan at ease. Her chestnut brown hair was tied back in a neat bun, and her bright blue eyes sparkled above a light dusting of freckles across her nose. "Welcome to the Pine and Hearth, travelers," she greeted, her eyes lingering on Eldrin a moment longer than on the others. "Here for the autumn festival or just passing through?" "Passing through," Eldrin replied smoothly, his tone warm and charming. "Though from the lovely ambiance, it feels like a grave misfortune to leave so soon." The barmaid giggled like a girl 20 years younger. "Yes, many come for the fresh mountain air. Even though it's gotten unseasonably cold, that hasn't stopped the people from piling in. What's your pleasure? Food, drinks, or both?" "What's on the menu?" Eldrin asked, leaning forward slightly to give her his full attention. "A hearty stew would do wonders for me." "We've got a delicious venison stew. Freshly baked bread with rosemary butter, roasted pheasant, spiced apple tarts, and a selection of sharp cheeses. For drinks, we have our famous honey mead, blackberry wine, and a strong ale brewed right here in town." "Just bring out everything you can. I'll try the mead." "Blackberry wine for me," Lila said. "Ale," Kargan said. "Same," Justin said. The barmaid flashed a smile, her eyes taking in Eldrin most of all. "Of course, you won't be disappointed with any of it. If you need anything at all, I'm here. I'll be back with your meal shortly. I'm Mira, by the way." She gave a quick bob and headed for the kitchen, casting a glance over her shoulder. "So that's how a ranger flirts," Lila said playfully. Eldrin chuckled, a slight blush coloring his cheeks. "Just being polite, Lila. Nothing more." "Polite?" Justin asked with a wink. "She said anything at all, Eldrin." Eldrin chuckled while Kargan remained silent, apparently uncomfortable with the conversation. It was hard for Justin to remember that he was just a teenager sometimes. Within a couple of minutes, Mira brought their drinks back, and Justin couldn't help but notice that Eldrin's was in a larger mug than theirs, perhaps by a few ounces. "Enjoy," she said. Once she was gone, Lila gave Justin a knowing smile as he regarded Eldrin. "Who knew rangers had riz?" Eldrin took a swig of his mead. "Riz? It's what the kids from my lands call charisma." Eldrin shrugged with a smile. "I wouldn't be a ranger if I didn't know how to leave a mark." Justin grinned, a teasing line coming to mind. "Just make sure it's the right mark, Eldrin. We don't want her tracking us down later with a broken heart." Lila joined in with a playful glint in her eye. "Yeah, we're already being chased by a baron, but a woman scorned? Far more dangerous." Even Kargan couldn't help but laugh. Eldrin smiled and leaned back. "If I leave a mark, it's because I know how to cover my tracks. No broken hearts, just fond memories." They laughed as the lively chatter of villagers and travelers filled the room with a comforting hum. For the first time in days, Justin felt himself truly relax. Lila's attention was drawn to the dartboard in the corner. "Anyone fancy a round?" "I'm game," Justin said. Kargan, however, seemed more interested in a dice game going on a few tables over. He was already standing up to look. "Enjoy yourselves," Eldrin said. "I think I'll hold our table." Justin followed Lila to the dartboard, watching as she picked up the darts and handed him the red ones. "You know how to play, right?" He eyed the board, which seemed no different from his own world. First to 0 wins, right? Lila nodded, a mischievous glint in her eye. I have to warn you, though. I'm pretty good. Justin raised an eyebrow. Oh? Well, I'm not so terrible myself. Her smile widened. How about we make it interesting with a little wager? What were you thinking? 10 silvers. Whoa, what about honor and glory? She laughed, her eyes sparkling. What's the matter? Afraid to lose to a girl? Not at all. It's just, you've got skills that enhance your throwing. Hardly seems fair. She pretended to consider it. All right, how about this? If I win, I get the spot closer to the stove. If you win, you get a kiss. Deal? Justin couldn't help but smirk. Sounds like you win either way. You either get a kiss from a devilishly handsome guy like me, or you get the warmer spot. She tilted her head, her smile playful. So, what'll it be? I promise it won't just be a peck on the cheek. Mocking a wipe of sweat from his brow, Justin pretended to weigh his options. Truth be told, he liked it cool when he slept, so there wasn't much to lose. All right, you're on. Unsurprisingly, it turned out Lila was the far superior darts player. They laughed and joked as they took turns. Kargan, meanwhile, was still watching the dice game, his curiosity piqued by the enthusiastic cheers of the players. He was already reaching for his coin pouch to place some bets. Justin glanced over at the bar and saw Eldrin chatting up Mira, the two of them sharing a quiet conversation. So much for guarding the table, though Justin supposed their drinks were doing a good enough job of that. The barmaid was batting her eyes and even leaning forward to enhance what was already quite abundant. Eldrin's demeanor was relaxed, his smile genuine as he listened to her talk. Mira's laughter rang out occasionally, and she seemed to enjoy his company as much as he enjoyed hers. He was telling her some amusing story or other. Clearly, Eldrin had a lot more experience in the ladies' department than he did. After a few more minutes, as everyone took their seats, Mira set the food down with a flourish, her eyes twinkling. Enjoy. If you need anything else, just let me know. She gave Eldrin a special smile before heading back to the bar. Justin dug into his food. The stew was savory, the bread warm and crusty, and the pheasant perfectly roasted. The spiced apple tarts provided a sweet finish, their flavors a delightful blend of cinnamon and nutmeg. Justin felt himself relax further after he had downed a couple of pints. Justin, edified by alcohol, mingled with some locals, learning the name of the town was, fittingly, Pinecrest, and that Windfall was about a 2-day journey north on the dirt road leading out of town. He learned Windfall was a large city of stone, built into the mountainside, filled with staircases and tunnels intermixed with the buildings themselves. It was a border city, guarding the Wind Pass between Aranthia and Deloria. Justin regretted he wouldn't have more than a day to explore it. From the sound of things, it would be the largest city he'd seen so far, Eldareth notwithstanding. He also learned that, apparently, the Autumn Festival was a countrywide holiday in Aranthia, and not just in Silverton. Justin listened as Eldrin and Kargan discussed their plans for the next day's journey, while Lila hummed along with the bard's tune. As the night wore on, the common room emptied somewhat, and the fire in the hearth burned low. We should get some sleep, Eldrin said. Long day tomorrow. Justin nodded, stifling a yawn. It was nice to relax after they had been through so much. Thanks for allowing this, Eldrin. We needed it. The ranger nodded. Well, rest is important. Just be careful what you say and who you speak to. Justin nodded, but the warning made him second-guess every conversation he'd had that evening. He didn't feel like he'd revealed anything important, but maybe his questions about Windfall would be enough to raise suspicions should Gareth's company find themselves in this place. Certainly their party would be remembered. Justin supposed Eldrin was counting on them staying ahead. Gareth coming here probably wasn't too likely if he was going on the Plainsway as Eldrin supposed. Either way, Shadowflight would return tomorrow with more information on Gareth's whereabouts. "I'm off to bed," Kargan said. "See you all in the morning." "Same here," Lila added with a yawn. "Time for a bath and then straight to sleep. Good night, everyone." Both Lila and Kargan headed upstairs, leaving Justin and Eldrin alone in the common room. Eldrin took out his pipe, lighting it as the barmaid wiped down the counter, though it was already spotless. Justin hesitated, not wanting to intrude on whatever plans Eldrin might have, but also not wanting to walk in on Lila having a bath. He hoped the ranger understood his need to linger a little longer. "Well," Eldrin said, exhaling a puff of smoke, "God's willing, it will be a peaceful night for everyone." Justin's gaze drifted to the barmaid. "Looks like you're on your way to a relaxing evening. Lila's yet to give me that kind of look." Eldrin chuckled. "Patience, lad. A night's distraction is one thing, but the best things take time. The path to someone's heart isn't always straightforward. Lila cares about you. You've seen that. Who knows? If you want it, this could be the start of something real." "She's hard to read," Justin admitted. "One minute it seems like she's into me, and the next she pulls back." "She's afraid," Eldrin said, his tone wise. "Show her you care, not just with words but with actions. Be there for her, especially when it's tough. Trust grows in those small moments. A woman like Lila, she's worth the effort. But you've got to go at her pace. It's something of a dance, true. Look for the answers, and they have a way of revealing themselves." Justin nodded, taking Eldrin's words to heart. "Thanks. I'll keep that in mind." Eldrin smiled, his eyes twinkling with a mix of mischief and wisdom. "Now get some rest. Tomorrow's another adventure." Justin watched as Eldrin approached the barmaid, his demeanor relaxed and confident. The ranger had a way with people that went beyond mere charisma. It was a natural ease, a blend of experience and self-assuredness. Justin realized he still had much to learn. As the night deepened, the inn grew quieter, with the crackling fire casting a warm glow over the room. Justin finished his drink and stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. Justin took in the snowfall, which was layered a good 3 or 4 inches by now. He stepped from beneath the awning to get a better look at the street, when he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. There, sheltering in the eave next to one of the inn's lanterns, was a bat. It wasn't any usual bat, but one that was a good 2 or even 3 times larger than a normal one, with fangs to match. And unlike any other bat Justin had seen, it seemed to have decent vision, for its black, beady eyes had locked right onto him. Justin immediately got his cane out, but with a high screech, the bat fluttered off on leathern wings. Within seconds, it was flying into the snow. 46. Whispers in the Dark. The ranger class is most often associated with bonded birds, hawks, falcons, or even eagles. But any creature of sufficient intelligence and manageable size will do. Dogs, cats, foxes, bats, and even certain breeds of rats or pocket drakes have served as loyal companions. I even heard a tale of one particularly ambitious ranger from Baron Valdrik who bonded with a hatchling kraken. It worked out surprisingly well, for a few years. That is, until one fateful night when the kraken decided that its master's boat looked far more appetizing than the fish it was catching. Ranger Rowan Lightfoot, Tales of the Savage North. Eldrin immediately came out on the porch, arrow nocked. In one fluid motion, he pulled the string to his ear, sighted his quarry, and let loose. To Justin's utter amazement, the arrow landed true, and the beast spiraled to the ground, crashing into a snow pile. Mira was just behind him, her eyes wide with shock. "What was that about?" Eldrin lowered his bow. "Nothing of consequence. I'll be back inside shortly." She looked as if she wanted to speak, but then nodded. "Okay." When she went back inside, Justin looked at Eldrin. "Is there something I'm missing? That bat was big and scary, but I don't think it meant any harm. Probably after the warmth of that lantern there." "On the contrary," Eldrin said. "If it had reported to its master, we'd find all our gains erased." "Erased? You mean that thing was working for Gareth?" "Working for someone in his party, certainly. Agents of Morvath like to use blood bats, carrion birds, and sometimes even rats to do their spying and run messages. If allowed to live, we'd have no hope of eluding our pursuers." "Why didn't Gareth send this bat to follow us from the very beginning?" Eldrin smiled grimly. "Shadowflight is more than capable of taking care of overly inquisitive animals. A bat like this wouldn't dare show itself unless it was certain Shadowflight was far away, which he is at the moment, to keep track of Gareth's movements." "I see," Justin said. "Well, it's a good thing you were quick." "Ranger's intuition," he said. "We should be safe to sleep through the night." "What if they have another bat like this?" "It's almost certain they have at least a few. Agents of death are not shy about expending lives in pursuit of a goal, but all the same, creatures like these don't grow on trees. They must be trained for months, even years. When this one doesn't report back, they'll likely know Windfall is our goal. But it'll be a few days before that information becomes obvious. There's still time. We just have to be on our toes." Justin swallowed. "I'm glad you're with us, Eldrin." "Go get some rest, lad. It's probably best to stay inside for the rest of the evening." Justin went inside, heading upstairs to his room. When he knocked, Lila was quick to answer. "Took you long enough," she said, her brown hair damp. Seeing his face, she looked at him with concern. "What's wrong?" Justin relayed the news. Lila listened, her expression grave. "Damn, just when I thought things were getting easier." Justin nodded numbly. Once again, he was struck by the horrible truth that this just might be the rest of his life. What was supposed to be a relaxing evening was turning out to be the opposite. "Take a bath," Lila said. "You'll feel better for it." "I'm not really up for it. I'll just use my ring." Justin didn't have time to bathe anyway. There was a knock at the door, which Justin answered as several young men came to take the water away. In the process of its removal, they spilled not a single drop with practiced efficiency. Justin set his thoughts on the ring of hygiene, and within seconds he was completely clean, every trace of dirt, dust, sweat, and grime removed from his person and clothing. He went to the mirror and was shocked to see his reflection. In the few days since Highcliffe, he had lost at least another 20 pounds, and his features were even more pronounced. It was like looking at another person, someone he didn't even recognize. He was down at least 50 pounds since his first day on Eyrth, if not more. He touched his face. "It doesn't seem possible." "I think it's a property of your class," Lila said, standing beside him and looking at his reflection. "Just don't let it go to your head." Why would Lila say that? The only conclusion was that there was a reason it might go to his head. It reminded him of something Alistair had said on the day they met, something about socialites looking pretty and being useless. He wondered if it was a property of his magnetic presence boon. If this was level 7, what would he be like at level 11, or even level 15? Assuming he got that far, of course. It was nice to lose all the weight and become better looking. It would make things go easier in this world. It was a certain brutal fact of life that looks mattered in getting favors from people. Plus, there was the practical consideration of it being far easier to hike hundreds of miles and fight more effectively when there was less of him to carry around. "Time to sleep," he finally said, feeling his exhaustion. He was probably thin enough to not overcrowd the bed too much, which was a startling fact in itself. He drew the curtains closed, taking a glance out into the snowy darkness before doing so. Nothing moved in the streets aside from the falling snow. With luck, it would stay that way. Lila had already settled into bed. She blew out the candle, leaving only the red embers of the iron stove supplying warmth. Justin wasn't sure of the etiquette for sharing a bed with a woman he wasn't romantically involved with but had at least some feelings for. Either way, he decided it was better than sleeping on the cold floor, and Lila seemed to expect it. Despite their earlier bet, she had chosen the spot by the window, farthest from the stove. Of course, as he slipped under the quilts, it was impossible for his mind not to go to certain places. Sharing a bed with someone you were attracted to had implications, at least where he was from. Whatever those implications were, Lila didn't seem too concerned about them. Her leg was already touching his, and she was doing nothing to move it away. He closed his eyes, resolving to fall asleep, and such was his exhaustion that he almost did so until he heard her voice, soft in the darkness. "You know, for what it's worth, I'm glad you're here. I know this isn't your world, and you'd probably go back if you had the chance." Such sentiments expressed openly were rare for Lila. He wasn't sure what to say. He didn't even know if he would go back at this point. Yes, this world was dangerous, but what did he have to go back to? His basement and his video games? "It's been a strange journey," he finally said. "It's hard to imagine going through all this without you." "Remember what I said back in the stairwell about things being complicated?" "Of course." "Well, maybe it doesn't have to be so complicated. Maybe we just take things one day at a time and see where it goes." Justin thought it over. Of course, a large part of him wanted to say yes. It seemed they got on well together, and there was his obvious attraction to her. And yet, there were certain realities getting in the way. Being chased by someone wanting him dead, for example? Someone who wanted either his soul or his prismatic core, and perhaps even both. If they got together, that meant the relationship would escalate physically. As much as he would enjoy that, he wasn't sure he was truly ready for it, given the circumstances. If Eldrin had been just a few seconds slower, that bat would have gotten away, he finally said. With my life on the line, is it really worth the pain? It was quiet for a while, uncomfortably so. It wasn't a rejection per se, but a question. At last she answered, "I guess we'd just have to have faith that things could one day go back to normal." "Do you have faith?" "I'm not sure. I could have left a long time ago. I thought about it, but it felt wrong." "You don't have to stay for my sake. What made you decide to stay? It can't just be about getting this blessing of Arion at Montalea." It was a question he should have asked a long time ago, but such was the nature of their journey that it never came up. Quiet moments like these were rare, and it seemed he never got to savor them. She considered. "To be honest, I don't know. At Silverton, I thought we might go as far as Belmora before parting ways. Somewhere out there, those thugs are still after me. Maybe it's not as dangerous as your situation, but I can never stay in one place for too long. My plan is still to get to Dragor's Keep, but now I think I'm willing to go as far as Montalea, at least to see this whole thing through." "Well, If these vaults keep popping up, you'll be able to pay off your debts in no time, he said. She snickered. You're right. I have 3 crowns and a few silvers to my name. Better than no crowns, of course, but with the interest, I probably owe close to 70 by now. Well, after Montalea, maybe we can revisit this. Lila was quiet. Montalea is a long way away. It might never happen. Justin knew she had a point, but it seemed nothing more than a fantasy right now. That Lila was even having these thoughts meant she wasn't just into him. She really did like him, and was just waiting for him to make a move. The expectation was a bit terrifying, and Justin didn't know what to do with it. All his life he'd told himself that he wasn't good enough for anyone. It was hard to overcome those mental blocks in a single night. I've said too much, she said. Justin's mind raced, his emotions swirling in the dark. He wished he knew how to answer her, but the right words were elusive. Finally, he spoke, his voice soft and sincere. You didn't say too much. I'm glad you shared all that with me. I guess I'm just not used to having someone care about me. I'm grateful. I feel the same way about you, for the record. I'm just afraid of getting emotionally involved when so much is on the line. Are you not already? She had him there. Well, more emotionally involved. I get that. I don't know what the future holds. This world is unpredictable. There are so many dangers we still have to face. Having you by my side makes everything better. Maybe we can take it one day at a time, like you said. But maybe we can wait until things are safer before getting more serious. Justin took her hand to show his sincerity. Then, remembering Eldrin's words, he added, The best things take time. She hesitated a moment before answering. I know. You're right. There's still something I need to tell you. Last night, I talked to Eldrin while you and Kargan were asleep. Oh? I wanted to know what the Baron sees in me, why he's going through all this effort. Justin shared what he had learned, and Lila listened quietly. If she was going to be following him, she deserved to know the truth. She was quiet for a while, absorbing the information. That's terrifying. I've heard of ascendant classes before, but it's more like a legend to most people. It's all possible if he catches me, Justin said. And just hearing that, it made me feel completely hopeless. She squeezed his hand. It's not hopeless. Maybe it feels like that, but the fact that we've gotten this far is a blessing from the gods themselves. Maybe Alistair was right. About what? They're watching over you. That's what the cores are. People say they are a connection between us, the gods, and even the Creator. The classes are their gifts to us, and you carry a prismatic core, the best kind there is. Some people say that it doesn't just give you any class you want, it gives you the blessing of the Creator himself. That's what Eldrin said too. I'm not sure if I believe him. I mean, think of everything that's happened since you found it. Alistair walking on the road just in time to save you from goblins, an offer to help from me when you were laughed out of the mercenary guild, finding Eldrin in that inn, having his skills to keep us ahead of our enemies, Alistair getting you out of Silverton just in time, and finding not 1, but 3 vaults, all of which gave us the resources we needed. I could go on. She paused, letting it sink in. It doesn't make you invincible, of course, but it gives you an edge. As long as you can stay alive, Justin, time is on your side. Justin wondered if she had a point. Eldrin had said much the same thing. There were a lot of unlucky things that happened, too. I picked up a parcel that was addressed to a creep. Then there was the death mark. Alistair dying.
Maybe,
Lila said.
but wouldn't you rather believe you were lucky?
It was a nice idea. Hopefully it was true. Either way, Justin mentally noted to learn more about it when he had the chance. He had to admit it would explain a lot of the fortunate coincidences that had happened. Lila was right about Alistair. The paladin had even mentioned he'd never seen so many vaults spring from the ether. You've given me a lot to think about.
It's too soon to give up and feel hopeless. In a couple of days, we'll be in Windfall, and our options will open up. You'll see.
The exhaustion of the day was now hitting him in full force. Thanks, Lila. Let's get some rest.
All right. Good night.
Justin soon fell asleep. 47. Windfall. Windfall is a city of layers. First, there is the city proper, where most of its residents scrape by. Beneath that lies the undermarket, a seedy refuge for the poor when the northern storms roll in. Above it all, perched on the heights, are the manors of the wealthy aristocracy. But then there are also the layers of time. The elves first claimed the land as a trading outpost. Then came the dwarves, who built the imposing black walls and towers. Men came last of all, who saw little need to improve what already stood. The name, too, holds layers. The wind pass funnels biting gales through the city, and many are shocked by its brutality. Yet Windfall also reflects the dream of fortune that draws traders, hagglers, and hopefuls to this improbable bastion of the north. Windfall is a city built on the promise of riches, a promise that lures many to forget the stark impracticality of settling in such an unforgiving land. Chronicler Vidoric Crestingfall, Cities of the Wild Frontier. Justin and Lila headed downstairs to the common room, where Eldrin and Kargan were already eating a breakfast of hearty porridge, fresh bread, and slices of cheese. They quickly ate and went to return their keys.
Thank you for staying with us,
the innkeeper said.
Safe travels.
Leaving the inn behind, the party stepped onto the snow-lined street, the first gray tinges of dawn lighting the eastern sky. The sky was a clear, pale blue, the air crisp and carrying the scent of pine. The world was quiet, aside from the hammering of an anvil down the street at the town's smithy. Eldrin broke the silence. With Windfall just 2 days away, it might be best to resupply there. Lila smiled. You're in an awful hurry to leave. Justin glanced back at the inn, where Mira was looking through the window. The effect of fond memories, he supposed. Eldrin shot Lila an annoyed glance. I know what you're implying, but with that bat yesterday, I'm not taking chances. Best to keep our lead. Of course, she said brightly. Following your lead, Mr. Ranger. With a grunt, Eldrin pointed his feet westward and was walking just about as quickly as he could without running. Justin smiled, while Lila stifled a laugh. Kargan, oblivious, kept marching. The road quickly took them out of town and up a steep incline that angled toward the Umbers, which took about an hour to ascend. Then they started through the dense forest, where towering pines stood like silent sentinels. The only sounds were the crunch of snow underfoot and the occasional call of a distant bird. Eldrin led the way with his usual grace, his pathfinder's pace making the trek easier for everyone. While the skill was intended for travel off the road, the depth of the snow was such that they were all stepping more lightly, hardly even sinking into the drifts. The river Marin stayed to their left, much thinner than it was by Highcliff or even Pinecrest, as the landscape shifted to rugged canyons. The path narrowed, flanked by steep rock walls that echoed their footsteps. The river's gentle murmur accompanied them. Justin found himself lost in the journey's rhythm, the steady pace and the beauty of the natural world, once again taking his breath away. Growing up in Oklahoma, he was used to wide plains, and he had little reason to travel far. He remembered a vacation to the Rockies when he was a kid, but such was his life that he'd been nowhere more exotic than that. They only passed a few people on the way, a farmer and his mule and cart, a single adventurer wearing fur-lined armor, a long sword and a shield, who nodded pleasantly, and an older man who had the look of a pilgrim about him, wearing light armor, a cloak, and holding a walking stick. They reached a fork in the road. The main road continued on into a valley, while a narrower path led further west, snaking up the mountainside of the Umbers. "Left is faster for experienced travelers," Eldrin said, "though the climb won't be easy." "We need to save as much time as we can," Kargan said. "Lead on." The climb began in earnest as they reached the mountainside. The elevation increased, and the air grew thinner and colder. The snow was thick on the ground, crunching under their boots with each step. Lila edified their steps with her bardic inspiration. Eldrin's expertise was invaluable here, guiding them through the most treacherous parts with ease. They hardly had to pause and catch their breath, Justin realizing he no longer needed to. Apparently, like the real world, it was possible to get stronger and hardier without enhancing one's attributes. The view of the valley below grew more magnificent with each passing hour. By early evening, they found shelter in a cave by a stream, the water almost thin enough to be stepped across. Eldrin set up a small campfire, its warmth a welcome relief from the chill, while Kargan cast Blood Aegis, the crimson magical barrier shimmering before fading into invisibility. They sat around the fire, eating leftover boar and enjoying the rare moment of peace around a shared fire. It was then that Shadowflight returned. The dark falcon landed silently beside Eldrin, its keen eyes reflecting the firelight. Eldrin listened intently to the news the bird brought, a dark expression on his face. "Gareth is heading northeast on the Plainsway," Eldrin said finally. "As expected. We'll keep Shadowflight close by in case there are other spies." They settled down to sleep, the fire's warmth and the spell's protection providing a sense of security in the cold wilderness. Such were the exertions of the day that Justin was instantly asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. The next day dawned, clear and bright. Over a hasty breakfast, Kargan revealed he had earned enough experience to reach level 5. He earned a party tactic called Blood Pact, which slightly boosted the passive healing of all party members. Once they broke camp, Eldrin set a brisk pace, pushing them to cover as much ground as possible. The path continued to wind upward, the terrain becoming rougher and more challenging. Justin's legs ached with the effort, but he kept moving, knowing the pain would only strengthen him. By late morning they reached a ridgeline, and Windfall came into view in the far distance. Even from afar, Justin could tell the city was quite large. Built into the mountainside, the city was carved from pure stone, its formidable walls glistening in the sunlight. Such were the sheer sides of the terrain it occupied that Justin could see the strategic importance of the city, a thriving waypoint between two countries, and likely the only sizable pass in North Aranthia. There were multiple tiers, and it seemed the city occupied each side of the pass, stone towers rising high into the air covered with snow. The sight filled Justin with a renewed sense of purpose. They were getting closer. Lila came to stand beside him. "You're seeing my country for the first time. That's Daloria on the left, Aranthia on the right." Justin saw that the terrain to the west of the mountains, Lila's home country, was far rougher and less forested, while on the right, the pine forests were thick, at least where there weren't farms or pasture land. Feeling nostalgic? Justin asked. She shrugged. Well, I've never been this far north. Where I'm from, the Sapphire Coast, the climate is far more agreeable. They descended in elevation, passing through narrow mountain valleys and coming across quaint mountain villages. Justin took in the sights with a mix of awe and curiosity. The villagers watched them pass with a mix of suspicion and interest, their lives seemingly untouched by the turmoil that plagued the world beyond their snowy enclave. As evening approached, the formidable walls of Windfall loomed ahead. The city was imposing, a fortress of stone standing resolute against the encroaching darkness. Intricate Gothic carvings were etched into the walls, while stone gargoyles stood vigil on the crenellations. Guards dressed in black, fur-lined coats, with a griffin emblazoned on their chests, patrolled the walls bearing halberds and crossbows. Snow fell once again, the flakes swirling in the wind and adding to the sense of urgency. People built this? Justin asked, in awe. Only some of it, Eldrin said. Windfall is an ancient city, but it has been continuously occupied to various extents over the centuries. It was first built in the time of the Ilvari elves, but even then it was only a small waypost. After the elves abandoned it, the dwarves occupied it, creating most of the grander buildings you can see today, vastly increasing its scope. Like modern-day Aranthia, it served as its border, with Orcish lands to the west, now occupied by Deloria. There are no Orcish countries left today? Justin asked. Not in Serenthel, Eldrin answered. Man, Justin said. The Orcs have the short end of the stick, huh? Kargan grunted. Some of it was self-inflicted. But when the Shadow Empire came to power, the Orcs fled to the mountains to hide, and there they have remained, mostly. Interesting, Justin said. He wanted to ask if they could stay longer. He could really get lost in a city like this. I know a decent inn here, Eldrin said. It will make the perfect stop until the next leg of the journey. Justin and the rest followed Eldrin through the bustling streets. For the first time, Justin noticed the city's remarkable diversity. The population wasn't solely human. At least 1 in 5 was an orc, and even among the humans there was a striking variety of skin tones and cultures. Aranthia, from what Justin had seen so far, was predominantly fair-skinned, but the size and influence of Windfall had clearly drawn people from all corners of the world. With a start, Justin realized he hadn't encountered many people with darker skin since arriving on Eyrth. There had been a couple in the taverns of Highcliff, but here in Windfall, he saw many, dressed in vibrant, richly colored clothing, with the air of successful merchants. For the first time, he realized that this was his first proper city, cosmopolitan and easily over 100,000 people, if not more. Stalls selling exotic spices filled the air with tantalizing scents. Merchants peddled wares from distant lands, gleaming dragon-scale armor, intricate clockwork devices, and shimmering crystals that pulsed with inner light. A blacksmith hammered away at a sword, sparks flying in the crisp night air, while a street performer juggled flames to the delight of a gathered crowd. Eldrin led them past an apothecary with a window display of dried herbs and glowing potions, and a bakery that exuded the warm, inviting aroma of freshly baked bread and pastries. There was a magical emporium that seemed to offer self-stirring cauldrons and quills that wrote on their own. The scene was a blend of the familiar and the fantastical, each corner revealing something new and intriguing. At last, Eldrin turned down a staircase that led into some sort of tunnel. To Justin's utter surprise, a wide underground avenue was filled with even more shops and narrow alleys, all lit with magical lamps. The subterranean city had a distinct atmosphere, more shadowy and secretive. They passed by a shop selling dark cloaks and hooded garments, another offering lock-picking tools and dubious trinkets. Another potions shop offered a variety of brews in murky bottles. "What is this place?" Justin asked. "It's the Undermarket, a city all on its own, and probably the safest place for us to stay." "Looks sketchy," Lila said, observing a few beggars asking passers-by for money. "It's only for one night," the ranger said. After a few minutes of wandering through seemingly random alleys and staircases, they came to a narrow door, no different from any other. When Eldrin knocked, it unlocked on its own, revealing a surprisingly well-appointed space within. The interior was cozy, with plush chairs arranged around a roaring fireplace. A sturdy wooden table occupied the center of the room, laden with food and drink. Soft, ambient lighting from enchanted lanterns cast a warm glow. The stone counter was manned by an orc with a broad frame and a tusked grin, his green skin weathered and marked by scars that spoke of a warrior's past. His eyes, sharp and alert, sparkled with recognition as he looked up. "Ah, my favorite ranger! What brings Eldrin Thornwood to the mountain's embrace?" "I wasn't sure you'd remember me, Gorn," Eldrin said. "I remember almost all my guests," the orc said with a chuckle. "The ones that make an impression, anyway." "Do you have a suite available?" "It just so happens I do. It's 5 silvers a night. Of course, food and drink are included in the price." Justin's eyes popped at the price, but Eldrin didn't hesitate, laying down 6 silvers. "For my discretion and to bring you news of any potential danger?" Gorn asked, his tone amused. "That's what you said last time." "You know me too well." With a grunt, Gorn handed over 2 keys. Eldrin leaned on the counter. "On that note, any special news?" Not really. Of course, there's the festival going on. It makes the streets more packed than they would be normally. We've got peddlers from all across Serenthel trying to catch every stray copper they can, and not always by the rule of law. And, of course, with the increased traffic comes increased crime. The watch can hardly keep pace with the thefts and pickpockets." "Sounds dangerous," Lila said. Gorn chuckled. "Well, it's nothing too bad. Just got to keep your wits about you. But that's the same for every big city." Eldrin nodded. "Very good. Please keep me apprised of any new information or strange guests." "Of course," Gorn said. "We don't put up with any unsavory types here at the Mountain's Embrace. Your suite comes equipped with its own private bathroom and plumbing. If you need anything at all, simply let me or one of the staff know. It's a pleasure to host you again." "Thank you," the ranger said. He turned and nodded to everyone, their signal to go stash their gear. They headed down a short corridor toward the very end, where a heavy wooden door stood, which looked quite secure. Eldrin unlocked it and pushed it open, revealing the suite within. The room was carved directly from the mountain itself, with stone walls and floors that gave it a solid, enduring feel. Despite the ruggedness, the suite was elegantly furnished with plush furniture, creating a harmonious blend of solid edges and comfort. A dining area occupied one corner, complete with a sturdy wooden table and chairs. The 2 sizable bedrooms were each equipped with plush beds, soft linens, and ample storage space. The bathroom was a marvel, featuring running water and a large bath basin carved from a single slab of stone, with copper taps for both hot and cold water. It was easily the nicest inn room Justin had ever stayed in, and wouldn't look out of place in his own world at an upscale resort. "I have to say, this is impressive," Lila said. Kargan stashed his stuff. "I think I'll try to introduce myself to the local mage guild. It's still not too late, I imagine, and I'd better move since all of you plan to head out tomorrow." Of course, Justin knew this moment was coming. He just hadn't expected Kargan to leave so soon. "You sure you don't want a good night's rest and to head out in the morning? I'm sure you're hungry, too. Why not eat first?" "I would, but It's best that I make contact as soon as possible. If I can establish some connections, I'll be better off. Eldrin gave a respectful nod. Well, if you need a place to stay tonight, you know where to find us. I'll be the first to say, if this doesn't work out, you're more than welcome to continue with our party. Your skills have proven quite formidable. The orc nodded. I appreciate that. There's a decent orc population here, so I think I'll be fine. Do you need help finding the guild? Justin asked. I'll be fine on my own, Kargan said. I appreciate everything. Truly. Good luck, Kargan, Lila said sadly. He gave a firm nod. My thanks. It was a real adventure. More than I bargained for, but an adventure all the same. When Kargan closed the door behind him, Justin received a notification. Kargan has left the party. As the notification faded, Justin felt a strange sense of unease. He trusted the orc's abilities, but the city's vastness and unfamiliarity weighed on him. He hoped Kargan would be safe, and that their journey would continue without further complications. A few minutes later, their food was delivered, a thick stew brimming with chunks of tender beef, root vegetables, and wild mushrooms, all seasoned with aromatic herbs that Justin couldn't quite identify. Alongside it was a loaf of crusty bread, perfect for sopping up the rich broth, and a selection of local cheeses with a distinct sharpness that balanced the meal beautifully. Despite the delicious spread, the mood was dreary with Kargan's absence. His shields and healing would be missed, and it meant that they would have to tread far more carefully in the future. Once finished eating, Eldrin addressed them somberly. In a city like Windfall, most stores will be open late, especially on account of the festival. It would be safer to do all our shopping tonight rather than tomorrow, so that we can get an early start. While I don't believe it's possible for Gareth and his company to reach Windfall until late tomorrow night, at the earliest, it's best to play it safe and leave early tomorrow morning. What sort of things do we need to buy? Justin asked. There are no major cities between here and Dragor's Keep. There may be small towns along the way, but nothing like this. This is a prime opportunity to fill out your missing gear, healing potions and the like, with that gold earned from the vaults. Our travels are certain to take us off the trail. As for food, our packs are enchanted to allow the meat to last as long as we need it, and we should have it all eaten within a couple of weeks. Is it too risky to hire a coach? Justin asked. Lila mentioned the possibility. Very much so, Eldrin said. It would be the first place Gareth and his retinue would check. We have no option but to go off-trail north of the Northway for at least a couple of weeks, as previously discussed. It is tempting to rush things, but it's far better to be safe. We'll have to start very early tomorrow, and if it weren't for the need for rest, I'd keep going well into the night. Justin deferred to Eldrin's expertise. That makes sense. Lila was silent, and Justin got the sense she didn't like the idea. I can take care of the essentials, Eldrin said. You two just worry about finding some gear. Look for things that enhance survivability. Lila, perhaps you can find a pair of enchanted knives, for example, to replace those basic throwing knives you have, and better armor. I suppose I have money to burn these days, she said. Don't spend everything, but it would be wise to spend most of what you have. Belmora is the closest city that will have better options. Both of you should also consider warmer clothing, perhaps enchanting your current gear to provide a bit of heat. A headpiece is often overlooked and can provide a significant bonus to any class, so keep an eye out for that. Of course, if you can't find the enchantment you're looking for, you can buy something to your liking and take it to a local enchantry. There should be a dozen of them in a city this size. You can do that? Justin asked. Eldrin nodded. Of course. It isn't cheap, depending on the work and the expertise of the enchanter, but it's a valid option. So, how does gear work anyway? Justin asked. Is there a limit to how much I can wear? Yes, Eldrin said. Until level 10, you can equip up to 6 different pieces of enchanted gear. Doesn't matter what they are, you just get 6 slots. And after that? It increases with level. 9 slots at level 10, 12 at level 20, and as far as I know, it doesn't increase any more after that. Justin frowned. Okay, so let's say I found a ring that gave me +5 charisma, and for argument's sake, let's say I bought 6 of them. Could I just stack them all and charm a bank into giving me all their money? Eldrin chuckled. You could try, but first off, a bonus that strong isn't exactly common. You'd be lucky to find a ring that powerful. If you did, it'd likely be rated platinum tier. And second, rings and accessories don't usually boost attributes like that. Except for my amulet of equilibrium, Justin pointed out. If it were working properly, that is. Right, but that's an exception. Even then, it doesn't give a flat bonus. It adjusts itself based on the highest attribute. That's different from just stacking raw charisma. More than that, if 2 different accessories give the same effect, only the strongest one counts, while each successive accessory gives 50% less. By the time you get your 6th ring, it's not worth it anymore. Got it, Justin said. But let's say I still went all in on rings, each with a different effect. I could just wear regular armor, right? Or even normal clothes? You could, Eldrin admitted, but you'd be making a huge mistake. Enchanted gear isn't just about bonuses, it's also way more durable than mundane armor. It repairs itself, resists damage better, and even adapts to the size of the wearer. Justin raised an eyebrow. So what you're saying is that my silver tier coat is basically as strong as steel? Maybe not quite that strong. A silver tier steel breastplate will always be stronger than a silver tier coat, but a silver tier coat is loads more flexible. But you'll find that your silver tier coat has a knack for knocking back or redirecting mundane weapons, and even bronze tier ones. It's not foolproof, but it gives you some measure of defense that a mundane piece of armor wouldn't. Makes sense. Now flip that logic around. If you're wearing mundane armor and someone attacks you with a bronze tier sword, that blade will hit harder and be more likely to cut through it, especially if it has an armor-piercing enchantment. Justin exhaled. Damn, so gear tiers actually matter that much? Yes, enchantments make all the difference, which is why even bronze tier gear costs a fortune. Even a simple pair of bronze gloves can cost a crown or more, depending on the nature of the enchantment. Justin remembered his earlier theory that a copper piece was equivalent to about $1. That would mean anything that cost a gold crown was about $10,000. It was easy to see why most people couldn't afford even bronze-tier gear, and why vaults were highly sought after, even given the stakes. All right, Justin said. So stacking rings is a bad choice. Well, not always. Mage classes often stack accessories, but then again, mages tend to hang back and cast spells. In ideal scenarios, they aren't on the front lines taking hits. But even then, they have to be careful, because some weapons have accessory dispelling enchantments that can cancel out the effects caused by an opponent's accessories. So if you rely too much on accessories, you're just setting yourself up to get countered. But of course, it depends on the situation. Justin nodded. Okay, so armor slots actually serve a purpose. That's right, Eldrin said. Generally speaking, chest pieces boost endurance, while head pieces protect against status effects. Leg pieces help with speed, while gloves improve grip and blocking. It's not always the case, but that's generally how it works. What about weapons, though? Weapons are different, Eldrin said. You can only attune one at a time, unless you have a boon that allows you to dual wield. Wait, Justin said, but you have a bow and a longsword, so you can swap mid-fight? You don't have a dual-wielding boon. Well, anyone can switch their weapon attunement mid-fight, but it takes a few seconds to switch. So if Lila had 2 sets of throwing knives with different enchantments, she wouldn't be able to swap fast enough to use both enchantments back-to-back and stack bonuses. Unless, of course, she picked up a boon that let her do that. She'd have to throw all of one set first, then let the second attunement take hold before throwing the next set. Justin rubbed his chin. I think I've got it. So the real key is balance. Exactly, Eldrin said. If you go all in on one thing, you're painting a target on your back. Another thing, you can't wear 2 chest plates or a helmet over a hat. You can put them on, sure, but you'll only benefit from 1 enchantment per slot. Accessories are the only things that don't technically have a limit. They're sort of like wild cards. Justin smirked. So no stacking 2 pairs of gloves. Eldrin snorted. Nope. 1 set of gloves, 1 set of boots, 1 chest piece, 1 helmet, 1 leg piece, and 1 arm piece. Just like any normal person would wear. That said, armor enchantments are not to be confused with utility enchantments. Utility enchantments? Justin asked. This is just getting more complicated. No, this one is actually pretty simple to understand. Utility enchantments don't confer the bonus directly to your core. They work mostly on the piece of gear itself. For example, cold resistance is a utility enchantment. It'll naturally warm a piece of gear for freezing weather, but even someone without a class could put that on and benefit from it. My boots have a dry stride enchantment, Justin said. Is that the same thing? Precisely the same thing. Your ring of hygiene, however, is specifically attuned to your core. Anything you have to actively use, by definition, is not a utility enchantment, nor is anything that directly affects your attributes or abilities. Got it. Sorry for all the questions. It's just my nature to try and find a loophole. Trust me, if there were an easy way to break the system, people would have figured it out centuries ago. Lila yawned. Is the info dump over yet? I think so, Justin said. Unless you want to hear my theory on how to get infinite money using enchanted spoons. No, I do not. Okay, hear me out. What if you had a spoon enchanted to always refill with soup? You could fill up however many bowls you wanted, start a food stall, use the profits to enchant even more spoons. She rolled her eyes. We're wasting time. Instead of talking about enchanted clothing or enchanted spoons for that matter, how about we go out there and buy some gear? Good idea, Eldrin said. Long story short, be on the lookout for your missing gear slots, but accessories will do in a pinch. Eldrin passed Justin the spare key. Note where we are before heading out. This place isn't easy to find. Got it, Eldrin, Justin said. And try not to stay out too late, Eldrin said. He gave a knowing smile. I know a big city is an exciting place to be, but Gorn is right. It can be dangerous, especially given the festivities. Keep focused on your goal and always watch your back. Any item with an enchantment must be core-bound immediately, otherwise you're just asking to be robbed. Eldrin saying that only reminded Justin of his amulet of equilibrium. It was well hidden under his clothing, but for now the item wasn't bound to him. Not yet, anyway. He briefly considered leaving it in the room, but the risk seemed too great. They left the suite and headed out of the front of the inn, finding themselves back in the undermarket. They followed Eldrin through the narrow underground alleys, Justin noting the turns required before they came to a set of steps that led to a town square above, one so busy that it had to be the center of the city. The square was a riot of color and activity, with festival decorations hanging from every available surface. Strings of lanterns crisscrossed the open space, casting a cheerful glow. Stalls and carts were lined up in neat rows, selling everything from food to trinkets to clothing. Performers entertained the crowds with music, juggling, and acrobatics, their laughter and cheers adding to the festivities. Dominating the square was a magnificent clock tower built on the side of the northern mountain. Its face was illuminated by intricate glowing Aranthian numbers. The air was frigid, and thankfully the snow had stopped falling. "If you get lost, just find your way back here," Eldrin said. "Try to be back in the mountain's embrace before midnight. Off to your right, you'll find Market Street. It should have everything you need." And with that, the ranger left Lila and Justin on their own to complete their shopping, weaving through the crowds. The bustling streets of Windfall were a lively scene to explore, and Justin was looking forward to it. Vendors shouted their wares, colorful banners fluttered in the icy breeze, and the smell of roasted chestnuts filled the air. Justin took it all in. It was hard not to be excited, to not forget that danger might be around every corner. "We better get our shopping done fast, Lila," he said. "I really don't want to risk—" "Hey!" She was already taking off toward a wide staircase, on either side of which were bustling shops. With a sigh, he ran to catch up. 48. Shopping Spree. Have you ever wondered why we level up in our sleep? It's no accident. Consciousness is the one thing we carry between waking and dreaming. It is the thread that ties our scattered selves together. Perhaps the Creator chose this quiet moment for our growth, because consciousness, untethered from the distractions of the day, burns brightest in the dark. Scholar Rindle Failstorm, Class Fundamentals. Justin at last caught up to Lila as she was standing before a shop. From the swinging placard in the shape of a lute, Justin could see it was named The Melodic Armory. Beneath the shop's name was a subtitle, Instruments and Gear for the Budding Virtuoso. The storefront was vibrant, with musical notes and engravings of performers intricately carved into the wooden facade. The windows displayed an array of finely crafted musical instruments, enchanted gear, and stylish attire for bards, all gleaming under the soft glow of enchanted lanterns. "You're quick," Justin said, catching his breath. "Come on," she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let's go inside." They entered. The warm air was filled with the soft strains of an enchanted harp being played in the background. The interior of the store was a bard's paradise, with rows of instruments, racks of clothing and light armor, and shelves filled with various enchanted items. Behind the counter stood the shopkeeper, a stout man with a bushy red beard and twinkling eyes. He wore a brightly colored tunic and a large feathered hat. He gave them a welcoming smile. "Welcome to the Melodic Armory," he said in a jovial tone. "I am Bertram Merriweather, the owner. How can I assist you today?" "We're looking for some specific items," Lila said, stepping forward confidently. "I'm looking to round out my gear with some bronze-tier pieces." "Ah, a bard seeking to enhance her craft," Bertram said, his eyes lighting up. "You've come to the right place. Are you looking for clothing to enhance your musical skills? Or something more fitting for a bard on the go in a dangerous world?" "Definitely the second one," she said. "Well, we have a respectable collection of bardic armor and weapons. Which would you like to see first?" "Weapons, definitely. I fight with throwing knives." "Of course. I would be pleased to take you to our knife section." Without waiting for an answer, Bertram led them to the back of the shop. Shortly, they reached a section filled with throwing knives displayed on velvet cushions. Lila's eyes were drawn to a set labeled Echoing Knives. Apparently, some sort of magic was placed on the weapons that allowed Justin to see more information about them. Echoing Knives, set of 6. Weapon, throwing knives. Core restriction, coordination, charisma. Tier, bronze. Sharper focus, +1 coordination. Resonant echo. Percentage chance based on your charisma attribute for an attack to hit twice, either on the same target or a different one. Price, 1 golden crown, 50 silver marks.
These look perfect,
Lila said, picking up a knife and testing its balance. They've got some other sets as well, Justin said, looking through the section.
These look like the only bronze tier ones, she said. The rest are 5 crowns or more. I'll take these. They're much better than what I currently have.
Bertram nodded approvingly. Excellent choice, my lady. These will serve you well and deliver excellent value. Like all enchanted blades, they shall never lose their edge and can even deal with ethereal enemies. After all, finding the best stories means going to the dark places. Are you still in the market for some light armor? Or more travel wear?
Light armor,
Lila said without hesitation.
Though I must admit, I'm on a budget.
I have just the thing. Please, follow me. Next, Justin and Lila followed Bertram to the armor section, where he stopped before a complete set on a mannequin called the Minstrel's Leather Ensemble. It contained a piece for the chest, legs, arms, and feet. The set was practical yet stylish, with intricate embroidery and lightweight, reinforced leather perfect for a bard on the move. Justin inspected the armor's description. Minstrel's Leather Ensemble. Armor set. Leather armbands, chest armor, cuirass and greaves, boots, and gloves. Class restriction, bard. Tier, bronze. Leather ensemble. +1 to all attributes when worn as a complete set. If one piece is removed, the set enchantment is broken. Utility bonus, cold resistance. Price, 2 gold crowns. Justin nodded approvingly. That was a decent set for Lila. Plus, the cold resistance would be great for the weather. What is a set enchantment? Justin asked. That wasn't covered in my crash course. It's a cost-saving measure, Bertram explained. Oftentimes, enchanted armor will be sold in full sets to save on magical components. This allows me to pass those savings on to you. The downside is, of course, that if you remove one piece of armor in favor of something else, you'll lose the set enchantment. The armor will still protect you, of course, but it will be no better than mundane gear. The cold resistance enchantment will still function, since it's a utility enchantment. I see, Justin said. Needless to say, this armor boasts decent protection for the traveling bard at an affordable price. 2 crowns are a bargain, especially considering the lady can walk out with this set today.
This should round out my gear nicely, Lila said, examining it. Except I can't get both it and the knives.
Can we work out a deal, Bertram? Justin asked. The shopkeeper's face became one of regret. Alas, though this is one of our more affordable sets, a lot went into the crafting of it. Bardic armor is highly specialized. This is actually the only one we have left. The price, as it stands, is about as competitive as I can get. Justin nodded thoughtfully. I understand. But what if we take both the daggers and the armor? Surely you could give us a small discount for buying both. Bertram stroked his beard, considering. I appreciate loyal customers, and I do have some room for negotiation, especially for a bard who might bring more business my way with tales of my fine wares. Let's see, I might reduce the price by 25 silver marks as a favor to you, in return for repeat business. Lila looked crestfallen. If her wallet was anything like Justin's, it was probably enough to bleed her completely dry. Justin saw an opening and pressed further. How about 3 crowns for both the armor and the knives? That way we can walk out of here today with everything we need, rather than having to leave something behind. In return, we will spread the word of your generosity and excellent service. It's a win-win for both of us. Bertram chuckled, clearly amused by Justin's persistence. You drive a hard bargain, young man. However, that cuts my margins quite thin. It was at this moment that Lila reached into her coin pouch, producing 3 fat golden coins. Bertram paused his speech and cleared his throat. Ah, very well. I know that trick, and by the gods it has worked on me. Very well, I'll let both go for 3 crowns, but only because I can see the potential for future business with you two. Your next purchase will have to be at full price. Deal, Lila said, grinning. Bertram nodded approvingly. Excellent. Let me gather the items, and I will meet you at the counter. They waited while Bertram returned with the gleaming knives and the full ensemble. That will be 3 golden crowns. Lila paid without hesitation, handing over the 3 fat gold coins she had received from the crypt of King Alaric. Once the money had been exchanged, Bertram gave a pleased smile. Very good. Would you like them wrapped, or would you like to wear them out to the store today? I can wear them. Do you have a changing room? Yes, in the back. Lila looked at Justin. I'll be right back. As she left, Justin was left alone with the storekeeper. You have gained 50 experience points. Your experience stands at 319 of 940. Justin couldn't help but smile at the negotiation handled with care. So, this cold resistance enchantment, Justin said. Is there a way to add it to my current clothing? Yes, there is, Bertram said. There's a good enchantry up the street that does fine work, called the Arcane Thread. A warming enchantment is necessary to live and work in a town like this, at least for the chest piece. We'll check it out, Justin said, though his attention was already drawn to something else. Above the counter, within an enchanted display case, he noticed 2 glowing yellow orbs, each marked with a rune resembling a harp. Are those barred cores? He asked, intrigued. Aye, that they are, Bertram replied with a nod. Are you interested? Justin shook his head. I'm a socialite, so I can't take it on until level 20. Ah, pity, Bertram said, his tone sympathetic. Though even then, you wouldn't be able to use it. Justin frowned. What do you mean? Bertram gave him a curious look, as if Justin had just revealed a glaring gap in his knowledge. Well, you don't unlock your second core attribute until level 20. Most people never do, given the difficulty. But since your first core attribute is charisma, your next will be something different. So you'll have to choose a class core that aligns with that new core attribute. Oh, right, Justin said, trying to cover his slip. I knew that. Bertram chuckled softly. Of course, sir. Just out of curiosity, how much does one of those cost? Bertram shrugged, his expression non-committal. 30 crowns. Justin raised an eyebrow, sensing there might be room to negotiate. Well, that's quite a sum. Hard to see how starving artists could ever afford that. Do you require payment up front? I do, Bertram confirmed. Although some secure financing from a bank. That's usually only possible if you already have substantial resources. Unfortunately, most can't afford the class core, unless they already come from wealth. A bard core is actually on the cheaper side compared to others. Where do class cores come from? Vaults, right? Bertram nodded. Aye, most are found in vaults, though they can also form in the areas with high magical concentrations. The potential to sell cores drives many a vault runner. But, of course, that's impossible without the class to begin with. And since vaults can't be cleared alone, the profits have to be split among the party. The riches can be great, which is why so many are drawn to the life of a vault runner. Fame, fortune, or, often enough, doom. It attracts the spoiled children of wealthy merchants and lords, at least until they're ready to settle down. Some, though, never leave the life. They get addicted to the wealth and the thrill. I can see that, Justin said. What level vault should I be looking at if I want to find a class core? Bertram considered this for a moment. It depends. They can appear in vaults as low as level 10, but rarely. And they're more likely to be the grand prize. They become more common in level 15 to 20 vaults, but even then, it's no guarantee. Beyond that, they drop like candy, but at those levels, adventurers drop like flies. Good to know. Thanks for the info, Bertram. The shopkeeper nodded with a smile as Justin headed to the back of the store. A couple of minutes later, Lila emerged, completely decked out in her new outfit, with knives holstered 3 to a side. The minstrel's leather ensemble fit her perfectly, its practical design stressing her natural curves. The echoing daggers glinted at her hips, ready for action. Justin was surprised by his reaction. There was just something about a woman in leather that he couldn't quite ignore. Lila twirled and struck a playful pose. Well, is it too much? Justin finally found his words. No, it's perfect. You wear it well. She smiled. Well, as long as you like it. Let's head to the enchantry up the street, Justin said. I want to see if I can get my gear ready for the cold weather. As they passed the door, Bertram gave a noble bow. Thank you for your business. May your songs always be filled with joy and your adventures grand. Thank you, Lila said brightly. As they headed back out onto the stone street, the temperature seemed to have dropped while they were inside the melodic armory, and the cutting mountain wind didn't help matters. Justin suppressed a shiver. It was high time they headed for the arcane thread. Wow, this warming enchantment is a game changer, Lila said. I've always wanted one, but I've never had the money to justify it. And in Deloria, of course, it rarely gets cold enough to need one. Can't wait until I have one of my own, Justin said. They headed up the stairs built into the street, quickly finding the arcane thread and ducking inside. The interior of the small shop was incredibly quiet. The shop was filled with bolts of fabric, enchantment materials, and a variety of enchanted garments hanging from racks. Shelves lined the walls, holding jars of glowing powders, shimmering liquids, and radiant crystals of multiple hues. Standing at the counter was a snow goblin, though this one was clearly female and looked quite different from Gribble back in Highcliffe. Her skin was a pale blue, and she wore a neat, tailored outfit with a pair of spectacles perched on her nose. She looked up as they entered, her eyes sharp. Welcome to the Arcane Thread, she said in a calm, measured voice. How can I assist you this evening? I was hoping for a cold resistance enchantment on my coat here, Justin said. Is it doable? The snow goblin gave a derisive sniff. Doable? It's quite elementary, my dear human. I am the best enchanter in town, and to be frank, normally such a thing would not be worthy of my attention. Only business is slow this evening. Allow me to examine your coat, and I can give you the price. Justin went to remove it before realizing that, in doing so, his amulet would be even more visible. I'll just do this outside. Be right back. The snow goblin's eyes narrowed, but she made no comment. Justin rushed outside, finding a small, unoccupied alley. Looking each way, he took off the amulet and pocketed it before removing his coat and returning to the enchantry. Without a word, he handed it to the snow goblin. Sorry about that. It won't be terribly expensive, will it? The snow goblin looked nonplussed. She produced a pair of what looked like jeweler's glasses, except they glowed with a golden aura, and examined the coat as if it were a dirty thing. Indeed, it had patches of dirt and snow on it. Justin realized he could have had it cleaned with his ring of hygiene, but it was too late for that now. Yes, I see, the snow goblin said. The coat of Highcliffe's elegance. The Highcliffe's elegance enchantment confers +1 to coordination and endurance, while the enchantment of featherweight makes the coat quite light, making it an excellent choice for travel.
The featherweight is your only utility enchantment, so the attribute boost is immaterial insofar as the enchantment's complexity. The snow goblin removed her glasses. This can be done for 20 silvers.
It was a lot more than Justin expected. I was expecting it to be about 5. The snow goblin looked miffed.
5? Well, there are the material costs, the interactions with the original enchantment that must be accounted for, and not to mention the price of my expertise. If I charge something of a premium, then it's only because you want the job done right. Unless you would like to go to Jackie's Jinxes for the bargain treatment.
Assuredly not.
Then it will be 20 silvers, and about 5 minutes of your time, if you can spare them. I take payment up front.
Justin sighed, handing over the coins. Here you are. She immediately set to work. The snow goblin took a small blue glowing crystal from a shelf and placed it on the counter. She then picked up a vial of shimmering liquid and a small brush. As she worked, she murmured incantations under her breath, her hands moving with practiced expertise. She dipped the brush into the liquid and drew intricate runes on the inside lining of the coat. The runes glowed brightly for a moment before fading into the fabric. The magic of the crystal seemed to resonate with the runes, blowing a low, chilly breeze in the enchantry. Next, she placed the crystal on top of the coat and pressed her hand down on it. The crystal pulsed with light, and a soft hum filled the room. Justin watched as the runes reappeared briefly, glowing in harmony with the crystal. The glow spread across the entire coat, and then, with a final whisper from the snow goblin, the light faded completely.
It is done, she said, handing the coat back to Justin. The cold resistance enchantment is now in place. You'll find it to be quite effective. Now keep in mind this is a utility enchantment. It will keep you warm from the environment, but not if it gets far too cold or wet. It will also do little if an elementalist shoots you with an ice spike. It's sad I should have to spell that out, but there it is.
Justin slipped the coat back on, feeling a warm tingle spread through him. Thank you. This is perfect. The snow goblin gave a curt nod.
May your travels be warm and your path clear. If you need any more work done, please come back.
When they returned to the street, Justin hardly felt the effects of the cold weather wherever the coat provided coverage. The effects of the new enchantment were well worth the snow goblin's derision. You're right, he said to Lila. Game changer. Last thing on the agenda, Lila said. We need to find your items. Do you really think they have a store here specifically for socialites? Eldrin seemed to think so. We just have to find it. Before they set off, Justin ducked back into the same alley as before, taking out his amulet and putting it back on, ensuring it was well hidden beneath his coat. It didn't feel truly safe until it was secured around his neck. The two of them set off up the street. 49. The Elegant Enclave. A skilled merchant can turn a famine into fortune, a war into wealth, and a single coin into a kingdom. Guildmaster Garrick Valdrik, The Merchant's Manifesto. Surprisingly, it didn't take long for them to find what they were looking for. Lila was the first to catch sight of a shop where the swinging placard declared it the Elegant Enclave. Like the melodic armory, it also contained a subtitle, Finery for the Discerning Gentleman. The storefront was adorned with intricate woodwork and gilded accents. In the windows were mannequins dressed in elegant clothing, brandishing canes and wearing accessories that shone under the soft glow of enchanted lanterns. Almost all wore top hats, while one wore a white fedora with a purple ribbon and a peacock feather. Rich velvet curtains framed the displays, and a subtle fragrance of polished wood and fine fabric wafted from the open doorway. "Come on," she said, pulling his arm. As they entered, the interior of the store was even more opulent than the exterior suggested. Plush carpets in deep burgundy covered the floor, and the walls were lined with dark mahogany shelves displaying an array of finely tailored clothing and gleaming accessories. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a warm, inviting light over the space. Behind a polished counter stood the shopkeeper, a tall, thin man with impeccably groomed hair and a meticulously trimmed mustache. His clothes were of the highest quality, a tailored suit that spoke of both wealth and taste. He regarded Justin and Lila with a critical eye, his nose slightly upturned as if he were perpetually sniffing something distasteful. "Welcome to the elegant enclave," he said in a smooth but slightly condescending tone. "I am Reginald Fairfax, the proprietor of this establishment. How might I assist you this evening?" "We're looking for some specific items," Justin began, feeling slightly intimidated by Reginald's haughty demeanor. "Of course," Reginald replied, his tone suggesting that he doubted they could afford anything in the store. "Do let me know if you require any assistance in selecting the finest attire and accessories for a gentleman of taste." From the look Reginald gave him, it was quite clear that he believed Justin didn't have any taste. As they wandered the store, Justin whispered, "I don't want to give this blowhard my business." "Don't take it personally. He's probably trying to stoke your pride, make you feel like you can't afford anything. That way you'll want to prove him wrong." "That makes no sense." "It's an old trick. Some of the high-end stores in Erebar do the exact same thing. So, what pieces are you missing? Let's focus on that." "Well, a headpiece and an arm piece for starters, and a leg piece, and maybe a second accessory since the amulet—" He trailed off, realizing he had already said too much. "Let's find a decent headpiece first." Justin headed for the hat section, where each item was placed on a stand with an enchantment that displayed a brief description through his interface, along with the price, much like the melodic armory. His eyes popped at the prices. There was nothing less than 10 gold crowns, and items as high as 25. "I think we're in the wrong store," Justin said. Reginald, who apparently had sharp ears, caught every word. "You find yourselves in the gold section. For clothing of humbler tastes, please make your way to the bronze items section in the back." "Thank you," Lila said, turning back to Justin and rolling her eyes. "Let's see what they have." They went to the back of the store, where the prices were more agreeable but still quite expensive. There were only a couple of hats with a price Justin could afford. One was a fedora of sorts, called the Sentry's Fedora, that conferred a +1 to endurance and nothing more, along with a utility enchantment of Dust Repel, which kept the hat free from dust and dirt, on sale for 75 silver marks. Also on sale for 75 silver marks was a so-called dandy's cap with a long red feather. Dandy's cap. Headpiece. A stylish cap with a long red feather. Core restriction. Charisma. Tier. Bronze. Dandy's charm. +1 charisma. Price. 75 silver marks. "Is this really all they have?" Justin asked. "It's kind of sad." "Seems like it," Lila said. "I'd go with the dandy's cap. Charisma is what helps you most. Plus, the dust repel enchantment is not useful at all, especially with your ring." He reached out to touch the feathered cap, and as soon as he did so, a sort of alarm went off, high and trilling. Justin took his hands off the hat, and it went away. Reginald came into the back room, turning up his nose. "Please, sir, hands off the merchandise. If you wish to make a purchase, simply tell me." "Sorry," Justin said. With a derisive sniff, Reginald returned to the front. "What an infuriating man," Justin said. Dandy's cap it is. Time to find a leg piece and an arm piece. They made their way over to that section, but there was only one bronze-tier item in Justin's price range, the Squire's armlet. Apparently, socialites were expected to be loaded and go for silver-tier and higher items. It was a simple armlet of bronze to be worn on the upper arm. Squire's armlet. Arm piece. A bronze piece that grants a modest strength boost. Core restriction, charisma, power. Tier, bronze. Squire's resolve. +1 power. Price, 75 silver marks. Nice, Justin said. Something to help my physical strength, at least. Now if I could only test it out on Reginald. Lila gave him a playful punch. Behave yourself. So that's the Squire's armlet and Dandy's cap. That's a crown and 50 marks. That leaves you how much? After enchanting my coat, I have about a crown and 50 marks left. Damn, being a gentleman is expensive. I already saw their leg pieces, Lila said. There's nothing cheaper than 3 crowns. Well, I'll have to stick with my normal pants for now. They've served me well so far. What about accessories? All too much. Looks like this is all you can afford. Justin sighed. So be it. Let's check out. They went to the front, where Reginald pretended not to see them, until Justin cleared his throat and tapped his cane a few times. Reginald looked up. Yes? We'd like the Squire's armlet and the Dandy's cap, Lila put in. Reginald appeared to be bored. That shall be 1 crown and 50 marks. Can we negotiate a bit on the price? Justin asked, trying his best to sound diplomatic. Reginald raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. Our prices are quite firm, sir. We pride ourselves on the quality and exclusivity of our merchandise. We are, after all, the only socialite clothier in Windfall specializing in superior clothes for the gentlemen of means. As such, it would be unseemly to offer discounts. Justin wasn't ready to give up. I understand that, but surely there's some room for negotiation. We're buying multiple items after all. And let's be honest, the quality of the enchantments leaves a lot to be desired. A little flexibility on the price would go a long way in earning our repeat business. Reginald's expression didn't change. As I mentioned, our prices reflect the superior quality and fashion of our items. Any common enchanter can slap an effect on a set of rags, if they so choose, but where's the style in that? At the Elegant Enclave, you are not just buying the enchantment, you are buying an image. However, if you purchase from us today and return for future needs, perhaps then we can discuss more favorable terms. Justin felt a flicker of frustration but kept his tone even. How about meeting halfway? I'll happily pay a crown and 25 silvers for the Dandy's cap and the Squire's armlet. That's still a substantial sum, and it shows our commitment to quality. Reginald's eyes narrowed slightly. Your offer is noted, sir, but it does not align with our pricing policies. If we lowered our prices, then we would lose our exclusivity, and we have never been known to give a discount, or indeed have needed to offer one. The price remains at 1 crown and a half. I assure you it is more than fair for the value provided. Justin sighed, fishing the coins out of his pouch. All right, fine. But this isn't how I usually do business. Reginald gave a curt nod, clearly pleased. Thank you for understanding. Would you like these items wrapped? No, that's fine, Justin replied, handing over the money. It pained Justin greatly to hand over the coins. Within a minute, Reginald had returned with both items. Here you are, sir. Is there anything else I can help you with today? No, Justin said. Unless... He'd been about to ask if they sold patience to deal with snobs, but looking at the display case behind Reginald, he saw another yellow core, this one with a rune that resembled a cane. "How much for that class core?" Reginald smiled thinly. "1 shard." Justin frowned. "One what now?" Lila leaned over. "A platinum shard, worth 100 crowns. Justin's eyes widened. "Nobody can afford that." "Well, it seems you certainly did," Reginald observed. "Unless you acquired your socialite core by other means?" "What are you implying?" Justin said with a huff. "Know your place, sir. This is not how you should treat a paying customer who has asked you a simple question." The man actually smiled at that. "Ah, there's the socialite in training. Please come back any time. The elegant enclave stands ready to serve all the discerning gentlemen of Windfall and its environs." Then, donning his spectacles and going back to his ledger book, he said, "Good night." But suddenly his head snapped toward Justin's chest, right at the amulet he was wearing, or rather the gold chain that was clearly visible below his collar. Justin felt his skin grow cold. My, what a fine piece that is. I mean, it's not often one sees a platinum-tier artifact on the streets of Windfall, and not core-bound. The man seemed to take in Justin anew, as if looking at his next meal, but Justin was over it. "You had your chance, Reggie. Come on, Lila, let's go." "Wait," the man said, the plea in his voice stopping them short. "At least hear me out. Are you in the market to sell it? I can offer a very good price." He gave a devious smile. "Or perhaps you'd prefer to trade. How would you like an outfit composed of all silver-tier items, A complete set, and perhaps a gold-tier cane of your choice?" Now that was a tempting offer. Justin had been dead set on refusing the man whatever he asked, but he just had to consider this one. From what Justin had seen of silver-tier items so far, they all came with at least 2 attribute points and an enchantment that was almost always useful. And as for a gold-tier cane of his choosing, it would certainly be better than the one he currently had, which was silver-tier. Justin's mind raced as he considered the offer. Silver-tier gear would be a significant upgrade, making him far more effective in almost every situation. The gold-tier cane would likely enhance his abilities even further, giving him an edge that could make a real difference. The practical side of him screamed to take the deal. After all, the amulet was powerful, but there was no guarantee he would ever get to use it, at least not soon. But then he thought about the amulet's true value. It was more than just an item. It held boundless potential for the way he was building his character. Trading it away felt wrong, like giving up a part of himself for short-term gain. Besides, how had Reginald known about the amulet and its value anyway? "And here I was thinking I was hiding it well," Justin said. Reginald smiled. "I must admit I didn't notice it at first, but it's difficult for something like that to escape the eye of an experienced merchant like me." "A merchant?" Lila asked. "And you run a shop for socialites?" "It's my niche, you might say. But the item you carry, sir, holds great value. I made a costly mistake. I underestimated your means, something I don't do often. If you prefer money, well, it can be arranged. I can give you an enchanted promissory note to take with you to the bank tomorrow morning, and they'll pay you in cold, hard coin. I know you aren't from here. I know all my customers, and my reputation is impeccable. But perhaps we can come to an agreement, one gentleman to another." "How much are you thinking?" Justin asked. "That must be decided. I think 1 platinum shard is a reasonable starting point." He nodded toward the display case behind him. "Or, if you prefer, I can trade you for the core." Lila's eyes widened at that. Justin only felt sick. The snow goblin back at the frosty mug had been willing to break his kneecaps over his silver tier cane and 20 crowns. What resources did a merchant like Reginald Fairfax have? "I'll consider it, Reginald, but you have insulted me greatly." The shopkeeper's smile faded slightly. "The offer stands, should you change your mind. If the number is disagreeable, I'm sure we can—" "You forget that being a gentleman is not just about style or money, but about manners. You made a big mistake, Reginald. Huge. Count yourself lucky if I ever return. Good day." "Sir, if I may be so bold—" "I said good day." In a huff, Justin ushered Lila out the door and closed it firmly. The jingle of the bell was practically frantic. As they walked, Lila glanced at Justin. He remained quiet, deeply disturbed by the exchange. He was wondering if he had made a huge mistake. If Reginald was good for it, then that kind of money was game-changing. Even a level 15 vault had only gotten him 2.5 gold crowns. He'd have to run 40 of those to reach 100 crowns, or rather a platinum shard. "Justin," Lila finally managed, "why did you do that?" He shook his head. I don't know. He just made me so mad." "I know. He made me mad too. But assuming this is a legitimate number, that kind of money, if used wisely, can set someone up for life." "I think I've had my fill for the evening," he finally said. "The last thing we need is for Reggie to send some goons after us." Lila nodded. "I understand. Maybe we can talk about it when things have cooled off." "You want me to sell it, don't you?" Lila looked as if she wanted to respond, but decided not to. "We can talk about it later." Justin wanted to talk about it now, but he knew that it was the anger inside him. "You're right, Lila. I'm sorry." "It's natural," she said. "Let's get some rest. We'll feel better for it." First, Justin decided to don his new gear. He placed the dandy's cap on his head while also slipping on the squire's armlet, binding both items to his core. That just left one clothing slot, a leg piece, and with 1.5 crowns to his name, there was probably somewhere in this city he could buy something suitable. But as they were walking down the street, Justin couldn't help but notice another person approaching, exuding an air of pompous confidence. The man was impeccably dressed in a dark, tailored suit with silver embroidery along the cuffs and collar. He was tall and lean, with brown hair falling to his shoulders, with upward twirling mustachios. His headwear, a tall top hat, sat at a jaunty angle. He twirled an ornate cane with a ruby head shaped like a fire-breathing dragon. A beautiful woman hung on his arm, dressed in a flowing green gown that accentuated her graceful figure. Her blonde hair was styled in intricate curls, and she wore a delicate pendant around her neck that sparkled with enchantment. The man's eyes locked onto Justin with a mixture of curiosity and challenge. The stranger halted in front of Justin, raising an eyebrow. "Well, well, what do we have here? A fellow socialite, I presume?" His voice was smooth but carried an undercurrent of condescension. He flourished his cane in a grand gesture, the weapon so tall that it could almost be called a staff. "I must say, your ensemble is quite quaint." Justin felt a spark of annoyance but kept his composure, his voice dripping with sarcasm and boredom. "Justin Tailmaker. And to whom do I owe the pleasure of this grand introduction?" "Lord Percival Harrington, of the same house. Tailmaker is not a house I'm familiar with, I'm afraid. Mayhap there's some obscure reference to it in some forgotten tome in the public library." Justin smiled. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who had access to poison barb, but his charisma was too high to take the hit. "You seem quite proud of that cane, Lord Harrington. You know what they say, the bigger the cane." Percival smirked. tapping his cane on the ground. Indeed, it's gold tier. Not everyone can have one, as you should well know. He gave a haughty laugh. But I see you've managed to acquire a few items of note yourself, if items they can be so called. His aristocratic nose, wrinkling in disgust, told Justin just what Lord Percival thought of those items. Tell me, are you familiar with the art of the social duel, Mr. Tailmaker? It's a sophisticated contest, not for the faint of heart, or the— He cleared his throat. Poorly dressed. Before Justin could respond, Percival activated what had to be his dandy swagger skill. The air around him shimmered yellow as he took a step back, exaggerating his bow while holding the brim of his top hat. Then Percival spun, his blue eyes thunderous. I challenge you to a duel of wits and charm, good sir. Let's see who among us truly embodies the essence of a gentleman. Beat his ass, Justin, Lila said. Percival's lady companion crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes at Lila, clearly not liking her words. Justin felt the familiar surge of confidence as he activated his own dandy swagger skill in response. He twirled his cane and strutted like a peacock before performing a low bow to the delight of the gathering crowd, most of whom were applauding. Percival's lips curled downward in distaste. Challenge accepted, Lord Harrington. Let's see who outshines whom. 50. The Gentleman's Gauntlet. It is a grave mistake to underestimate the combat prowess of a socialite. A cane or umbrella might seem an innocent accessory, but you'll quickly learn otherwise when their reflexes prove swift and the cane's head reveals hidden danger. Even a simple kerchief can become a weapon in their hands, thrown in a swift, elegant maneuver to blind an opponent before they can react. Yes, socialites are known for gallivanting and dancing, but that same grace often translates into footwork sharp enough to outmaneuver even the most seasoned soldier. Master Duelist Callan Vale. Tactics of the Charisma classes and how to counter them. What happened next was something Justin could scarcely have predicted. He heard the voice, and it seemed that only he could hear it. Lord Percival Harrington has challenged you to a social duel, using his rare skill, Gentleman's Gauntlet, and you have accepted. Lord Harrington has wagered his platinum-tier headpiece, the top hat of mental clarity. Please wager an item of platinum tier or higher. The top hat of mental clarity, or at least a vision of it, appeared before Justin. It was a sleek, midnight black headpiece with a lustrous sheen, perfectly tailored for a gentleman of high society. He read the item's description. The top hat of mental clarity. Headpiece. A sleek top hat that grants critical status immunities. Tier, platinum. Core restriction, charisma. Unflappable resolve. Grants complete immunity to mind control, fear, berserk, and intimidation effects. Justin blinked. Complete immunity to 4 status conditions that could utterly cripple him? Justin wanted that hat. He needed that hat. Please select an item to wager. Justin tried to wager his dandy's cap, but he instantly felt the voice's rejection. You must wager an item of platinum tier or higher. Of course, the only platinum tier item Justin possessed was his amulet of equilibrium, and it seemed there was no way out of this challenge. Justin had made a foolish mistake. The anger he had felt from the shopkeeper had been misdirected at this random person, and now he might be the one paying the price. And yet, if he won, he would get an awesome piece of gear, one that would be perfect for his character. So he just had to win. He had no choice. You have wagered the Amulet of Equilibrium. The Amulet of Equilibrium. Accessory. A rare artifact that has been blessed by the Six. Tier, Platinum. Relic of Life. This artifact cannot be bound by those with a death affinity. Grace of the Six. The six gods smile upon your singular dedication to mastery. Divide your highest attribute by 6, then apply the result to all other attributes. Unbound Ascension. Let no being, god or mortal, stand in the way of your progress. All attribute caps have been lifted, but be warned, if you raise a base attribute to twice the average of all others, the amulet of equilibrium cannot be removed. Justin saw Percival's eyes widen at that. Splendid! Upon victory, the loser's core binding, if already applied, will be nullified and bonded to the victor's core. All cooldowns have been reset and reduced for the duration of the duel, and all cooldowns will reset upon the conclusion of the duel. May the most distinguished gentleman prevail. And just like that, the duel began. Glowing yellow boundaries flickered, creating a circle about 50 feet across, on the edge of which a thick crowd had gathered to watch and cheer. Percival began with a flourish, strutting around Justin with exaggerated elegance. You must forgive my surprise, Mr. Tailmaker. I could not resist challenging you, for I didn't expect to see a fellow socialite with such quaint taste. Justin smirked, activating his dandy swagger. He mirrored Percival's strut with added flair, his movements smooth and confident. Quaint, says the man hiding behind an accessory, hoping no one notices he's just an overdressed pretender. Keep clinging to that hat, Harrington. It's doing more work than you are. The crowd laughed, enjoyed the exchange of barbs. Percival's eyes narrowed, clearly annoyed. Well played, but let's see how you manage this. He leaped into the air, performing an acrobatic flip before landing gracefully on one knee, his cane held high and even releasing a spout of flame from the dragon's mouth. The crowd erupted in applause. Justin wasn't fazed. He focused his energy and activated his poison barb ability, his words laced with a biting edge. Impressive gymnastics, Harrington. Did you learn that in a circus? Percival's eyes gleamed with mischief. Tell me, Mr. Tailmaker, does your tailor specialize in mediocrity, or is it a personal choice? From that garb, mayhap you don't even have a tailor. Justin countered with his own poison barb. That's rich, considering your attire appears to be rummaged from a garbage heap in the undermarket. The Lord's eyes narrowed, and Justin realized it was best to insult his style. But Percival recovered quickly, twirling his cane while performing a series of graceful dance-like moves. He used a skill that temporarily blinded him with a flash of light before reappearing in a new, more impressive pose in another location. Justin had to admit that it would be handy to have. But now it was time to bring out the big guns. Justin felt a surge of confidence as he activated his dazzling display. It was time to see how this upstart dealt with a rare skill. The surrounding air shimmered yellow as the legendary rapper Eminem entered his mind. Justin's stance shifted, becoming more aggressive, his gaze intense. He felt the raw energy of Eminem's charisma infusing within him, giving him a razor-sharp edge. With a quick breath, Justin launched into a verbal diss, his words cutting through the air like a knife, even as a sick beat manifested from the ether to lock in the rhythm. You strut like you're hot, but you're just a facade. You're not a real player, just a fraudulent mirage, talking up a big game with your cane and your suit, but when you step up to me, I'll render you mute. Think you look sharp? You're dull as a butter knife, living a life of luxury but can't handle real life. You flash that cane like it's something profound, but I'm the Tailmaker, and I'm taking you down. Your cane might spit fire, but it fails to inspire. A circus act on a wire, destined to crash in the mire. Your attire's like trash, and your style's a joke. with a grace as subtle as a sledgehammer stroke. Your legacy is empty, as short as a sneeze. Your fashion is forgettable, like a fart in the breeze. I'll leave you in ashes, your wits slow as molasses. If you outclass me, it's as the king of the asses. 'Cause I'm the king of the ring, the lyrical beast, and you're just a pretender, soon to be deceased. At the hands of my rhymes, was there ever a doubt? Harrington, your time's up. I'm knocking you out. As Justin's dazzling display ended, the crowd gasped and then roared with approval, captivated by the unexpected display of lyrical prowess. Justin, with amusement, realized he just might have invented rap in this world. But, much to Justin's surprise, Lord Harrington gave a smug smile, spreading his arms wide while giving his cane a stylish twirl. The yellowish aura surrounding him told Justin that he was using the same skill, or something similar. His voice came out stuffy, dripping with superiority. Hark, it's Harrington. I'm the original socialite. But for a fool like you, it's time for me to ignite. Why am I wasting time on a basement dweller while you rot in the dark? I'm the high society fella. I can smell your stink from here. No money, no fame, no women to your name. Oh my, what a dreadful shame. Now if you'll excuse me, let's switch up the game. My rhymes are so tight, even in a different frame. If you can't roll like me, you won't get no batty. I've got a new lady every night. They all call me daddy. You've never had a lady. It's a painful joke. 'Cause I'm about to faint from that foul reek you evoke. You're just a sweaty rube with no real friends, unless you count the relief that you get from your hands. You're a faker, a loser, a joke on repeat, too busy with games to stand on your own 2 feet. You're as fat as a bat, gorging on lard, and your style's so whack even your lady's on guard. If you don't know how to treat her, simply send her to me. I'll take her to paradise with my cane of destiny. As Lord Harrington's words echoed, he raised his fire-breathing cane high, sending out a spout of flame. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, absorbing the venom of his verbal assault. Then, like a wave crashing against the shore, the crowd erupted into a chorus of cheers and jeers, divided between admiration for Harrington's cutting wit and sympathy for Justin. Justin gave a placid smile, but he was a storm inside. Harrington's disses had hit very close to the mark, and yet Harrington's rhymes relied more on crude personal attacks rather than creative wordplay. This was far from over. It was time to take this creep down. Justin stepped up the duel with a series of stylized, choreographed attacks with his cane. His moves were precise, highlighting the elegance of his cane of Veloria. Lord Harrington responded, his moves quick and bold, the dragon's head periodically spouting plumes of flame. Justin dodged gracefully and countered with a mix of West Side Story-inspired dance fighting, cane twirls, and finger snaps, once again activating his dandy's swagger. He even landed a few light hits. The crowd watched in awe as the 2 socialites danced and fought with finesse. Lord Harrington attempted to finish the duel with a grand finale, combining his dandy's swagger and another light blinding move. He aimed to outshine Justin with a flurry of cane strikes and pirouettes. Justin, feeling the surge of confidence from his own dandy's swagger, used his poison barb for a final cutting insult. They say money can't buy class. Thanks for proving it true. All that wealth you flaunt just highlights what's missing in you. Justin performed a moonwalk, and the crowd's reaction was electric. Lord Harrington gave a superior smile as he puffed out his chest. Mock my money, but it has you beat. While I dine in palaces, you're stuck in the street. There was a scattering of applause, but the words didn't fare well with the local population, who knew the weight of hard-earned coin and the sting of struggle. The crowd's initial enthusiasm dimmed, their cheers for Harrington's retort less spirited. Harrington's superior smile faltered, realizing too late that, while his wealth might command attention, it could not command respect. There was a moment's pause, the tension thick in the air as both duelists awaited the final verdict. The gentleman's gauntlet has ended. And the winner is... The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar, their voices blending into a cacophony of shouts and cheers. Cries of "Tailmaker!" and
Harrington!
echoed around the circle. Justin realized the winner would be based on crowd reaction. Everyone watched the two enchanted items floating high above the heads of the crowd, surrounded by an aura of yellow magic. And then, both items shot toward Justin. The crowd's cheers surged to a fever pitch as Justin felt a surge of triumph. Justin grasped both items, one in each hand. To Lord Percival's credit, he managed a smile and a respectful bow. Justin returned Percival's bow with a flourish. Congratulations! As the victor of the Gentleman's Gauntlet, the top hat of mental clarity has been bound to your core. The Gentleman's Gauntlet has ended. As the voice departed, Justin donned it immediately, removing his dandy's cap. The headpiece's enchantment instantly became one with him. He would lose the small charisma bonus of the dandy's cap, but in turn, he would receive complete immunity to 4 crippling status effects, and he now had a piece of gear that likely wouldn't be outclassed for a long, long time, if ever. Given the enchantments, it would remain useful throughout his entire journey, depending on the enemies he might face. As Lila joined him, Percival straightened and approached, his demeanor stiff. "Well played, Mr. Tailmaker. I underestimated you, something I rarely do. It's a pity to lose the chance to win that mighty amulet." Justin forced a smile, but he realized the amulet might be more of a liability than an asset. Given the circumstances, selling it might be the smarter choice. He wondered how Lord Harrington even knew he had it, until it hit him. Harrington probably hadn't known. When Harrington used his Gentleman's Gauntlet skill, he wouldn't have been able to stake his Platinum-tier headpiece unless Justin had a Platinum-tier item of his own. Of course, being a wealthy snob, Harrington could afford to risk losing something so valuable more easily than Justin could. It had been foolish to accept the duel, in retrospect, but luckily, Justin's skill had been enough to carry him to victory, though he had a feeling that it had been close. Without Harrington's stumble at the end, it might have been a different story. Lord Harrington's paramour stepped forward, her smile enchanting. There was something beguiling about her that went beyond her beauty, to the point where Justin wondered if some sort of skill was being used on him. My, that was quite the spectacle. She gave her brilliant green eyes a calculated flutter. "Mr. Tailmaker," Lord Harrington said, "allow me to introduce my consort of the evening, the lovely Lady Katerina. Like us, she is also a socialite." "Clearly, you are a gentleman of great renown, Mr. Tailmaker," she said, her voice dripping with flirtation. "What was that spoken poetry you did? It was so evocative." "It's called rapping, my lady." He indicated Lila. "This is my own consort for the evening, the Lady Lila Fairwind." To her credit, she eased into the role with a smile. Justin was glad she was good at playing the part. Lord Harrington's gaze took in Lila, his eyes twinkling with interest. He offered a charming smile. "Miss Fairwind, is it? A name as lovely as the breeze that carries it. I must say, Mr. Tailmaker, you have an eye for fine company. Tell me, Miss Fairwind, do you often find yourself swept into such intriguing spectacles? If not, might I suggest you make a habit of it? Your presence would undoubtedly elevate any gathering." Lila's smile remained playful, but her tone was a little sharper than usual. "I can't say I'm normally swept up in spectacles, Lord Harrington, but when I am, I make sure they're worth my attention. And as for elevating gatherings, well, I'd say that's more a matter of who's present, not just who's invited." Lord Harrington chuckled. A fair answer. The glint in his eye made it clear he was enjoying the game. Miss Fairwind, it seems you are as discerning as you are beautiful. A rare quality, I must say, for beauty is common. Perhaps we can agree that the best gatherings are those where the right company finds its way, regardless of the invitation? He bowed slightly, a gesture of playful deference, as if acknowledging that Lila had won this particular exchange. Lila raised an eyebrow. Oh, I'm sure many find beauty to be common, Lord Harrington, but discerning company, now that's something worth seeking out. As for the right company, well, I'm afraid you might have to work a little harder to prove your part of it. Harrington gave a good-natured laugh. Well, I do hope you'll allow me to keep trying, Miss Fairwind. After all, a challenge is half the fun, isn't it? A challenge, yes, but one that is earned, not assumed. I'll admit it seems I've underestimated you, but don't worry. I'm not one to back down from a challenge. Katerina gave a tittering laugh. Oh, stop, Harrington. He can prattle on all night if you let him, and he won't stop until he finds a way to get his cane wet on his newest object of affection. Harrington raised an eyebrow at Katerina's interruption, giving a small, dramatic sigh. Ah, Katerina, always so quick to cut to the chase. But surely you can't fault a man for appreciating beauty wherever he finds it. That depends on whether you believe beauty is something to be conquered, or if it's more of a discovery, my lord, Katerina answered. I must align myself with Miss Fairwind on this matter, I'm afraid. If Justin allowed it, these nobles would never stop yakking. He was ready to leave, but he was also curious about how Harrington had picked up rapping on the fly. Some part of him wondered, as he had before, if there were other players from Earth in this world. If someone could rap, it might be a good clue that he wasn't alone here. It's pretty impressive you were able to rap without ever having heard it before, Justin ventured. I was definitely feeling the heat of your rhymes. Likewise, my good man. I'm quite adroit at social situations, to be sure, but I must admit I had the benefit of a rare skill called social mimicry. It allows me to copy a social or rhetorical technique and then add it to my repertoire. Beyond useful for a socialite like me. I'm sure, Justin said, a bit disappointed. You, Mr. Tailmaker, are more than a curiosity, Lord Harrington went on. You are clearly a man with remarkably interesting stories. I would be remiss not to invite you, and your lovely companion, of course, to our little fall celebration at the Harrington house. Lady Katerina leaned in toward him, her voice laced with meaning. Do consider joining us, Mr. Tailmaker. Lila shot her a death glare as Justin responded. We'll consider it. Splendid, Lady Katerina said. We socialites must really stick together. Our class is so unfairly maligned. Simply follow this street to the end, and you'll find the Harrington house. I hope to see you there. There will be stimulating conversation, and other delights for those who have a mind and taste for them. She gave an alluring smile. You'll be needing this, my good man, Lord Harrington said, proffering a piece of gilded paper. A quick scan revealed it to be an invitation. Simply hand it to my footman tomorrow morning upon arrival. Good night. As the lord and lady walked away, a notification appeared before them. Event: the Harringtons' Fall Extravaganza. You've been invited to the social event of the season at Lord Harrington's estate. Rub elbows with the rich and ridiculous, eavesdrop on scandalous gossip, and survive the whimsical plots of the upper crust. Dress like your life depends on it, and brace yourself for a full day of surprises and delights. It starts at 9 a.m. sharp and carries on until the last champagne flute is empty. Rewards: experience, scaled to level and participation, and ability to dodge scandals. Loot. Sweet talk your way to exclusive treasures and rare finds. Only the cleverest leave with more than just memories. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Justin asked. Yes, Lila said with trepidation. The answer is no. We're leaving tomorrow morning, remember? At Justin's silence, she just arched her eyebrows. Seriously? I'm being the responsible one for once? What happened to keeping a low profile? There were at least 200 people watching you here on the street, preening like a peacock. Justin knew she had a point. All right, fine. Smart move. Justin followed Lila into the underground market, still bustling despite the late hour. In fact, it seemed even busier. Justin looked over at Lila, whose expression was tense. So, you're not jealous or anything, are you? She looked surprised. Jealous? Why would I be jealous? I'm just concentrating. You seemed a little peeved at Lady Katerina. Her? She scoffed. She's a lady only in name. Trust me. Justin chuckled. Well, Harrington clearly has an eye on you. She blew a raspberry. That's different. Different how? Because, Justin, if I wanted attention, I'd go for someone who actually knows how to keep it interesting. Someone like me, huh? Lila smirked. Well, you do have your moments, when you're not annoying me. I think you mean charming. Lila was about to respond, but out of nowhere, Justin felt impelled to turn around and raise his cane in defense, a throwing knife clattering to the ground. Gentleman's rebuff has shielded this attack. Standing in the alley was a shadowed figure, a wiry man with a hooded cloak. He had another knife ready. Beside him materialized another thug, this one burly with a bald head and wielding a crossbow. Lila's reaction was instant. Her new, echoing knives whistled through the air, striking true with impressive speed. Justin's eyes widened as 3 of the knives embedded themselves in their targets before they dislodged and flew again, striking new spots on the assailants' bodies or even hitting the other thug. The resonant echo enchantment was already paying dividends. But Justin could hardly watch, for on the other side of the alley, 2 more toughs appeared. One was lean, with a wicked scar across his cheek, bearing a quarterstaff. The other was a hulking brute with a sword and shield, his muscles bulging under his leather armor. Justin gave his cane a practiced twirl as he quickly lobbed a poison barb at the attacker with the staff. Still clinging to that pole? The mentor who gifted it gave up on you. Maybe you should too. The wielder of the staff froze in his tracks, eyes wide with shock. Justin wasted no time in engaging the fighter with the sword and shield. He parried his first strike, taking care to maintain his distance. Poison Barb refreshed. Though his Poison Barb skill had gone off cooldown, the quarterstaff wielder was still stunned. As such, Justin decided to hurl an insult at the swordsman. Come on, big guy. Swing that sword like you're trying to impress the girl you could never get. The man wasn't stunned, but he did stumble a bit. Justin activated a solid thwack, giving him a swift upward jab that knocked his shield aside. Justin noticed a yellow flash of light at the point of impact, the move hitting far harder than expected. An effect of his new boon, add injury to insult. With a spinning sweep of his cane, he took the man's legs from beneath him. Justin finished him with a precise strike to the temple. The staff-wielding street tough recovered, but by then, Lila had retrieved her knives thanks to her amulet of Everblade. She unleashed them once more, and the knives danced through the air, finishing off the final attacker. Lila's face was pale as she retrieved her knives. Come on, we need to find Eldrin. As they ran back to the inn, Justin could only wonder how Gareth's men had found them so soon. Whatever the case, it looked like they were on the run again. 51. Eldrin's Gambit. Strength bends steel, magic bends reality, but charisma bends people. Lord Orator Dane Varys, The Art of Influence. Once back at the mountain's embrace, Justin and Lila hurried to their suite, only to find that Eldrin wasn't there. Great, Justin muttered. What do we do now? Lila was unusually silent, while her face was paler than usual. I'm rattled too, Lila, but we need to figure out our next move. If those guys were in the alley, it means they know we're staying here. Those weren't Gareth's men, Lila said. Justin frowned. What do you mean? Was it Reggie? She shook her head. I recognized a couple of them. That wiry man with the knives? I saw him back in Stonehaven. They're the ones who were sent after me. Justin's eyes widened. For your debts? How did they track you down here? She sank into a chair, looking defeated. I don't know. Maybe it was bad luck, or they spotted us in the street. They must have come straight to Windfall from Stonehaven, instead of going to Mistwatch. There were 3 routes they could have taken to follow me, and I guess they chose the northern one. Was that all of them? Justin asked, concerned. Lila nodded, numbly. Yeah. Now I can never show my face in Deloria again. Maybe they'll be smart enough to leave you alone now, Justin suggested. Lila laughed bitterly. Yeah, right. They'll want to make an even bigger example of me now. At that moment, Eldrin entered the room with his pack. Apparently, he had been doing some shopping too. His brown eyes appraised them both. Those bodies in the alley, anything to do with you two? They're the men after Lila, Justin explained. She says that's all of them. Did anyone see the fight? Eldrin asked. Lila shook her head. I don't think so. They tracked us from the street and waited until we were alone. Well, Eldrin said, his tone serious. It pains me to say this, but Windfall is no longer safe. Those bodies are going to draw far too much attention. Justin knew he was right, but the thought of leaving the inn's relative safety was unsettling. What's the next step? Justin asked. That's what we need to discuss. It's certain the Baron and his men know we're in Windfall, and given Windfall's location, we have only a few options left. None of them good. The obvious choice is going east along the Northway, but that would almost certainly put us on a collision course with Gareth and his men. You mentioned there were back roads leading off from the Northway, Justin said. Is that not the plan anymore? Shadowflight has reported that Gareth is well on his way to Windfall. They have horses now. Dear gods, Lila whispered. They must have picked them up in the last few days, Eldrin said. That said, it's greatly speeding up their journey. Justin frowned in thought. If they could have afforded horses this whole time, why wait until Darkstream? Well, horses wouldn't have been much use in the Umbers north of Silverton. While we were in Highcliff, they expected to keep us contained. Once we slipped through their grasp, they knew they needed to catch up, and horses were the only way to do that. How long until they're here? Justin asked. Eldrin shrugged. Probably by evening tomorrow, based on Shadowflight's information. Then we have time if we leave right now and walk through the night, Lila said. Only, I'm exhausted. Perhaps, Eldrin said, but I'm no longer optimistic about our chances of going east. We could make it to the first back road, which leads to a town called Highcross, by early morning. However, Gareth will expect us to do that. He knows we won't confront him directly on the Northway, so the odds of him sending riders that way are high. What can we do then? Lila asked. There's the western path toward Deloria, but that takes us far from our goal, and if they have horses, they'll catch up. It wouldn't be a good move, Eldrin said. Even if I'd told you to hold off on gear in favor of purchasing horses, That path would take us too far from where we need to go. Also, we'd have to circle back to Montalea. The only way to do that would be to take the Umber Road down to Stonehaven, and then east. Right back through Silverton, Lila finished. I'm no equestrian either. Same, Justin added. As I thought, Eldrin said. The next option is backtracking. We could head south, then east across the Marin, the Plainsway, and into the Wilderlands of Baylor. Of all the ideas mentioned so far, this one is the best. However, once Gareth realizes we haven't gone east or west, he'll know we've gone south and cast a wide net. We'll have to break through that net to have a chance. But of all the options, this one offers the best odds. Then that's what we'll do, Justin said, even if I don't like the idea of going backward. We could try hiding in plain sight, Lila suggested. The Undermarket is complete chaos. We could find somewhere to hide until we're sure they've moved on. I've thought of that too, Eldrin said. But it won't help us if the Baron gets involved. Because of the mark, Lila said, deflating. Well, there goes that idea. From Eldrin's silence, Justin could tell he was considering something different. What? Is there another option? Lila asked. I can't imagine what. There is, Eldrin confirmed. I was talking to an orc in a tavern here in the Undermarket. Thalgar's tunnel is open again, something I didn't think would be possible for years. Thalgar's tunnel? Justin asked. What's that? The dwarves used to make their home in the Seraphim Range. Windfall was only a small outpost of their vast kingdom, primarily for trading with us, sky dwellers. I thought Windfall was an elven city back in the day, Justin said. It was, but none of the buildings survived from that time. The dwarves built over the ruins about 7 centuries ago, but their true glory was the kingdom of Drakendir, which lay deep within the mountains. They died about 4 centuries ago. Justin smirked. Let me guess, they delved too deep? Eldrin looked at him, surprised. Aye, did something similar happen in your world? You might say that. Well, as you guessed, as their kingdom expanded, so did the depths they explored, where terrifying creatures lurked. While the Drakendir dwarves eventually fell, they at least collapsed most of their tunnels to prevent the surface from being overrun. This wasn't always successful. Goblins didn't exist in Serenthel until 500 years ago. One tunnel, called Thalgar's Tunnel, was the main highway that led from Windfall to the Everwood beyond the Seraphim Range. From there, one can access the Drakendir Kingdom. The Aranthian army has kept the tunnel open over the centuries, for the most part, though it has been periodically closed when monsters find their way through. Thalgar's tunnel has been completely sealed for the last 2 decades, but it has been operational again for the last month with no deaths reported. And you want us to use this tunnel? Lila asked, skeptically. It leads to the Everwood, north of the Seraphims. You said those lands are too dangerous, even for you. And then there's the question of where we go after that, and whether this tunnel is truly safe. My plan isn't to go into the Everwood, Eldrin clarified. The Baron would expect that. My idea is to find a passage into the Drakendir Kingdom, and navigate our way back to the surface from there, a way to dodge Valdrik entirely. Justin found the plan immediately suspect for a litany of reasons. How do we even know the way into this Drakendir place is open? It's not, Eldrin admitted. We'd have to bribe a watchman to let us through. The old passages to Drakendir have either collapsed or are sealed off with gates. There's one gate, about 1/3 of the way into the tunnel, that adventurers have been using to access high-level vaults that have been growing undisturbed for centuries. A hefty bribe is customary for those wanting to trek down there. High-level vaults? Lila asked, alarmed. No, thank you. I've had my fill of low-level vaults. We wouldn't be going into any vaults, Eldrin said. The trick is avoiding the monsters those vaults are spitting out. Justin swallowed. With his prismatic core, he was almost certain they would encounter a vault or two. For the sake of entertaining this truly terrible idea, Justin said, I know you've been to a lot of places, Eldrin, but I'm sure you've never been to Drakendir. How are you supposed to guide us through it? Where are we even supposed to end up? Eldrin took a deep breath. I understand your concerns, Justin. Reliable maps of the old dwarven tunnels are exceedingly rare, if they exist at all. The best we have are rough sketches and oral accounts passed down through generations, but nothing is guaranteed. These tunnels are ancient, and time changes things. That said, I've spoken to some adventurers who've recently made the journey and stumbled upon a vault, which they cleared. After a few pints, I got the information I was after. The vault was level 17, but they didn't explore too deeply. Ideally, we'd stay close to the surface to avoid the worst dangers. They claimed the main passage through Thalgar's tunnel is straightforward. They encountered no trouble. The only fighting they did was inside the vault itself. Justin tried to ignore the ominous feeling in his gut. He knew how these stories turned from the media in his own world. They would face the unknown dangers of Drakendir or the known dangers of Gareth and his retinue. The goal is to get us far enough north that Gareth's reach is diminished, Eldrin continued. Drakendir, while dangerous, takes us through a region Gareth's forces are unlikely to follow us into. The Drakendir kingdom was vast, with many exits to the surface, some of which open into remote areas within the Seraphims. Once we're out, Gareth's men won't have a chance of finding us before we reach Montelea. Their best shot is ambushing us on the road near the Mont, but with so many life magic practitioners who can detect the servants of Morvath, that would be risky for them. Windfall is Gareth's last chance to catch us, and he knows it. How is this a better idea than backtracking south? Justin asked. At least there we know what we're getting into. Could we not go south and then cut west across the Umbers? That way we avoid Gareth's net to the east. Eldrin leaned forward, his eyes locking on to Justin's. That wouldn't be a bad idea, except for the orcs. Most are peaceful, but their clan halls want nothing to do with humans. Some, on the other hand, are extremely warlike. Trust me, you don't want to run across an orcish warband or be spied on by one of their scouts. Point taken, Justin said. Which leaves Drakendir, the ranger continued. We can't outrun Gareth forever in the open, but underground, in the tunnels, we can throw him off our trail for good. It was a tantalizing promise, but Justin couldn't shake his doubts. Looking at Lila, he could see she had similar reservations. We're talking about going into a potentially monster-infested area with no guaranteed way out, Lila said. Why not head straight north through the tunnel, come out into the Everwood, and then head north to Caldroth? From there, we could make it to Dragor's Keep by ship. That would be a nearly impossible journey, Eldrin said. With luck, we could make Caldroth in 2 weeks, but by then winter will be coming on. No sane captain will want to sail the ghostly sea under those conditions, if it's not completely iced over by then. By the time the water thaws in the spring, Gareth will have had more than enough time to corner us. We'd be forced into the tundra, and that's a death sentence. Even with enchanted clothing, surviving out there would be difficult. Lila nodded, her expression grave. That's what I feared. Do we at least have an escape plan if things go south in Drakendir? Justin asked. Eldrin nodded, though his expression was grim. I've thought about that. The best escape plan in the tunnels is knowing when to retreat. If things go south, we'll backtrack to the last known safe point. the entrance to Drakendir itself. From there we can head north to the Everwood. It's not ideal, but it's better than returning to Windfall." "And once we're in the Everwood?" Lila asked. "I wouldn't head for Kuldroth at that point. I'd find a quiet spot in the Everwood to overwinter. It would be risky, not just because of Gareth, but also because the monsters north of the Seraphims are an entirely different breed. Even the roads up there aren't safe. But, with luck, the hunting could be decent, so we could survive until spring. Then we'd strike east and hope for the best. It's that or return to Windfall and hope Gareth is gone." "I don't like that option," Justin said. "I need to get rid of this death mark quickly. Is the High Priest of Arion really the only one who can remove it?" "Alistair seemed to think so," Eldrin said. "The Arcane University in Belmora probably has a white wizard strong enough to contest the Baron's mark, but getting there is just as difficult, if not more so. And seeking that kind of help always comes with a price. The High Priest is the only person in northern Serenthel I'd bet my life on being strong enough and motivated enough to remove it." "There goes that idea," Justin said. Eldrin met Justin's gaze, his voice steady. "This isn't the perfect plan, Justin. It's a calculated risk. But honestly, we don't have many options left. If we're careful and smart about it, we can get through this. And if worse comes to worst, we'll fight our way out." Justin let out a sigh. "You mentioned meeting some adventurers in the tavern. Do you think anyone else would go with us? Safety in numbers?" "I wouldn't trust anyone with something so important," Eldrin said. "And finding someone suitable would take time." "How about Kargan?" Lila suggested. "It might not be too late to catch him." Justin brightened. "That's a great idea. He has excellent night vision and he can heal us. Plus, that armor spell of his casts a good amount of light. It's a good backup in case our torches go out." Eldrin considered the idea. "I wouldn't be against it. We'd have to ask him, though. He's still only a level 5, so his healing powers will be limited. But he has definitely proven his usefulness. That said, should he accept, it's only fair that we compensate him fairly. And even more importantly, out of respect for him, we need to share exactly what he's getting into." Justin considered this. It was a risk, but he understood Eldrin's point. It was only fair that, when and if Kargan made his choice, he had all the facts. Justin had a good read on Kargan, or at least he thought he did. "I'm all for it," Justin said. "He's probably more useful than I am in combat. Where's the Mage Guild anyway? Maybe we can still catch him." "It's getting late," Eldrin said. "The guild will certainly be closed to outsiders by now. But we can try. It's close to the entrance to Thalgar's tunnel. Just don't get your hopes up. The Mage Guild is a better place for him than with us. And he's young. We have to ensure his interests as much as ours." "Of course," Justin said. Lila stifled a yawn. "After a long day walking, the last thing I want is to keep going, but it looks like we're out of options." Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Eldrin instantly became alert. "Probably Gorn," he said. "Let me handle this." 52. A Party of 4. The Mage Guild is something of a misnomer. By definition, a mage refers to anyone who can wield ranged magic, be they a druid, summoner, wizard, elementalist, or even a priest. Yet, the Mage Guild of Serenthel accepts for training only those with a spirit core. Wizards, with their own esteemed universities, have no interest in the guild's restrictions, but the deliberate exclusion of certain branches of magic has not gone unnoticed. To many, it is less a matter of standards and more an aversion to what many deem to be unnatural. Isaran Drell, A History of Magic in Serenthel. Justin had a gnawing sense of unease as he watched Eldrin approach the door. His hand instinctively tightened around his cane, and for a fleeting moment he considered stopping the ranger from answering. But Eldrin moved with the certainty of someone who knew what to expect. And to Justin's relief, when the door creaked open, it was indeed Gorn, the orcish innkeeper. Gorn's usually stern face was etched with concern. "Eldrin, you need to get your people out. The city watch is prowling outside the inn, asking too many questions. They're getting ready to knock on doors. It's only a matter of time before they poke around in your business." Eldrin's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the information quickly. "Looks like it's time for me to sneak out the back, like the last time I was here." Gorn grunted, his tusks protruding slightly. "Well, that's why you pay me extra, isn't it?" Eldrin turned to Justin and Lila. "Grab your things. We're leaving." Justin hadn't even unpacked, so it was a simple matter of slinging his pack over his shoulder. Lila and Eldrin were equally quick, their movements efficient and silent. Gorn was already leading the way down the stone hallway, his heavy footsteps surprisingly quiet. He guided them through the kitchen, which, at this late hour, was deserted, the lingering smell of roasted meat and spices the only sign that it had been busy earlier. The orc opened a door at the far end, revealing a dark, narrow passage that led into the undermarket. One by one, they slipped through. Without another word, Gorn shut the door behind them and locked it, his expression grim. Eldrin took the lead, guiding them swiftly and silently through the winding alleys of the undermarket. The labyrinthine network of passages was dimly lit by flickering lanterns. After a few twisting turns, Justin was completely disoriented, with no idea of which direction they were heading. The undermarket was still bustling, even at this hour. Stalls and shops lined the narrow passageways, offering everything from exotic spices and rare artifacts to dubious magical services. A fortune-teller sat at the entrance of a small tent, whispering cryptic predictions to a nervous customer. A shadowy figure offered enchanted trinkets from beneath a dark hood. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mixed with the sharp tang of something unidentifiable but vaguely unsettling. To Justin, the people who inhabited this underground world were just as varied as the goods on display. Some were hunched and furtive, their faces hidden beneath hoods or masks, while others swaggered confidently, their expressions daring anyone to cross them. Finally, they emerged onto the frigid streets above. The transition from the crowded, oppressive atmosphere of the undermarket to the cold, quiet streets of Windfall was jarring. Here, the only sounds were the distant clatter of a horse's hooves on cobblestone and the occasional murmur of voices from a nearby tavern. Few festival revelers were out this late, at least in this part of town. They crossed a small square dominated by a statue of a griffin, its wings outstretched as if ready to take flight. Beyond the statue loomed an imposing stone structure, cathedral-like in its grandeur. The Windfall Mage Guild stood tall, its Gothic spires piercing the night sky, its arched windows glowing faintly with the light of magical wards. A pair of heavy oak doors, reinforced with iron, marked the entrance, flanked by statues of stern-robed figures holding staves. They approached the guild's entrance, climbing up a short stoop. Eldrin took the lead, knocking firmly and taking a few steps back as snow swirled down the street. They waited at least a minute until a small grate opened in the door, revealing the face of a mage with a ring of gray hair. "The Mage Guild is closed to outsiders for the night," he announced in a firm, no-nonsense tone. "You must return at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning if you have business." Eldrin, undeterred by the lukewarm reception, stepped forward. "We're looking for an orcish mage named Kargan. He came by earlier today. Can you tell us where he might be?" The man's eyes held a hint of recognition. "An orc named Kargan was indeed here earlier. His voice was laced with disdain. "But we contest the identifier of mage that you attach to him. He was rejected by the guild. The council does not accept practitioners of blood magic." A flicker of anger crossed Eldrin's face, but Justin was glad that he kept his tone measured. "Do you know where he went?" The man considered for a moment. "I saw him heading east down the street, but that was hours ago. I guess he was searching for a less reputable establishment." Eldrin turned to Justin and Lila. "Let's go. We might still catch up with him." Without wasting another moment, they turned and headed east down the street, leaving the Mage Guild behind. The streets were mostly empty, this quarter of the city having the look of a residential district with basic shops and businesses beneath on the street level, almost all dark for the night. They passed a few taverns that were still open, but they, too, were nearly empty. But as Justin's eyes wandered toward a nearby tavern, he glimpsed something through the frosted window. There, sitting alone at a small table, was a figure that might have been Kargan, though it was difficult to be sure with the frost warping his shape. He was hunched over, nursing a drink, his shoulders sagging. "Look," Justin said, pointing. "That has to be him." Eldrin followed Justin's gaze and spotted Kargan through the window, his brow furrowed in concern. "That's him, all right." Without another word, they made their way to the tavern's entrance, pushing open the heavy wooden door. The warmth inside was a welcome relief to the desolate streets outside. The air was thick with the smell of ale, mingling with the smoke from a crackling fire in the hearth. The tavern was dimly lit by flickering lanterns that did little to push back the gloom. Most of the patrons were drinking alone. Justin noticed a few eyes glance their way, but most of the customers were too preoccupied with their own affairs to pay much attention. The tavern had an air of quiet resignation, as if it were a place where people came to escape their troubles, if only for a little while. Justin's heart sank a little as he saw Kargan more clearly. The orc's hands were wrapped around a large mug as he stared down at its contents. His amber eyes were dull, while his expression was one of deflation. "Kargan," Eldrin called out softly as the group approached the table. The orc looked up, his eyes focusing on them with a hint of surprise. "Eldrin, Justin, Lila, what are you doing here?" "We've been looking for you," Eldrin replied, taking a seat opposite Kargan. Justin and Lila followed suit, sliding into the chairs beside him. "We heard what happened at the Mage Guild." Kargan's expression darkened, and he let out a bitter chuckle. "Mage Guild. You've been following me?" "Only because we need to ask you something," Eldrin said. Kargan drained the rest of his mug. From the dazed look in his eyes, it was far from his first one. "So you heard they don't consider me a real mage. I should have known before showing my face there. Blood magic isn't magery, according to them. Now who knows what I can do? Maybe there's some blacksmith that'll apprentice me. That's the job for orcs, right?" Justin felt a pang of sympathy for Kargan. He could see the frustration etched on his face, the anger at being rejected not just for his abilities, but for who he was. Thus far, that had been the story of his life. "They're idiots," Lila said, her voice firm. "Blood magic or not, you have real power, Kargan. They're just too blind to see it." Kargan shook his head. "It's more than that, Lila. It's not just about power, it's about control. Blood magic? Well, it scares people. They don't like what they can't control, and they can't control me. Besides, I doubt their curriculum has anything that can help me develop my abilities. I'd have to go underground for that." Eldrin leaned forward. "We don't care what kind of magic you use, Kargan. You've already proven yourself to us. We're heading out soon, and we could use your skills. Come with us." Kargan looked at him, the spark of interest flickering in his eyes. But it was quickly overshadowed by doubt. "Where are you going? You make it sound like you're not planning to head east anymore." "We're heading through Thalgar's tunnel," Eldrin explained. "It might be our best shot at getting out of Windfall unnoticed. Who knows, we could find some rare treasures down there, and you'd have the chance to build your skills." "Rare treasures? You won't find them in the tunnel." His eyes widened in realization. "Wait, unless you mean to head down to Drakendir." Eldrin gave a slow nod. "We do, but Gareth's men will be here tomorrow evening, and they're on horseback. We hope to use the tunnels around Drakendir to come out someplace safer where we can stay undetected. It'll be dangerous. That's why we need someone with your abilities." "You mentioned treasure. That would mean going into a vault. I've heard about them opening up the tunnel, but the dwarf cities have had 2 decades to fester. The vaults down there will be way beyond our abilities. I need a guaranteed payout, not something that'll get me killed." "I'm happy to share in whatever we might find, but it's possible we could come away with nothing. In that case, the 3 of us agreed to make sure you are justly compensated." "A job, then," Kargan said. "It's better than whatever this is," Lila said, looking around the tavern. "Don't you want to spend time with people who respect your abilities?" Justin watched as Kargan mulled over the offer, his fingers tapping lightly against the side of his mug. He could see the internal struggle in the orc's eyes, the desire to prove himself against the fear of more rejection and failure. "Are you sure you want me along?" Kargan finally asked. "I'm only level 5. "And with each level up, you'll become even more capable," Eldrin said. Justin leaned forward. "We're stronger together, and we need all the help we can get. You saved our asses in Eldareth. Besides, if anyone can manage what's down in those tunnels, it's you. Your night vision will come in handy. Not to mention the light of my sacrificial armor spell," he mused. Kargan stared at Justin for a long moment. "But I still have reservations. These men chasing you, you've kept that pretty close to your chest." Justin nodded. "You deserve to know about that. It's a long story, but I'll try to be quick." He proceeded to explain everything of importance, who he was, where he was really from, plus everything that had happened up to meeting Kargan. The orc watched with widened eyes for a good part of the story, not interrupting. "So," Justin concluded, "that's why they're after me. At least, so we think. If you come with us, well, you'll be guilty by association. It's not a decision to make lightly, so there's no pressure." Kargan seemed to consider this for a while. "This Eyrth place, it has to be real. I can tell you're not joking and that Lila and Eldrin believe you. It's just a bit crazy, that's all." "I know," Justin said. "Every word is true. The point being, it would be great to have you with us. And if we find anything worth taking, well, we'll share the spoils. And if not, we'll make sure you're well compensated." "And how long would this be for?" Kargan asked. "At least through Drakendir. After that, it's your call." Kargan thought it over, but he didn't think long, pushing his pint away. "All right, I'll come with you. Lila's right. It's better than sitting here feeling sorry for myself." A small smile tugged at the corner of Justin's mouth. "Good to have you back, Kargan. Good thing you caught me before I'm too deep in my drinks. So, when do we leave? Thankfully, we orcs have a strong constitution. Do we still have that room in the Mountain's Rest?" They shared a look, and then Eldrin quickly updated Kargan on everything that had happened, because of the collectors coming after Lila. Kargan listened attentively. "By Gore," he said. "That's tough luck, Lila. You all must be exhausted." "We are," Justin said, stifling a yawn. "I've already rented a cot here for the evening. Just 20 coppers a night. It's not much, but it beats sleeping on the street. You'll be safe enough here. The tunnel entrance will be closed for the night anyway." Eldrin nodded. "That may be what we have to do. We'll rest up for the night and get started tomorrow morning. We'll need all the rest we can get for the long march through the mountains." "And just how long is this march?" Justin asked. "It's about 30 miles to reach the Drakendir Gate. If those adventurers are to be believed," Eldrin said. "I'd like to make it by evening tomorrow. With luck, Gareth won't think we've gone that way, at least not immediately. And I suspect he won't know about the opening of the tunnel as soon as he arrives. That should buy us some more time." "We should get some rest," Lila said. "It's been a long day." Kargan has joined the party. You now benefit from his blood pact, enhancing your natural healing. Eldrin, Lila, and Justin moved to the bar, where they asked the barkeeper, a burly man with a thick beard and a gruff demeanor, about a cot. Within minutes, all of them were heading back with Kargan to settle down for the night. The space was shared with about a dozen other people in a single hall, a good half of them snoring, but Justin was far too tired to care. He set down his things, using his pack as a pillow while also ensuring it wouldn't be messed with. Within minutes, he was fast asleep. 53. Masks of Power. The Autumn Festival in Oronthia is a week-long celebration marking the height of the harvest and lifting spirits before winter's inevitable descent. The grandest of these festivals is held in Belmora, where travelers from every corner of the land are welcome to join in the revelry. Even the smallest hamlets host their own vibrant variations, with feasts, dances, and games that draw entire villages together. Whether grand or humble, the festival reminds us that joy, like the harvest, must be gathered and shared while it lasts. Chronicler Dylan Rode, Festivals of the Known World. The air stung Justin's cheek as he, Lila, Eldrin, and Kargan made their way through the winding streets of Windfall. The snow had stopped falling, but the remnants clung stubbornly to the cobblestones, making each step a cautious one. But despite the frigid morning, the streets were humming with the autumn festival, the air filled with the aroma of roasting chestnuts, spiced wine, and freshly baked bread. Colorful banners hung from every building, fluttering in the crisp breeze, while laughter and music echoed through the streets. Jugglers and acrobats performed for delighted children, and vendors called out to passers-by, offering their wares of handmade crafts and seasonal treats. "It's the last day of the festival," Eldrin said, his voice barely audible over the din. "It should serve as a decent cover." They reached the main square, and Eldrin led them onto a narrow street that took them north, directly toward the main mountain looming over Windfall. The square was completely packed with revelers, and a stage had been set up in front of the clock tower. The crowd buzzed with anticipation for an upcoming announcement, while musicians played lively tunes to keep the energy high. The entrance to Thalgar's tunnel was impossible to miss. Its dark, imposing archway opened into the side of the mountain. 2 heavily armed guards stood at attention in front of the gate. The gate itself was massive, resembling the heavy fortified doors of a castle, with thick iron bars that ran vertically and horizontally. "Closed," Kargan said, eyeing the gate warily. "Perhaps it's still too early in the day," Eldrin said. "Let me handle this." As Eldrin approached the watchman, Justin noted the griffin emblazoned on their black surcoats, the emblem of the city of Highcliffe. The ranger offered the guards a friendly smile. "Happy festival, friends. We need passage through Thalgar's tunnel." One guard, a broad-shouldered man with a clean-shaven face and rosy cheeks, shook his head. "The tunnel is closed." Eldrin frowned. "Closed? On account of the festival?" The guard exchanged a glance with his companion before answering. There was an incident. The gate's been ordered shut until further notice. Eldrin remained unfazed. Well, it's certainly nothing 4 seasoned adventurers can't manage. When the guards remained silent, he reached into his pouch, producing 2 5-silver coins. I can make it worth your while. The lead guard looked at the coins, then shook his head firmly. Can't do it. 5 marks aren't worth my job. Orders are orders. Only the mayor himself can overrule them. Eldrin's frustration was evident, but he kept his cool. He reached into his pouch as he produced 20 more silver marks, which made for 15 for each guard. The second guard's eyes glazed over with greed. You need not open it all the way, the ranger said quietly. Just a hair. No one is watching with the festivities going on. The first guard seemed to consider for a moment, but shook his head. The answer is still no, and if you attempt to bribe me again, I shall have to arrest you. That must be 2 weeks' pay for you, Eldrin said. Imagine how much it could help. The guard smirked. Never let it be said that the Windfall Watch lacks honor. Honor or not, I'm determined to go through today. Where can we find the mayor? The guard shrugged. Well, it's a big day for the city, so he could be anywhere. He's supposed to inaugurate the autumn games this morning, but after that he'll be up at the Harrington House. There's some fancy event going on there today. A lot of the city's higher-ups are attending. The Harrington House, Lila said, a glimmer of hope in her voice. We're in luck. We got an invitation to that just yesterday. Eldrin arched an eyebrow, clearly surprised. There had been no chance to update Eldrin on everything. Lord Harrington himself extended it to me, Justin added. Maybe we can ask for the mayor's help there. The guard's skepticism was apparent as he looked them over, travel-worn and clearly not in the attire one might expect for such an event. But an official invitation carried weight, and after a moment's hesitation, the guard nodded. You might have a shot, but don't expect much unless he has a reason to help you. We should head up there, Eldrin said. If we leave now, we'll be there in time to intercept him. The guard looked like he was holding back laughter. You're not getting in looking like that. We'll have to try, Eldrin said, his tone unyielding. You'll be getting those orders within a few hours, I promise you that, and then you'll wish you had taken my coin. The guard smiled, clearly thinking this was all talk. It gave Justin the motivation to prove him wrong. Eldrin turned to the others. Let's move. The ranger led them up a side alley, which took them back to the main street where they had done their shopping the day before. The storefronts gave way to larger, more ornate dwellings as they climbed higher into the wealthier district of the city. The houses were larger, more elegant, with wrought iron fences and tall, snow-covered hedges. The roads were better maintained, the snow cleared to reveal pristine stones. Fancy carriages rolled by from time to time, sometimes carrying the laughter of nobles being transported within. Lord Harrington's home was the largest of all, situated at the very end of the street. The manor was a sprawling estate, with towering columns and wide marble steps leading up to the entrance. The windows were tall and arched, and the roof was topped with elegant spires. Behind the dwelling lay the main mountain overlooking Windfall, covered in snow. Justin set his thoughts upon the ring of hygiene, and within an instant he was perfectly clean and groomed. While the others wouldn't get the same benefit, it was a necessary step for him. He straightened his new top hat. As a socialite, this was his element, and he'd have to rise to the occasion. A pair of black liveried footmen stood beside a large iron gate through which they could see the manor's grand entrance. A line of carriages was already forming as guests arrived. Justin, Eldrin, Lila, and Kargan walked up to the gate. The lead guard, a tall man with a sharp nose and an air of authority, seemed to be checking everyone's invitations as they entered. He eyed them first with confusion. While Justin was dressed the part, the rest were not dressed as richly. Then the footman's expression became one of thinly veiled disdain. "The servant's entrance is on the side." Justin activated his dandy's swagger skill, strutting forward and puffing out his chest. "The nerve! We're not servants, but honored guests. I'm Lord Tailmaker, of the same house." "Tailmaker," the guard repeated skeptically. "I'm unaware of any noble house with that—" Justin thrust the invitation right in his face, and he ensured his voice would drip with superiority. "Lord Harrington invited me himself. I will not suffer insolence from a lowly guard like you." The guard's blue eyes widened as he took in Justin's friends, and he seemed to hesitate. "Sir, there is a certain code of dress for this event, and this code is strictly—" "My carriage tumbled over outside the city, so my morning has already gone poorly. My companions are dressed for travel, and we meant to change once we're inside. Why am I explaining myself to a peon like you? You should know your place, sir." Justin's haughty tone intensified, and he tilted his nose upward. "All right, my lord, forgive me," the guard stammered. "You have the invitation. Head to the front and ask for Mr. Willoughby, the butler." "Good riddance," Justin said, nodding at the others and twirling his cane. With his head held high, he strode toward the house, his nose in the air as they passed through the gate. Once out of earshot, Lila smirked. "I'm starting to see your use, Justin." "It's showtime, baby," Justin said, his voice laced with confidence, an effect of his dandy's swagger. As he surveyed the others, they looked far less assured. "Here's the thing. Act like the most entitled, spoiled brat you've ever met, and then dial it up 10 times further. Don't overthink what you're going to say. Powerful people don't bother with that. They just say whatever comes to mind because they never have to deal with the consequences. They're so used to getting their way that it doesn't even occur to them that someone might question it." Eldrin nodded, though his expression remained wary. "We've got it, Justin, but what about our clothing? We don't exactly look the part." "Don't worry about that," Justin replied with a dismissive wave. "It's not about what you're wearing. It's all about how you wear it. Confidence is everything. We can say we were trying to venture down into the tunnel to take out a dangerous vault. That can explain our dress and weapons." "That would create a trail," Eldrin pointed out. "People would remember we asked about the gate." "The mayor's going to find out anyway," Lila said. "What counts is making it all happen. We have to push through." Eldrin sighed. "Seems we're all out of options. Now, Justin, I'm going to defer to you. This is your element." Justin nodded as they reached the stone steps that led to the entrance of the manor. The prospect made him a little nervous, but this was what his class was made for. They reached the front steps. The butler, who had to be Mr. Willoughby, was a tall, thin man with a narrow face and piercing gray eyes. His uniform was immaculate, the black coat and white gloves spotless, giving him an air of strict professionalism. His expression, however, was far from welcoming. It was a look of barely concealed scorn, as if he couldn't quite believe that these travel-worn adventurers were attempting to enter the Harrington house. "Good morning," the butler said, his tone clipped and cold. "May I assist you?" Justin didn't miss a beat. He stepped forward, brandishing the invitation with a flourish. "You must be Mr. Willoughby. You may indeed help us. We're here as guests of Lord Harrington, and I expect the proper treatment, unlike your footman at the gate. Vile man. It's already been a dreadful morning. Our carriage overturned on the way here, and we're hardly in the mood for delays. Now, if you'll kindly stop wasting our time and show us inside." The butler's eyes flicked over the invitation, then back to Justin and his companions, along with their weapons and packs. His lips pressed into a thin line. "Sir, there is a certain standard of dress expected at this event, and I'm afraid your servants—" "Standards? Really?" Justin interrupted, his voice rising in mock outrage. "You think I don't know that? I'm Lord Tailmaker, and I'll have you know I'm fully aware of your so-called standards. Unfortunately, our situation doesn't exactly lend itself to your delicate sensibilities. Now, unless you want to explain to Lord Harrington why his esteemed guests were turned away, I suggest you reconsider your approach." The butler's face tightened, but he knew he was cornered. The invitation was legitimate, and Justin's bluster left him little room to argue. "Of course, my lord," he said stiffly. "If you would follow me." Without another word, the butler led them up the stone steps and into the manor. The warmth of the interior was a welcome relief from the cold outside. The entrance hall was vast, with lofty ceilings and walls adorned with tapestries depicting scenes of battles and grand hunts. A large crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a warm, golden light over everything. The murmur of voices from the adjoining rooms hinted at the number of guests already in attendance. As they followed Mr. Willoughby deeper into the manor, Justin couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. They were in. Now all they had to do was find the mayor and secure his help. He glanced at Lila, who offered a small, encouraging smile. They were playing a dangerous game, but it was one they couldn't afford to lose. The butler led them to a smaller room off to the side of the main hall, where a servant offered to take their coats and packs. Justin preferred to keep his gear close, but toting around heavy packs would just make them stick out even more, so he consented to let the servant take that, along with the rest of his companions. The weapons they elected to keep. From the surrounding nobles bearing canes, rapiers, and swords, they wouldn't be the only ones. Once relieved of their packs, they were ushered into the main reception area, a grand ballroom filled with well-dressed guests. The men wore tailored suits, and the women were adorned in elegant gowns, the colorful fabrics shimmering in the chandelier's light. Lord Harrington was easy to spot, standing near the center of the room, holding court with a group of other distinguished guests. His presence was commanding with his suit and new top hat, this one with a peacock feather. He moved with the confidence of someone who was used to being the center of attention. Justin took a deep breath and led the way over to him. As they approached, Lord Harrington noticed them and raised an eyebrow in surprise. But then his expression softened into a welcoming smile. "Ah, Mr. Tailmaker, you've made it," he exclaimed, his voice carrying a note of genuine pleasure. He turned to the other nobles with him. "This is the one I told you about, who bested me in the social duel yesterday. You wear my old hat well." There was an appreciative murmur from the surrounding guests, and Justin waved it away with a smile. "Lord Harrington, you flatter me. I was merely trying to keep up with a man of your caliber." Lord Harrington chuckled, clearly enjoying the attention. "Well, I'm beyond delighted. I wasn't sure you'd be able to attend." He turned to Lila, bowing slightly. "And of course, the Lady Lila Fairwind, Bard of Beauty." Justin gave a light-hearted grin, sliding his arm around Lila's waist. "Careful, Harrington. I've got a reputation to maintain here." Harrington laughed, the sound more genuine this time. "Ah, no harm meant, Mr. Tailmaker. Please make yourselves at home. But, it looks as though you're about to go off on an adventure." "Aye, so we were," Justin said, his voice filled with a touch of regret. "My lady and I hired these fine professionals to venture into Thalgar's tunnel." He nodded toward Eldrin and Kargan. "This is strictly between us and these esteemed gentlepeople here, but there are rumors of a vault opening on the other side in the Everwood, and I plan to be the first to claim the prize while everyone else is preoccupied with the festivities." A noble with a stern expression, blonde hair, and piercing blue eyes, with a long sword resting at his waist, gave Justin a cool look before offering a slight, formal bow. "Lord Bohemond Ashcroft, of the same county. Now what's this about a vault? I've heard nothing of the sort, and I usually keep an ear to the ground for these matters." I'm no stranger to the sword myself, and wouldn't mind a sojourn into the Everwood at this time of year." Justin met Bohemund's gaze with a confident smile. "Ah, a fellow adventurer, I see. But you know how it is with such information. It tends to flow through certain channels before reaching the broader crowd. A few of my sources, who owe me some favors, whispered of the vault just yesterday. Timing, as you know, is everything. Wouldn't you agree?" He let the words linger for a moment, giving the impression that he was knowledgeable, someone with access to valuable, exclusive information. Then, with a slight shrug, he continued, "But, alas, I found the gate to be closed this morning, and the city guards were most disagreeable. Usually a few silvers are enough to get what you want, but this one was stubborn, saying that only the mayor could remedy the situation." "Ugh, aren't commoners just the worst?" Lord Harrington said, rolling his eyes. "They can be so uppity. Well, Mayor Carlyle himself will be in attendance soon, if I understand things correctly. In fact, we have distinguished guests coming from all over Oronthia, even as far as Belmora. Tell me, from where does your noble house hail?" "West of Mistwatch, in the Wildwood," Justin said smoothly. "Ah, those lands are ripe for development. The hunting is good, I hear. Are the forest goblins not a problem, though?" "Nothing a good thwack of my cane can't manage." Justin mimed the action, and the nobles burst into amused, haughty laughter, their jeweled fingers covering smirking mouths and their eyes glinting with faux delight. As the mirth cooled down, Justin indicated Eldrin with a nod. "This is my good friend Eldrin Thornwood. A ranger is a necessity for any adventuring party. Wouldn't you agree?" He tittered and continued before awaiting an answer. "And this is Kargan Durzag, a mage of great renown. He might look young, but oh my, you should see him in action." Justin gave Kargan a sly wink, and the orc's lips turned downward in distaste. He hoped Kargan knew he was playing the game, and if anything, he might even get a job after this from this positive recommendation. "A pleasure to meet you all, I'm sure," Harrington replied, taking in Justin's companions, though his tone had grown stiff. "Well, Mr. Tailmaker, it was a pleasure to catch up. Make yourselves at home. There's food and drink aplenty, and there shall be dancing later. We also have some contests and games that might interest you. A chance to show off your skills, perhaps." "I thank you, Lord Harrington. You are a steadfast friend, though we have only just met." "Likewise, my good man. Well, I must go to greet my new guests. But before I leave, a bit of advice. Mayor Carlyle, in case you haven't met him, is a cautious man of the diplomat class, but he's also practical. I promise to introduce you and vouch for your need. I think there's a good chance he'll grant you the permission you seek." A wave of relief washed over Justin, and he placed a hand over his heart, though inwardly he worried about someone of the diplomat class. He wasn't sure what to expect there. But, like him, the man would likely have access to various social skills and boons. He would have to tread carefully. "Thank you, Lord Harrington. That would mean a great deal." Harrington smiled, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. "It's the least I can do for a friend. In fact, there's a small matter I could use some help with, a certain business venture I'm considering. We'll speak of it later. It's always good to have a friend who's into adventuring." "I would be delighted," Justin said, offering a respectful nod. "Until later, Mr. Tailmaker." With that, Lord Harrington moved off to greet another group of guests, Justin's anxiety easing slightly. They had a plan, and it felt like they might actually have a chance. As they wove through the gathering, Justin couldn't help but notice the curious glances they received from the other guests. Despite his smooth exterior, Justin felt a bit out of place. He observed other socialites performing their skills, charming or delighting those around them with effortless grace. He even saw one guest deliver a scornful insult that had the surrounding crowd laughing heartily. They grabbed hors d'oeuvres from passing servants, Delicacies like smoked salmon canapes, stuffed mushrooms, and tiny tarts filled with rich custard, as well as glasses of champagne. They did their best to blend in, moving from group to group, making polite conversation, but really they were just killing time until the mayor showed up. Justin got into a rhythm, spinning tales of their adventures, charming the ladies with exaggerated stories, and even indulging in a brief dance with a persistent guest. It was important for the crowd to be on his side, just in case. At one point, a man commented on Justin's attire, admiring his cane of Valoria and his coat of Highcliff's elegance. "I must say, Lord Talemaker, your fashion is quite unique. It reminds me of the portraits of my ancestors back home at Ravenwood Manor. Classic practicality and style. A rare combination." Justin smiled, twirling his cane. "I believe one should always be prepared for any occasion, my friend. Who knows when adventure lies around the corner?" Finally, after what felt like an hour, Justin felt a light tug on his coat sleeve. He turned to see Lord Harrington standing there. "Mayor Carlyle is here," Harrington said. "Allow me to introduce you." Justin nodded as they threaded their way to a group where the mayor, a portly man with a neatly trimmed beard, was engaged in conversation with an elegantly dressed lady. Harrington approached him with the same calm confidence he had shown to Justin. He gracefully awaited a lull in the conversation and tacit acknowledgement from the mayor and the lady before approaching. "Mayor Carlyle, a moment of your time," Harrington said. The mayor smiled. "Lord Harrington, to what do I owe this pleasure?" "I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Talemaker. He and his companions have run into a bit of trouble with Thalgar's tunnel, and they need your help." The mayor's expression became more serious as he turned to Justin. "Ah, what sort of trouble?" Justin inclined his head respectfully, fully aware of the delicate situation. He had to tread carefully. Mayor Carlyle was a man who owed him nothing, and convincing him to grant access to the tunnel would require finesse. "Mayor Carlyle, it's a pleasure to meet you," Justin began smoothly, his tone respectful but confident. "This morning my companions and I discovered that Thalgar's tunnel has been closed because of an incident. We were hoping to make use of the tunnel to reach the Everwood, as we've received word of a dangerous vault that has recently opened." The mayor's expression remained serious, his gaze sharp as he listened. Justin continued, carefully choosing his words. "I understand that the closure is for a good reason, but time is of the essence here. If left unchecked, this vault could become a significant threat. My party and I are prepared to manage it before it becomes an issue, but we need access to the tunnel to get there quickly." Mayor Carlyle's eyes narrowed slightly, and Justin could feel the weight of his scrutiny. The mayor was clearly assessing the situation, and Justin suspected that one of Carlyle's diplomat abilities was at play, subtly probing for any signs of deceit or weakness. Justin maintained steady eye contact, keeping his posture relaxed but purposeful. He couldn't afford to show any hesitation. He had to convince Carlyle that this was a legitimate concern and that his group was the best option to deal with it. Never mind that there was no vault, at least as far as Justin knew. After a moment, the mayor spoke, his tone measured. "Mr. Talemaker, I appreciate your concern. It's wonderful and quite rare that an outsider has taken such a keen interest in Windfall's safety. However, the closure of Thalgar's tunnel was not a decision made lightly. There are risks involved in reopening it, especially given the circumstances. What assurances can you provide that your expedition will not only succeed but also prevent any further danger?" "Mayor Carlyle, I understand your concerns," Justin replied, his voice steady. "But my team is well equipped to handle this situation. Together we've faced similar threats before and emerged successfully." Mayor Carlyle considered Justin's words deeply, his silence stretching on, making Justin increasingly uneasy. The quiet scrutiny was unnerving. It was easier to navigate conversations filled with words where he could play on nuances and manipulate the flow. But this silence? It was hard to work with silence. Justin cleared his throat, trying to maintain his composure. Our goal is to neutralize the vault and ensure that whatever dangers lie within do not spill over into the surrounding areas. By granting us access to the tunnel, you're not just opening a gate, you're ensuring that this potential threat is dealt with swiftly and effectively. We'll move quickly and discreetly, and we'll report back with our findings. Carlyle's gaze didn't waver, his expression remaining inscrutable, as if he were carefully weighing every word. The silence hung heavy in the air, and Justin could feel the pressure mounting. Finally, Carlyle nodded slowly, breaking the tension. Very well, Mr. Tailmaker. I will arrange for the tunnel to be opened. But I would like to have a discussion with you first. With me? Justin asked, a note of unease creeping into his voice. What for? For the first time, the mayor betrayed a slight smile, which was quickly erased, leaving behind the same unreadable mask. Something, at that very moment, told Justin to run as fast as the wind. This feeling was only reinforced when Eldrin tugged sharply on his sleeve. You know, Justin said, his tone light but hurried, I just remembered something. I thank you for your help, but we really must be going. He turned to leave, trusting the others to follow his lead without question. His heart pounded in his chest, and the sense of impending danger grew stronger with each passing second. But as they moved toward the ballroom's exit, Justin's worst fear materialized. Standing at the entrance to the grand hall was the last person he wanted to see. Baron Valdrik's tall, slender frame was accentuated by a tailored black velvet coat, and his pale, narrow face was framed by slicked-back hair that revealed a pronounced widow's peak. A thin beard traced his sharp jawline, and his piercing gray eyes, like those of a predator, seemed to see right through them, while his long fingers adorned with silver rings drummed a slow rhythm on the dark wood of his polished staff. What? Valdrik asked, his voice smooth and dripping with barely disguised malice. Leaving so early? The fun has only just begun. 54. Confrontation.
If the gods love us, why do they test us so harshly? Perhaps love for them is not what it is for us.
Kalira of Delonia, Creator and Created. Eldrin was the first to react, raising his bow and firing a swift arrow. The Baron, with a lazy smile, raised his staff and muttered a quick incantation that made the air go cold, instantly disintegrating the arrow in midair. Lila threw her knives, only for them to slow and pause just short of reaching the Baron. They clattered to the floor harmlessly. Kargan, who had no attacking moves, simply created a blood aegis, followed by a shield of sacrificial armor, standing between the party and further harm. Justin uselessly just stared in shock. The sudden eruption of conflict sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Gasps and murmurs filled the grand hall as the guests recoiled, some stepping back in fear, while others craned their necks to get a better view. The nobility, accustomed to polite conversations and subtle power plays, were unprepared for such violence. The musicians had abruptly stopped playing, their instruments still in hand as they exchanged bewildered looks. A few of the nobles instinctively activated their own defense skills, casting quick glances at each other as if to confirm that what they were witnessing was indeed real. Servants, caught in the middle of their tasks, froze in place, unsure whether to flee or continue with their duties. All eyes were now fixed on the Baron, whose calm demeanor only heightened the unease. The guests now found themselves on the edge of panic, uncertain of what would happen next. That was when the Baron laughed heartily, the sound rich as if he were genuinely amused by the whole spectacle. His laughter echoed through the hall, causing the tension in the room to falter, the fearful murmurs dying down as the guests tried to make sense of the situation. "Oh, come now," the Baron exclaimed, a playful glint in his eyes. "Is this how you treat an old friend? A bit of fun is all it is. You should know by now that arrows and daggers aren't enough to stop me." He waved his hand dismissively, as if the whole incident were nothing more than a harmless prank. The Baron turned to the crowd, his smile charming. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the little spectacle. Friendly banter among comrades in arms, you see. No need for alarm. We're all on the same side here." He winked at a nearby guest, who nervously returned a faint smile. All Justin could feel was sick. He knew by now there was no chance of running. But from the Baron's reaction, the odds of dying immediately were remote. There was safety in a crowd, and using that cover was the only viable way to escape this situation. Escape? Who was he kidding? The Baron had him, like a cat who'd caught the mouse. He just wanted to torture the prey a bit before dining. Valdrik spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire room with his jovial mood. "Mr. Tailmaker, I know you have a penchant for pranks, but let's not ruin a perfectly good celebration, shall we?" At that very moment, the Baron's gaze fell upon him, and without a word, Justin knew what he wanted. Join the act, or regret it. The only saving grace was that the Baron had called him by his true name, Tailmaker, rather than Caraway, the name Justin had used when introducing himself. Otherwise, all the work he had done so far in this ballroom would fall apart. Justin forced a smile, his mind racing as he tried to find the right words to diffuse the situation. He knew the Baron had him cornered, but he also knew that if he played his cards right, he might just buy time. "Oh, you know me too well, Baron Valdrik," Justin said, his tone light and playful, masking the fear churning inside him. "Always up to some mischief, aren't I? But, as you say, let's not spoil the fun for everyone else. I've been known to mix a bit of theatrics into my adventures. Keeps things interesting. But I assure you no harm was done here tonight. Just a little jest among friends." He turned to the crowd, widening his smile as he spread his arms in a gesture of good-natured apology, even twirling his cane a bit. "I do apologize for the sudden excitement. You know how it is. Old friends, old rivalries, and a touch of showmanship. We were just testing each other's reflexes, keeping our wits sharp. But let's not let that interrupt this wonderful celebration. I, for one, could use a drink after all that excitement. What do you say we all raise a glass to peace, good company, and the fine art of diplomacy?" The tension in the room eased as the murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Some guests even chuckled, reassured by Justin's light-hearted explanation, especially as Baron Valdrik nodded gracefully, his expressions so convincing that even Justin was tempted to believe this entire thing had been just an unfortunate misunderstanding. He might believe that if it had not been for Alistair's death. The musicians played again, and the festive atmosphere slowly returned, albeit with an undercurrent of unease. Justin could feel the Baron's gaze on him, a silent warning that this was far from over. But for now, at least, he had bought them some time, and with Valdrik, every second counted. "Justin," Eldrin said, "what are you doing?" "He's won, Eldrin," Justin said. "We've been outplayed. It's only me he wants. If you three slip out, there's a chance you can get out of this alive." Justin's words were caught short as the Baron made his way toward Justin and his friends, taking his time about it with a few amiable greetings along the way. How could he be here, of all places? Obviously, all this was some elaborate trap. one so subtle that even Eldrin's ranger's intuition hadn't caught it in time. Had the Baron been responsible for closing the tunnel gate? Maybe Harrington's invitation hadn't been so random after all. Perhaps Valdrik had put him up to it. Justin had a million questions, and he wasn't sure if any of them would matter, since he was most likely dead soon. At last, the Baron stood before him, a malevolent presence despite his plastered-on smile. "Come now," he said, clapping Justin on the back with a bit too much force to be entirely friendly. "Let's enjoy the festival together, as friends should." His tone was light, but there was a subtle edge to his words, a reminder of the power he held, and the danger that lurked just beneath his surface charm. "Let's grab a drink, shall we? Just you and me." He winked at his companions. "Don't worry. I'll return him in one piece." He led Justin away. With a look, Justin warned the others not to follow. What chance did they have against whatever level Valdrik was at? Just like Valdrik, they could do nothing with so many eyes on them. "I'm sure you have questions," Valdrik said, as they wove together through the crowd. "Many questions. Rest assured, Mr. Tailmaker, every single one shall be answered to your full satisfaction." Justin frowned in confusion. "Why answer questions when you intend to kill me?" Valdrik laughed lightly, not seeming to care if they were overheard. "Kill you? No, my good man. This is the beginning of the rest of your days on Earth." Justin threw a look over his shoulder, but his friends were lost in the crowd. Would Valdrik really let them escape so easily? "I must apologize," Valdrik said. "It would seem we've gotten off on the wrong foot. This meeting is far more roundabout than I would have liked, but I will not be denied in the end. What I must tell you is far too important." Valdrik paused before the banquet table, grabbing a haunch of meat from a strange creature reminiscent of an oversized bat. He ate with relish. "Healthy appetite for not being alive," Justin observed. Valdrik chuckled. "Oh, I'm very much alive, and my appetites are greater than most men. All of this has been an unfortunate misunderstanding, I'm afraid. Alistair is dead because of you. That's hardly a misunderstanding." "Oh, him? Yes, sad business, that. I wish the Templars would keep their noses where they belong. I don't enjoy killing them. But he was a loose end, and the Templars could complicate my plans." Justin looked around, but no one was paying attention to the conversation. For someone who operated from the shadows, the Baron was being forthright. Surprisingly so. It seemed the surrounding nobles were giving them plenty of space, while the din of conversation was enough to cover their words. "He was a good man," Justin said. "And now, because of you, he's dead." "Well, Alistair was never supposed to be a part of this," Valdrik said. "I had hoped we could discuss these things more thoroughly in the safety of my Silverton manse, but I suppose this frozen hellhole will have to suffice." A beautiful woman walked by, with raven-black hair and near-perfect features, batting her eyes at the Baron while fanning herself. He gave her a genial smile. "Now, where was I?" he asked. "Oh, yes. We never got to finish our conversation from last time. How would you feel about being employed by me? I see you have more experience under your belt now. The wage I offered before was low, but in keeping with one for your abilities. How does a salary of 1 gold crown a month sound? There is room for advancement in my organization, and I could use someone with your skills." It was becoming increasingly difficult for Justin to keep his cool. Valdrik was acting as if nothing at all had happened. I'm beyond confused, Justin said. First, how did you track us here? Track you? He laughed lightly. It wasn't difficult. Of course, you took the Umber Pass out of Silverton. Most don't go that way, owing to the difficulty, but with Mr. Thornwood at the helm, you had an advantage. Of course, it wasn't enough of an advantage. It took you 2 nights to reach Highcliffe, where if you had taken the Silver Road, it would have taken just 1. I was in constant communication with Lieutenant Gareth, of course. As my thrall, that's simple enough. When you got to the Guardian's Pass, there was nowhere else for you to go but Highcliffe. I had Gareth surround the city and had his mages place wards on all the catacomb exits we could find. Luckily, the High Cleric at the cathedral was most accommodating. You killed him? Valdrik made a mask of affront. Kill? Why would I do that? No, a simple cant of compulsion was enough for one of my wizards to get what he wanted, followed by a cant of amnesia to make sure he didn't remember the interaction. Memory magic can be quite tricky, but it can be well worth the risk in the right circumstances. I try not to mess with the church, though. Of course, sometimes death becomes unavoidable. Speaking of death, someone tried to kill me in the stairwell at the Silver Stag. That wasn't me. Far too crude. My men did a bit of asking around while you and your companions were puttering about the Highcliffe catacombs. You'd crossed a snow goblin by the name of Gribble, and there was quite a tussle regarding a cane. Reading your reaction, it seems this story is true. Justin could only stare in shock. Did the man know every step of their journey? Point being, that was Gribble's doing, not mine. You just mistakenly assumed I had a hand in that. Alistair, unfortunately, had to be dealt with. Too life-blinded, that one. However, depending on this conversation, I hope that you and your friends might be convinced to stand down. Furthermore, while we might not walk away as friends, we might at least walk away with something of a truce. A truce. That did indeed sound appealing. The problem, of course, was one of trust. I still have questions, Justin said. Those wards explain how you found us leaving Highcliffe, but I still don't understand why you weren't at Highcliffe yourself to intercept us. After all, you said it was easy to figure out that that was where we were going. I'm far too careful to have done that, Justin. At first, Justin didn't understand what he meant. It could have ended the chase at once. But then he thought about the Baron and his long-term goals. If Alistair was to be believed, the man was gathering an undead force right in Silverton. If the Baron got involved with a paladin, things could get messy, and he might lose control of the narrative. In Aranthia, fighting paladins and the Templars wasn't a good look, and at best it would lead to investigation, and at worst it would lead to the toppling of everything he'd worked so hard to build. Despite his level, the Baron's standing was precarious. He remembered something Eldrin had said about necromancers and getting caught too early, a weak point to exploit, perhaps. So how did you know we were going to Windfall? Justin asked. I suppose from your perspective it might seem confusing. I'll explain, if only as a courtesy. I must admit, the Ranger gave us a bit more trouble than I initially thought. His abilities are obviously quite honed, even though his level is middling at best. Your bard companion has proven herself quite plucky, too. As for the orc, I must admit I know little about him, but his involvement with your group seems circumstantial. Anyway, even if Eldrin was successful in leading Gareth astray, there were few options for you in the wilds west of the Marin. You did the smart thing, heading north into the Darkwood. A risky maneuver, to be sure, but one that paid off. When Gareth arrived at Darkstream, a bit of questioning was all it took to determine you hadn't been there. So that only left one goal for you that made sense: Windfall. We considered that you might try to cross the Umbers west, but that would take you too far from your eventual goal of Montelea. And the Orcish clans can be hostile to strangers, and coming east again across the Marin while avoiding Darkstream was far too risky. Those lands are open, and it wouldn't have been hard for us to sight you, either in the field or on the road itself. No, Windfall was your goal, and I had to assume you, or Eldrin, would correctly deduce that Gareth couldn't get there as fast as you. However, in all of Eldrin's careful plans, he forgot about one thing. You, right? Very good. You see, I was the missing piece of the puzzle. With Alistair dispatched, I could at last get more involved. I came to Highcliffe shortly after you began your escape north along the Marin. Once Lieutenant Gareth realized he'd been fooled, he returned to Highcliffe. I ordered him to Darkstream Crossing, telling him not to purchase horses until he got there. Why, might you ask? Because of the ranger's damnable bird. If it had noted Gareth on horseback too soon, it would have changed Eldrin's plans to turn west rather than go to Windfall. And I wanted you to go to Windfall. So, while Gareth walked to Darkstream Crossing, I traveled by carriage to Windfall with all speed. I arrived early this morning, in fact, well ahead of Gareth and his retinue. Well, I would say it all worked out in the end. Thankfully, I'd noticed rumors that Thalgar's tunnel was open, so I made all the haste to the mayor's home. I have a good relationship with Mayor Carlyle. He ensured the gate was closed as a personal favor. You were just a few minutes too late. But even this would have done you no good. I would have simply followed you to have this meeting. It's better this way, anyway. All Justin could feel was a mounting sickness. He felt like such a fool. Even Eldrin, the wise ranger, had been completely played. And now, he and all his friends were most likely going to die unless he could find some way to turn this around. He hoped they were well on their way out of town. Not that it would matter. All three were loose ends, as they knew the Baron's plans, or at least part of them. That was not something the Baron could just leave alone, despite his words. Yet he seemed completely certain that Justin's companions presented no danger to him. "I suppose Lord Harrington is one of your contacts?" Justin asked. "It's only with his invitation that we could get inside this manor." "I know him, but your chance meeting was just that. A chance, however unlikely it seems. Of course, once I was in town, I could sense you, and I was simply seeking the right opportunity to make contact. It's not like you had anywhere to go at this point. When you headed up to the manor, I knew your goal was to get the tunnel open. So, it was simply a matter of following you. I'd rather confront you here and allow you to see my side of things." "Well, you have me," Justin said, "and you claim you don't want to kill me. If that's the case, then what do you really want? And more importantly, why should I trust you?" "I've already said what I want," the Baron said. "I would like you to work for me." "I don't understand," Justin said. "Why go through all this trouble just to give me a job? What's so special about me?" He frowned. "How is it that I'm the one who grabbed that parcel to deliver to you anyway? And what was in it? What does it have to do with me?" "Ah, now you're finally asking the important questions, Mr. Tailmaker. September 21st. Does that date ring a bell?" "Of course. It's the day I came to Eyrth." Justin figured there was no point in hiding that from him. Eldrin had mentioned one of the Baron's agents was almost certainly listening to him at the moonlit alehouse, and the Baron wouldn't have picked that date out of the air unless he already knew the truth. "Yes," the Baron said. "I imagine you must have felt terrified. It's a feeling I know all too well." Justin frowned. What was he getting at? How did he know the very day he arrived? "Could you just get to the point?" The Baron extended his hand, and Justin blinked as he muttered a strange incantation, and a parcel appeared. But not just any parcel. It was the same one he had delivered to the Baron all those days ago. "Why don't you open it and see for yourself?" Justin looked at the parcel, unbelieving. How did you do that?" "A cant of repository. It can be bothersome having to carry things around. This handy spell makes it so you can store many things within the ether itself." He offered the package. "Would you do the honors?" Justin could not help his curiosity. His hands shaking, he opened the parcel and couldn't believe what he found inside. 55. Revelations. A leaf knows the wind, but a fool trusts the breeze. Elven proverb. Justin stared at the book and its title for a solid minute, struggling to make sense of it. The tome was small and unassuming, yet its presence felt heavy in his hands, as though it carried the weight of another world within its pages. The cover was bound in rich, dark leather, with intricate gold embossing that glimmered faintly in the light. Justin's fingers traced the smooth, cool surface of the cover, feeling the subtle ridges of the embossed design. He hesitated for a moment, almost afraid to open it. Finally, he tilted the book just enough to reveal the title on the spine, elegantly scripted in the same golden lettering, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. The title shone up at him, and for a moment the room seemed to spin. "This can't be here," he murmured. He looked up at the Baron, his voice trembling. "Where did you get this?" "It would seem you recognize the title. Where did this book come from, Mr. Talemaker?" "My world. Earth." Baron Valdrik nodded. "Yes, Earth. You aren't from here, Justin." "Well, you know that much already. You had someone listening to us in the moonlit alehouse that night, didn't you?" "Yes, but I wanted to hear it from you. The book you hold in your hands is an Earth artifact. Such things are priceless treasures, and I've gone to great lengths to acquire many of them over the years." "I get that it's from Earth," Justin said. "I just don't understand how it ended up in the post office for me to deliver to you. It makes no sense." "You were drawn to it, Justin, like a moth to a flame. You see, people from Earth are naturally drawn to objects from their homeworld. Something about the otherness of it reacts to the magic of this world. Like attracts like. That's why you, of all people, picked up the parcel to deliver it to me." "Wait, people from Earth? I'm not alone here?" The Baron smiled. "Is it so surprising? If it happened to you, why not to others?" Justin's eyes widened in realization, and he felt something of a thrill. "Wait, you're from Earth too, aren't you?" "Yes." Justin's heart raced as he processed the revelation. The implications were staggering, and a flicker of hope sparked within him, despite his and the Baron's complicated history. "How long have you been here?" Valdrik hesitated before answering. 20 years. Justin couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. "Yes, it's a long time. It's been quite a while since I've found one like you. 8 years, in fact. We're a rare breed. Navigating a dangerous world like this is not for the faint of heart. Most Earthers end up dying before they can find any sort of help. Once upon a time, I was president of the Terra Club. The organization is now defunct, at least in this part of the world. We were a bit careless, shall we say. But once, the Terra Club existed as a beacon of hope for all Earthers who believed they were suffering this fate alone. "How noble of you," Justin said, his tone laced with skepticism. He wasn't a fool. He knew the Baron had ulterior motives. "So let me get this straight. You collect Earth artifacts and then put them in random post offices all around Aranthia, hoping that it draws people from Earth to deliver them, right to you?" It sounded far-fetched, and yet the Baron nodded once again. "That's the gist of it. Of course, it usually doesn't work out that way. Most of the time, the courier who delivers the parcel is a native Eyrthian. I receive several such deliveries a month. As I said before, you're the first Earther to show up on my doorstep in 8 years. I also set low bids that no normal courier would want to take. Sometimes the parcel sits for months until the right person comes along." "Why not just say you were from Earth from the beginning?" Justin asked. "I would have been on your side. It seems like all you did was make a mess of things and accomplish the opposite." "In hindsight, you are right. But at the time of our first meeting, you were not alone, and I wasn't entirely sure you were from Earth. Admitting as much while Lila was with you would have been the height of foolishness. Earthers, you see, prefer to keep a low profile, especially these days. And yet we're having this conversation in broad daylight, in a crowded ballroom where anyone can overhear it." Valdrik waved his hand dismissively. "Please, do you really believe I would be so careless? A cant of silent warding is protecting our conversation." "How many cants do you know?" Justin asked. "Hundreds," Valdrik said. "However, we're not talking about my carefulness, but rather your carelessness." Justin swallowed. "What do you mean?" The Baron looked at him meaningfully. "Come on now. Rap battles? Islands in the stream? Such exploits might seem harmless, but if even a whisper of Earth culture is heard by the wrong ears, you might wake up with a knife in your throat. Or worse." "I don't understand," Justin said. "Are you trying to tell me that people from Earth are being hunted?" The Baron nodded somberly. "We are, unfortunately, an endangered species." "Why?" The Baron's eyes darkened. "Because we don't belong here, Justin. More than natural-born Eyrthians, we have the potential to disrupt the balance of power. I came to this world, much like you, on the autumn equinox, September 21st, 2004. 4 times a year, a portal opens, though never in the same place. On Eyrth, they'll open in sites of powerful magical concentration, and on Earth, they seem to occur in spots where great natural energy coalesces, usually in the form of a natural disaster. Hurricanes, earthquakes, even tornadoes. Mine happened to be an earthquake. Trapped under the rubble of my office building, the blue portal appeared, and it was my only way out. But unlike you, my portal took me outside an extremely dangerous cave with a fire-breathing dragon guarding the entrance. Somehow, by sheer luck, I survived." He hesitated a moment, apparently remembering the trials of those early days. "I worked hard, but eventually I acquired a class core, realizing classes were the only true way to advance in this world. We Earthers have something of an advantage. While the natives cannot change their core attributes, we have something of a choice. Earthers take on the core attribute of whatever class core they absorb first. I ended up becoming a wizard. Not a socialite? Justin asked. No, that came later. While a wizard's powers are indeed useful, I soon learned that even it can be limited, especially in the social sphere. Because it's not the command of magic, the power of the sword, arm, or the accuracy of an arrow that determines success in this world. It is winning the hearts of others. You have made many mistakes since first coming to Eyrth, Justin, but choosing socialite as your class was perhaps the best decision you could have made. Justin thought of his own entry to this world. If portals opened to sites of powerful magical concentration, he supposed a prismatic core sitting out in the open would qualify. The tornado as the entry point on Earth was simple enough to understand. How many of us Earthers are here exactly? Fewer than you would think, the Baron said. So far as we can tell, only one person comes through each time. But not always. Of these 4 entries every year, most don't survive long. Half might survive their first year, and of course, if they aren't careful or announce themselves through sheer ignorance, they get caught quickly. With a chill, Justin realized that it could have been him. But that begged the question, who was doing the catching? Valdrik paused, considering. This world, this reality, if it can be so called, is clearly an advanced simulation, a highly sophisticated technology that's far too advanced for our own era. I can only assume that someone or something from our future is having a bit of fun, marooning people here for unknown reasons. As such, whoever made this wretched game is certainly human, or even transhuman, given the insane level of technology on display, with the ability to create portals in the past. It's also possible the maker of this game is a super-intelligent AI, performing experiments and seeing how we would act in its creation. Is it possible the creator of this game is literally that? The creator everyone here keeps talking about? It's a possibility. But the creator seems to be more of an administrator of the system. It responds, reacts, and adapts to everything we do, and as far as I can tell, it can't be exploited, because it adjusts the parameters based on users' actions. It's possible that the creator is quite literally the creator of this world, but this might be unknowable. Justin felt like he was having vertigo discussing this. Could it really be true? This world was so real that, in recent days, he had hardly questioned it. You said we're being hunted. By whom? Valdrik simply smiled. You haven't guessed. I don't know. The Templars of Arion have long served the Creator and the 6 gods, or at least they claim to. In other lands there are similar orders, but the powers that control this world do not want us here. Of course, not everyone knows about us, but people in high places do, enough to be wary and have systems in place before we become a threat. And they know, just as we do, that 4 times a year a new Earther enters their world. We have too many unfair advantages. Imagine a bard who recreates Bach or Mozart. Imagine a craftsman who learns to create guns. Imagine a scholar who uses his knowledge of history, or warfare to revolutionize military tactics. Such things could tip the scales in unimaginable ways. Justin saw his point. Has that actually happened? Yes. You can see Earth's influence here if you look closely, though the authorities do what they can to scrub it from history. The technology of this world is decidedly high medieval, or even early modern with magical influences, of course, and yet you also find fashions, architecture, and technology that are orders of magnitude ahead of where Earth should be. Did you see anything strange in Highcliffe, for example? Something that might not be found in a late medieval or early modern setting? Justin thought it over. There was that streetcar. Those didn't show up until the 19th century, unless I miss my guess. I didn't really question it. The Highcliffe streetcar was created by a man named Gavrik Ironholm, of the artificer class. Why he focused his efforts on this, I can't say. Something to do with his previous occupation, I'm sure. He created the streetcar system for which Highcliffe is famed about 100 years ago. He figured out a way to not only create the cars, but also the entire industrial and mechanical process that allowed them to be built in the first place. Rather than use steam, though, he devised a way to recharge them with ether crystals. Quite ingenious, really, though these days horses are usually used due to the cost. He had plans to revolutionize all of Aranthia with similar train tracks, only on a much larger scale, and even kick off a large-scale industrial revolution. He was killed? The Baron nodded somberly. He was. Not for his invention, but for giving himself away. How did that happen? Knowing things he shouldn't have known was a big clue. And of course, he probably told the wrong person the wrong thing, enough to fall under suspicion. That's all interesting, but you're suggesting that Alistair was trying to kill me. If he was, why didn't he do it on the spot? The Baron gave an understanding smile. Your paladin friend probably didn't know what he had, and if he did, he would not have known the significance. Alistair was level 25 or thereabouts, probably not high enough in the Templar hierarchy to know about Earth. In short, it was me he was after, and you were caught in the crossfire. But had you reached Montelea, things would have gone badly for you, assuming High Priest Cave discovered your origins. And what would he have done? Well, he would have nipped Earth's newest stranger right in the bud. I can guarantee it. I doubt Alistair knew your secret, but if he did, he would have reported it for sure. So, I guess that makes you my rescuer. Only that's difficult to believe, given all the pain and hardship you've caused. I guess that would make Eldrin the bad guy too. I can't speak to the Ranger's motives, but I'm sure he told you something about me being after your prismatic core. I won't lie. Getting my hands on that would be a tremendous advantage. But it would draw far too much attention to myself. Rarer than even a prismatic core is an ally. An ally from the same world who wants the same thing as I do. Justin could guess what he meant. You want to get back home? Yes, the Baron said. I very much do. The humble life I led in Bulgaria might not mean much to you, but I had a job, a wife, and a family. The Baron, a family man. Justin found that a bit difficult to imagine. Then again, he had had 20 years to spend here, and that was enough to change anyone. The Baron continued. My life back on Earth was humbler than this one, but it's real. I've worked hard to become powerful here, to learn as much as I can, all while staying off the radar. He leaned toward Justin conspiratorially. Off the radar. Be careful when you use such idioms. Some don't exactly translate into Aranthian, and it could be enough to tip off the wrong person. Seriously, how do they know so much about people from Earth? You'd be surprised. It's hard to say how long Earthers have been sent here, but it's been at least a few centuries, if not more. The Templars keep meticulous records going back hundreds of years. Who can say what they know and don't? People can get caught for extremely minor things, and of course, once caught, the Templars have no trouble extracting useful information and cataloging it. As for why they go after us, they tie us to Morvath and death magic. Of course, Earthers don't always align themselves with the god of death, but the connection is there. It's a quick path to power, and people from Earth lack the same religious fear and piety that a native-born person is subjected to from birth. It seems you chose to go in that direction. I did. But it took me a while to arrive at that decision. But that's a story for another day. So all this is to convince me that we're really on the same side? Valdrik watched him carefully. Truth be told, I'm not sure we are. I would like us to be, but that requires trust. You placed a death mark on me without my consent, Justin said. That does little to build trust. I did it to track you once you left my manor, he said. Sending someone to follow you was far too crude, and too many things could have gone wrong. Having someone eavesdrop in a tavern is one thing, but requiring someone to tail you for days or weeks? Eldrin would have wised up at some point. Remember, I want to be certain of who and what you were. Given the dangers of this world, Earthers have a penchant for dying before they can really take root. The death mark is insurance, a guaranteed way I can reach you beyond the grave, if it comes to that. He smiled. Besides, being undead is not a terrible thing. There are many advantages. Like what? In game terms, yes, you would be undead, and yes, enthralled to me, the one who placed the mark. But you have a class, Justin. You wouldn't become some mindless zombie or ghoul. You'd be an undead socialite, and as such, a wide number of paths would be open to you. I don't know if you noticed, but your class isn't exactly known for excelling on the battlefield. However, there are ways around this. Vampirism is the easiest path, and it would increase your survivability greatly. But assuming you can unlock an advanced class and gain access to magic, necromancy, dread summoning, and even becoming a lich aren't off the table. You'd also be immune to poison and disease and gain an extended lifespan. If being undead is so great, then why aren't you undead? A fair question. Being undead is quite noticeable. And right now I need to lie low. My intention was never to turn you undead. It was insurance, in case you died before we could have this conversation. So, you would have no problem with removing the mark? That depends. I still have a few more things to say. The Baron leaned forward, his eyes intense. First, you need to realize that this is a game. It's not reality. Of course, you can treat it as reality. Many Earthers have chosen to go native, so to speak. But there's no proof that any of these people you've met, Eldrin, Lila, Alistair, and all the rest, are anything more than highly advanced AI agents. They act and behave as any sapient being would. They even respond to you as fully autonomous agents. But are they real? The Baron gave a sharp smile. Oh, I struggled with this for a long time. I didn't want to believe it was true. But as soon as you embrace this truth, how free you become. We already know this is a game, created in the distant future, sending actual humans into it 4 times a year for reasons unknown. You are one such human. Of course, as am I. Everyone you've met so far, aside from me, is just a part of the game, no matter how real they seem. Of all the things the Baron had said so far, this was the most shocking. Justin's mind raced, and doubts crept in. Could all these people who had become his friends just be AI? Could their relationships, sacrifices, and help be nothing more than programmed responses? The thought made Justin's stomach turn. He couldn't believe it. Or could he? He felt as if he wanted to throw up. "I know," the Baron said, sipping a glass of red wine. "It's a lot, isn't it? Of course, you could continue to resist the idea. Such an endeavor, of course, would be pointless. How can you really know they're AI? Maybe this is just an alternate universe that happens to have game-like mechanics, just as real as our own. And even if it is a simulation, what if their feelings and thoughts are so genuine that there's no practical difference?" Valdrik smirked. "Wishful thinking, Justin. Magic, skills, classes, these are all the hallmarks of video games, not real life." Justin clenched his fists. Valdrik had a point, but it was a point he didn't want to accept. "Unless you have some actual proof that everyone here besides Earthers is an AI, you have no way of knowing." Valdrik sighed, his expression unreadable. Perhaps. As a lexicant, I use words to manipulate the reality of this game. I've seen the code behind the curtain, the cracks in the illusion. You'll see them too, in time. Whether you accept it or not is up to you. And if we want to survive, and more than that, to escape, we need to figure out how to use the system to our advantage. Yes, agents of the game will get hurt, even die. But no matter how real they appear, no matter their pain, none of it is real. Justin felt a chill at these words. I just can't buy it. It's a pity that things happened the way they did. I'm extremely careful, but sometimes that care can prove to be the greater risk than acting boldly. If I'd been able to reach you before you'd intermixed with the agents, your story would have turned out differently. If you can't learn to disassociate from them, your progress will be hampered, perhaps even stunted entirely. Even if everything you're saying is true, you placed the mark of death on me. You claim to have good reasons for it, but those reasons seem hollow to me. The only way you can even begin to prove yourself is by removing it entirely. If you agreed to work for me, then yes, I'd remove the mark gladly and even let you keep your prismatic core. Any other person, or rather I should say agent, I would take it without question. But you are no mere character, Justin. You are a fellow Earther. True, you know little yet, but your potential is boundless. I've spent 2 decades here. While I've learned a lot, I'm bound by the system. the same as you. I need all the help I can get, as do you, if you are to progress to a point where we can start helping each other. Everyone else born into this world simply sees it as life. Only 1 in 100 will ever get a class, since it is so prohibitively expensive. The agents can be of no help to me, except in securing further power and resources. Progression, Justin, is the name of the game. Progression at all costs, except the extinguishing of sacred Earth life. That's the only way we can reach a high enough level to affect reality and survive our enemies. Justin could see why the Templars wanted to kill Earthers. If both Earthers believed as Valdrik did, it would make them a huge threat. Even Earthers who disavowed such views might fall under suspicion by default. I have more questions. What about Earth objects? How exactly do they attract people like me? Well, the magic is not understood, but the effect has long been observed by those in the know. In fact, the Templars also used a little trick I employed to catch Earthers. That's how I got the idea. They set up honeypots all around Aranthia, and a great many Earthers have been caught in this way. The Baron smiled. You're lucky that it was I who found you first. Justin wasn't so sure of that, but he had further questions. He didn't believe the Baron for a second, though much of what he'd said seemed disturbingly accurate. He still had questions. Questions that could determine whether he and his friends walked out of this alive. 56. The Price of Survival. In the Foundation languages, a name is more than just a word. It's a key, a weapon, a blessing and a curse, sometimes all at once. Althir Bander, The Languages of Creation. This entire time, Justin had been holding the book, and he put it down on the table. It felt dangerous to even touch. How did you find so many Earth artifacts, anyway? Carefully. You gain a sense for them eventually, and my magic helps me extract them safely. As far as how they come to be here, well, they have been brought by Earthers themselves. What made you think I was from Earth? I'm good at reading people, both a product of my class and my charisma. It was why I offered you the job, so I could learn more. But a lie about your origins, as you did, wasn't enough proof, so I placed the mark upon you, while my agent reported your conversation, as you already mentioned. And that agent is dead, I assume? The Baron smiled. The man I sent is completely loyal. I erased his memories to be on the safe side, but his intel confirmed my suspicions. Alistair was already meddling around, so I had to move quickly. Unfortunately, you ran before I could further explain myself. What about Gareth? If he weren't so hostile, it might have won my trust. He had orders to deal with Alistair only, as paladins cannot be trusted. The intention was to bring you to my manor, and then reveal myself. While Alistair was doing what he thought was right, you must remember he was bringing you to someone who would ultimately prove to be your demise. Justin thought back to the conversation he'd overheard in the Silver Stag. Eldrin had mentioned Justin had an interesting story to the paladin, but it wasn't his place to tell. As far as Justin could figure, Alistair's intentions were pure. Hell, Justin had even told him where he had come from in their very first conversation, a fact that had slipped his mind until now. Even then, the names Earth and Oklahoma hadn't rung any bells. The man clearly didn't understand the supposed implications of Justin's origins. "And your goal is to leave Eyrth?" Justin asked. "Alistair thought you're after an ascendant class, something only a prismatic core can give you." Justin paused. "It might even be worth murdering me for." Justin did his best to read the Baron's face, but it remained unchanged, perfectly neutral. "I see you as a potential ally, Justin." "Is that it? How can I possibly benefit you?" "We came from the same world. Of all the people who occupy this game, you are the only one I can trust. I'm taking a significant risk in telling you all this. If I merely wanted power, I would wait to ambush you in Thalgar's tunnel, rather than reveal myself so openly. Wouldn't you rather work together?" Justin supposed that was his strongest point. Why waste his time with explanations if he could have just killed him? Maybe the Baron wanted to work with him, but that didn't mean his intentions were good. "Tell me about these other Earthers. The Terra Club, I guess. What happened there?" "It was going well, at least for a while, but we became too bold in our aspirations. The club, of course, has existed in some form or other over the centuries, though it is difficult to say just how far it goes back. It fades in and out of existence, depending on the needs of the time. At the time of my presidency, the Terra Club had a record 10 members, but it all fell apart over some disagreements. We felt it better to go our separate ways." "What disagreements?" "Some members wanted to act more boldly, that we had gained enough power to get more directly involved in the politics of this world. Others, like me, felt we needed to stay in the shadows. And others still concluded that there was no way back to Earth, that we had to find our own happiness here. Sadly, the differences could not be reconciled, and the club was doing more harm than good. I ended up dissolving it, and that was that." "Do you know where these other Earthers are?" "Some, but I will not betray their identities or locations. It is a courtesy we have for each other. Some have sadly passed away. I haven't seen a fellow Earther in about 5 years, which was when I dissolved the club." "I thought you hadn't seen an Earther in 8 years." "You misunderstood. The last time I met a new Earther was 8 years ago. The last time I saw an Earther was 5 years ago. Of course, your beloved Templars had a hand in it, as they always do. So, for now, as far as I know, all of us are in hiding." Valdrik eyed him closely. "That's why an alliance with you is valuable, even more so than a prismatic core. Perhaps you are weak now, but you won't always be. I can help you progress much faster than you would alone." Justin still thought the Baron was full of shit, but he had to at least pretend he was buying it somewhat. "Maybe you have a point, Valdrik, but you put a death mark on me, so why should I listen?" "If you agree to collaborate with me, I will happily remove the mark. What do you say? Do you want to find the way back home, or keep living in fantasy land?" Justin would believe that when it happened. "Okay, Morpheus?" "Yes, Justin, the analogy is very apt. The Matrix is one of my favorite films. Indeed, I chose the Lexicant as my advanced class because, like Neo in that film, It allows me to manipulate reality. Or more accurately, the unreality of this world using words and charisma. If there's a way into this world, then there must be a way out. And maybe we can even control that outcome. He paused, letting his words sink in. We were brought here through no fault of our own. And if there's a higher purpose, I'm certain it doesn't serve us. We can either get lost in the illusion. Some Earthers I've known have made that choice. Or we can see it for what it is and use it to our advantage. I choose the latter, and I believe you should too. Justin thought this over, but he still had trouble wrapping his mind around it. It was all too much, too soon. He wasn't ready to let go, and he knew he couldn't trust Valdrik. And yet, he couldn't poke any holes in his logic. It was a way of seeing this world, even if he didn't agree with it. Tell me, if I say no, do you plan to kill me? That's the only real question, isn't it? The Baron gave a chilling smile. If you say no, Justin, then I will be disappointed. But I hope you will change your mind later. I would ask to have your word, as a gentleman, to reveal nothing of me or my ambitions, and to give your assurance that your friends will say nothing either. There are greater stakes than even you know. And let me guess, you're not going to tell me about that. You've guessed correctly. But as a sign of good faith, I will also remove the mark to show that my intentions are pure, whether or not you choose to work with me. Okay? Would you do that now? Think carefully, Justin. I'm offering you power, knowledge, and a way to survive, even a way home. If you say no, you'll find out just how unforgiving this world can be for Earthers, without a powerful ally to save you. Is that a threat? It's a warning. You must remember your friends are simply agents of this game, though it might not feel like it. I'm the only real person you've spoken to ever since you set foot on Eyrth. Justin forced himself to think about it. The mere thought of everyone being a sophisticated agent was beyond unsettling, especially where it came to Lila. It made every relationship he'd formed, every bond he'd built, feel fragile and meaningless. When he looked Lila in the eyes, it didn't feel like he was talking to an AI. She couldn't just be a figment of a complex game, no more real than pixels on a screen. Could she? Even if this was a game, there was compelling arguments that his own universe was just a simulation too. Did that make it any less real? The Baron watched him closely, his gaze sharp and calculating. Justin realized Valdrik might already know what he was going to decide, but that didn't mean he had to play into his hands. I can't make this choice lightly, Justin finally said, his voice steady. I'm not ready to give up on the people I care about. Maybe they're real, maybe they're not, but they matter to me. If there's even a chance they're more than code, I can't walk away from that. Valdrik's expression darkened slightly, but he didn't interrupt. So here's my decision, Justin continued. I won't go with you. Not yet. I need time to process all of this, to figure out what's real and what's not. After everything that's happened, I simply can't trust you. Removing this death mark would help, but I still need more time. If you're trying to find a way out of here, we'll cross paths again. I'm sure of it. But for now, I'm staying where I am. This isn't a yes or a no. I'm doing it my way, and you need to respect that. Justin knew he was taking an enormous risk, but it was the only option that worked for him. At last, The Baron broke his silence. "All of you know too much, Justin. How can you assure me you won't get in the way?" "Because you have my word, and the others are worthy of trust. I wouldn't be with them if they weren't. If I ask them to keep their lips sealed, they will. I swear it. Remove the mark. Live and let live." The Baron smirked as he considered this. "You are bold, I'll give you that. And you have me believing you. Almost. Do we have a deal?" Valdrik's eyes narrowed, but then he smiled, a tight, controlled expression. "Your words, Justin, have convinced me. At least for now. I'm going to agree to your terms on one condition. We will meet again on September 21st next year, a date of great importance for both of us. We will meet at my home in Silverton, and you will give me a more definitive answer. It gives you plenty of time to figure out how to make your way in this world, to become stronger. I would like us to check on each other's progress and share whatever information we've gained. It could be the key to getting back home." Justin nodded. "I suppose that's fair." Despite the information the skill had given him, the Baron's manner was so genuine that Justin had doubts. He didn't believe those doubts, but it was hard not to second-guess everything. "But be warned," Valdrik continued. "The more you intertwine yourself in the false lives of these figments of a dream, the more you become like them, and the harder it will be to extricate yourself. The world you're choosing to stay in is filled with illusions. One day you'll have to confront that reality, and when you do, I hope you're ready for it." Justin nodded, his resolve firm. "Maybe, but for now, I'll take my chances." Valdrik stood, his posture still relaxed, but his eyes calculating. "Very well. I will honor our agreement." "And I'll honor my side." The Baron smiled. "If my instincts are right, you will rise high in this world. All Earthers whose ambitions are unchecked do. But you also must be extremely careful not to rise too high too fast. And whatever you do, stay far from Mont Ilea and the Templars. It's not just the paladins who serve them. Their agents can be anywhere. And if one has already caught wind of you, it may already be too late. Know that if you go your own way, there is nothing I can do to protect you." Justin nodded. "I understand. Thanks for the advice. But let's be clear. I require that you and your companions speak no word about me or my ambitions to anyone, in exchange for removing the death mark, on pain of death. Look me in the eye as you swear it." Justin met his gaze. At least at this moment, he had no intention of betraying the Baron's confidence, unless the Baron proved himself unworthy of it. "I swear it, Valdrik." Valdrik nodded, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Justin had the feeling he was using some sort of skill to determine his sincerity, and he had passed with flying colors. Justin did indeed intend to stick to his side of the bargain, but only if the Baron actually removed the mark. "Good," Valdrik said. "And now I will fulfill my side of the bargain in good faith." At that moment, the Baron muttered a few words in Vranthilis. "Nethralis orinthial rethic." A cold sensation washed over Justin, and it felt as if an invisible shroud had been removed, a touch of warmth infusing into his bones. Justin closed his eyes. Valdrik gave him a final, inscrutable look before turning away, his figure disappearing into the crowd. Justin stood, frozen, his eyes widening as the message flashed before him. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Your experience stands at 1,319 of 940. Level up available. Justin nearly sputtered in disbelief. 1,000? That was more experience than he had ever gained in a single event. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it. How could a conversation, if that's what you could call his tense exchange with the Baron, be worth so much? It wasn't as if he had fought a powerful beast or cleared an entire vault on his own. Then it hit him. The experience wasn't just from talking, it was from surviving. From standing toe-to-toe with a much more powerful opponent and walking away with a sliver of control. It was about surviving the machinations of someone who could have easily crushed him. His heart pounded as he stood there as the reality of his decision and its consequences sank in. He still had to test if the mark of death had actually been removed, but not until he had gotten some distance. He hurried through the crowd to find the others. 57. How to Win Friends and Aggravate Barons. Win the crowd and your fiercest foes will bow down. The ruse need only last till you get out of town. The Master of Masks. Proverbs of the Swindler. Justin approached the far corner of the hall, completely lightheaded as he wove through the revelers. Eldrin, Lila, and Kargan had taken refuge there, unnoticed by the rest of the crowd. Justin forced himself to move casually. He waited until he was a suitable distance away from the Baron before he even set his thoughts on the Amulet of Equilibrium. Unlike Reginald Fairfax, who clearly had some sort of skill that allowed him to see the amulet's value, and Percival Harrington, who had learned about the amulet from his gentleman's gauntlet skill, it seemed that the Baron had no inherent ability that allowed him to detect the amulet. That was a fact the Baron hadn't counted on. It was the ace up Justin's sleeve. Justin focused his thoughts on the amulet, willing it to bind to his core. The Amulet of Equilibrium can only be bound to characters with a life affinity. Death affinity detected. Justin smiled, though the reaction felt strange. Of course he was disappointed. For a moment he had almost believed the Baron had been genuine. His manner had been so persuasive that it had been enough to sow doubt. Knowledge, however, was half the battle. There might still be a way to save the situation, as unlikely as it seemed. That required beating the Baron at his own game. But how? As Justin reached the others, they stood expectantly, their eyes full of questions. Even now he could feel Valdrik's gaze on him from across the room, watching, calculating. The thought made his skin crawl. "What did you talk about?" Lila asked, breaking the silence. Eldrin watched him intently. "That was a long conversation, lad." "It's too much to explain right now. What's important is getting out of here alive. He won't make a move in the middle of a party like this. Long story short, he faked friendship and pretended to remove the death mark. Only..." Justin's fingers brushed the gold chain around his neck, a subtle gesture that conveyed everything they needed to know. "It doesn't work," Eldrin muttered grimly. Justin nodded. "We can save this still. He doesn't know that I know. It's the one advantage we have." Eldrin leaned forward. "While you were talking, I scouted around and found a side entrance. It leads into a courtyard garden and a ledge. If we climb down, we can access the undermarket. My suggestion is to lose ourselves there and figure out the next step." Justin shook his head. "That won't work. No matter where we go, he'll be right on our tail. We need to get distance from him, but he'll never let us get that far. The mark will lead him right to me." Eldrin frowned. "What do you suggest? We can't stay here forever. not with Gareth due to arrive in just hours. Then the Baron won't be operating solo.
The mayor is working with him for sure, Lila said. The whole thing with the gate was clearly a setup.
It was, Justin confirmed. Justin glanced over his shoulder, catching sight of Valdrik mingling with the other guests. The Baron was the center of attention in a circle of laughing nobles, perfectly at ease. Justin turned back to the others, lowering his voice.
"We have to beat him at his own game," Justin said. "We're safer here than anywhere else right now. The Baron won't make a move with all these important nobles around, but he's underestimating us. He thinks we're going to run at the first opportunity. That gives us an opening." "What are you thinking?" Lila asked.
Justin hesitated, glancing around the room. Now, more than ever, he was convinced this wasn't the time to run. This ballroom was a battlefield. His battlefield. He wasn't without resources. He had himself, his wits, and the pieces on the board. And, of course, he had an opponent who fully expected him to resign without a fight. An opponent who was up to no good and didn't want the world to know about it. It was time to air some dirty laundry.
"Follow my lead," Justin said.
"What are we doing?" Eldrin asked. "Spilling some tea, as they say in my world." Straightening his posture, Justin activated his dandy swagger and strolled toward the crowd with a confidence that belied the situation he was in. His heart pounded in his chest, but he forced a smile onto his face, masking his fear with an air of charm. At first, no one noticed him, and Justin wondered if this was a huge mistake. But then, one noble, a man with salt and pepper hair and a velvet coat, touched his arm. "Mr. Tailmaker, was it? Baron Marston of Greymore. Please forgive the crude introduction, but you simply must tell me. Are you and the Baron of Silverton old friends? That little display earlier was just what this party needed. These events can be so dreadfully dull without a bit of excitement." Justin's smile stretched. This was already off to a rollicking start. "Well, I do my best to entertain," Justin said with a wink. "Are you enjoying the festivities?" "Quite, but everyone is dying to know how you and the Baron know each other. He's such an enigma, rarely seen at events like these, and so far from Silverton." Justin chuckled, his voice loud enough to draw the attention of nearby guests. "Ha ha ha, yes, the Baron and I go way back. My estate is close to Silverton, nestled in the Wildwood Forest. We've hunted together a few times. A fascinating man, though often misunderstood." More nobles drifted closer, their curiosity piqued. None seemed to call him out on his lie, so he could only assume they were taking it at face value, a necessary risk, given the stakes. Justin could feel Valdrik's eyes on him from across the room, but the Baron made no move to approach. Perfect. "Of course," he said in a conspiratorial tone, "I've heard some interesting rumors about him, but you didn't hear them from me." A ripple of laughter passed through the group as they leaned in, eager for gossip. "I once had a courier who delivered something to me after a stop at the Baron's manor," Justin said. "You know how hard it is to get there. The people of Silverton have many theories about what goes on inside. A beautiful home, but with more empty rooms than full. So, after a generous tip, I pressed the courier for details. He was nervous, but you know what they say. Money talks." The nobles chuckled again, waiting eagerly for the story. "Well," Justin went on, "the courier mentioned that the Baron's manor is filled with strange and rare artifacts, the likes of which you'd never believe. He's quite the collector of treasures, some of which are rather unsettling. Makes you wonder what he keeps even deeper in those halls, doesn't it?" "What kinds of treasures?" an older gentleman asked, his curiosity piqued. "Oh, I couldn't say for certain," Justin replied. lowering his voice, "but the people of Silverton have long whispered about hidden passages beneath the Baron's manor. While some say it's filled with only artifacts, others tell darker tales. They say there's a constant stream of mysterious visitors going into his home, especially at night." The nobles exchanged intrigued glances, some of them frowning in thought. Justin could almost see the wheels turning in their minds. Valdrik was always an enigma, but now he was something more, something dangerous. "Of course," Justin added with a wink, "eccentricity isn't a crime, but it makes one wonder, doesn't it?" The nobles murmured in agreement, casting furtive glances toward Valdrik, who remained across the room, apparently none the wiser. He was talking to the same raven-haired lady from earlier. Justin made his rounds, weaving through the crowd, engaging in similar conversations, each one laced with subtle hints and insinuations. As the minutes ticked by, Justin started noticing a change in the Baron's demeanor. His laughter, once rich and confident, carried a frantic edge. Valdrik's eyes flicked toward Justin more frequently, as though trying to gauge just how much damage was being done. Justin played his role perfectly. His words slid into the ears of curious nobles like honeyed poison. "Oh, the Baron? Yes, he's still a bachelor, though. I can't imagine why. Quite handsome, don't you think? And richer than a dragon on its hoard. Not to mention more dangerous than a dragon, too, especially during the hunt. Would you like me to introduce you? No? Ah, you're lost, truly." The noblewoman blushed, laughing nervously, and Justin winked before moving on, leaving her to glance toward Valdrik with a mix of curiosity and caution. At another cluster of guests, Justin lowered his voice just enough to add a touch of mystery. "Ah, yes, the Baron. Quite the lexicant, they say. Spends long hours in his manor, learning spells that haven't seen the light of day in centuries. It's impressive, of course. Takes dedication. I'm sure he's up to something very important. I have to say, it's nice to see him stretching his social muscles tonight. It's so long since he's been in society. I always urge him to marry, you know. As they say, it is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife." The surrounding group hummed in agreement, nodding and exchanging impressed glances as if Justin had just crafted this brilliant observation on his own. One noble even offered a polite chuckle, while another lady murmured, well said indeed." "On that note, I'm collecting the names of a few eligible ladies for him to court. That's what friends are for. So, who's in?" The guests chuckled, but Justin could see the unease in their eyes. He kept his tone light, but the implications were sinking in. Valdrik, the mysterious recluse, dabbling in ancient magic. What could he be up to? Justin continued his campaign, all while mixing in other stories of his adventures so he wasn't too obvious. His voice carried just enough weight to stoke the flames of gossip. "The Baron spends long days away from his manor in Silverton, always off on some grand adventure. They say every time he returns, his wealth doubles. Well, maybe not quite, but he's so secretive about his exploits that the rest of us lesser nobles are left to fill in the gaps. Even those of us who know him best, well, we don't really know him at all, do we? Some say he's cold, but I disagree. Once you've gotten past his aloofness, he's a steadfast friend, the best you could ask for." Justin could feel the whispers spreading through the room, little threads of doubt and suspicion weaving themselves into the fabric of the party. In a world where reputation was everything, those whispers would spread far beyond this one gathering. As Justin continued to work the room, Valdrik's unease and annoyance grew more visible. His smile remained fixed, but there was a tightness to it, lurking beneath his composed facade. Eventually, he would be forced to make a move, and that was what Justin wanted. Justin joined a group of young nobility about his age, including Lord Harrington and Lord Bohemond Ashcroft, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed one with a stern demeanor. "Making waves, I see," Lord Harrington said with a wink. "We've all learned a great deal about your good friend, Baron Valdrik, tonight." Justin smiled. "Well, you heard the Baron himself. He and I go way back, so it's only natural that people have questions. Consider this his grand re-entrance into society." Of course, Justin hadn't known for a fact that the Baron shunned company, but given the state of his home and what he'd told him about staying off the radar, it was an easy guess. And that guess was paying dividends. "Ah," Harrington said, a sly smile on his lips. "It's all about giving the people what they want, eh? I wonder if Duke Darrow has heard such rumors. I would have thought you and the Baron would be at his estate at Glenwood rather than here. I'm honored, of course, but it makes a gentleman wonder." He gives a small sigh. "Though I do not blame you. It would be hard not to be envious of Valdrik. A mere baron, and yet the crown afforded him all those special privileges concerning Silverton." Justin chuckled. "Perhaps I have overplayed my hand. What are you putting in this champagne, anyway?" Harrington laughed. "Oh, it's all in good fun, Mr. Tailmaker." Justin smiled, but at this point he wished he had learned a bit more about these things. Of course, the title of Baron was relatively low on the noble hierarchy, and he never questioned why a baron might have control of an important city like Silverton. More than that, it seemed Harrington had assumed Justin was spreading lies for a different reason, one of jealousy of Valdrik's special status. That worked for him, at least in this situation. Thankfully, or perhaps unfortunately, Justin wouldn't have to explain further because Baron Valdrik himself was approaching, his figure casting a shadow over the group. The young noblemen fell silent, their previously easygoing demeanor replaced by tension. Valdrik's smile was as charming as ever, but his eyes glinted with something darker. "Ah, Mr. Tailmaker," the Baron said smoothly, his voice carrying the polished tones of a man who had mastered every room he entered. "I see you've been making quite an impression tonight. You always had a way of captivating a crowd." Justin forced a smile. "Only following your lead, Baron. You've been the life of the party." Valdrik's eyes flicked to the group of noblemen, who stood awkwardly, sensing the undercurrent of the conversation but unsure of how to proceed. "Yes, it's been quite a lively evening, hasn't it? So many stories being shared, old friends catching up, new connections being made. It's fascinating how quickly rumors can spread, don't you think?" Justin met Valdrik's gaze. "Well, stories have a way of taking on a life of their own. But then again, there's always a bit of truth in every tale, wouldn't you say?" Valdrik's smile didn't waver, but there was a dangerous gleam in his eyes. "Ah, yes. A slippery thing, truth is. Often dressed up in the most elaborate of costumes, making it hard to tell what's real and what's just a clever illusion." Bohemond Ashcroft, oblivious to the tension, chuckled. "Well, if it's entertaining, who cares? It's all in good fun, and parties can always use a little intrigue." The Baron's gaze remained locked on Justin. "Indeed. But one must always be careful not to let the game go too far. Some tales are best left untold. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Tailmaker?" Justin's heart pounded in his chest, but he didn't let it show. He smiled coolly. "Depends on the tale, Baron. Some stories are too important to keep hidden. How can one expect to make friends if they can't see the real you?" Justin leaned in slightly, as if sharing a secret in confidence, even adding a friendly chuckle. We all have our little secrets, don't we? But a wise man knows when to let a friend in on a good one. After all, what's friendship without a little trust? For a moment, the air between them crackled with tension, an unspoken challenge hanging in the space between their words. The Baron's smile remained fixed, but Justin could see the calculation in his eyes. He still wasn't making a move, calling Justin's bluff that he wouldn't take things any further. Of course, the point of all these rumors was to send a message. If the Baron didn't let him go, didn't remove the mark, Justin would spill the metaphorical beans on just what he was up to in Silverton, and what Alistair had died for. You know, Justin said, speaking of rumors, I heard quite an interesting one while passing through Highcliffe. The surrounding noblemen pretended not to be interested with Valdrik present, but Justin could tell he had them. It concerns a certain paladin of Montalea, a Templar, Alistair of Drakendale. Justin looked at Valdrik innocently. Have you heard the name? Justin tried to communicate his thoughts with a look. I can stop any time. Valdrik smiled. I haven't heard the name. He must be no one of true significance. Bohemond's face flushed with indignation. Not of significance? Paladins are the chosen warriors of Arion, trained in both body and soul to uphold justice. Every Templar of Arion deserves our respect. The young noble's outburst brought a ripple of discomfort through the group, and a few exchanged uneasy glances. Valdrik's smile tightened, but he didn't lose his composure. Well, the Baron said smoothly, we all have our heroes, don't we? I'm sure this Alistair is especially important to some. He looked right at Justin. A paladin is always important, like good Bohemond said here, Justin responded. And when one goes missing, well, can you fault the faithful for noticing, Baron? If that's true, then it's most unfortunate, the Baron said. That said, paladins are not known for being in a safe line of work. The realm is grateful for their sacrifice. It lets the rest of us sleep, never fearful of the terrors of the night, of which there are many. Yes, Justin said. They say he passed through Silverton before going missing. Of course, everyone is familiar with the horrible news surrounding Silverton. Murder, wanton corruption. That's the type of thing a paladin might want to investigate, no? As the Baron of Silverton, certainly you are close to such matters. Justin smiled. I mean, I don't want to point the finger, but you mentioned the terrors of the night. You don't think it could be possible if, among all things, that a neck... Before Justin could finish, he felt a curious pressure in his mind, like fingers trying to pry into his thoughts. The Baron had made his move, but from Valdrik's outward composure, it was as if nothing had happened. Mind control attempt resisted by the top hat of mental clarity. Justin caught the slightest flicker of surprise in Valdrik's eyes. Justin's smile stretched even as he tipped his hat. Now, as I was saying, all this was too much for the Baron. Mr. Talemaker, a moment of your time, if you will. Some things are not meant for casual conversation. Without drawing attention, Justin followed him through the crowd, keeping his expression calm. His heart pounded in his chest. With a simple thought, Valdrik could kill him. And indeed, from the Baron's seething expression, Justin could tell that part of him very much wanted to. They reached a secluded corner, far from prying eyes and ears. Valdrik turned on him, his face a mask of barely repressed fury. Leave, Justin, he hissed through clenched teeth. Now before I end you." Justin held his ground. "What? And have you hunt me down once I'm isolated and alone? No, I won't be doing that. Did you truly think you'd fool me about the mark? You played me, so I'm playing you right back." He leaned forward, narrowing his eyes. "All this rule-mongering is just a taste of what I can do. So, unless you're willing to kill me in cold blood right here, with the eyes of the Eyrthian nobility right on you, I suggest you do as I ask. It'll take me just 10 minutes to drive the nail in the coffin of your reputation. You're a necromancer, Valdrik, and you're still too early in the game. You've overplayed your hand, and you know it. Just imagine 20 years of work flushed down the toilet. Maybe I die, but I'll take you down with me. Just a few simple words shouted at the top of my lungs. That's all it takes." Valdrik's eyes narrowed dangerously, his demeanor radiating pure rage. For a tense moment, Justin thought the Baron might lash out, throw it all away to get his revenge. Valdrik didn't even have to kill him outright. Maybe he could just force his mouth shut with magic. But even that would be a risk, because it would only give weight to the rumors. With a forced calm, Valdrik gave a wintry smile. "Very well, Justin. While you have spurned my friendship, I can at least get something else of value. Trust me, you will be sorry you rejected my alliance. Even without the mark of death, I will catch you and make you wish you had never been born. North, south, east, or west, wherever you flee, I will find you, and you will wish death had come swiftly." His smile stretched almost maniacally. "The mark of death is no matter. Whatever can be removed can be replaced. I only invite you to think about the wonderful things I will do when you are bound to me in undead thraldom. That reward will be almost as grand as that prismatic core you stumbled upon by blind, stupid luck." He leaned in closer. "Because that's the only reason you're still alive, Justin. Blind, stupid luck. And that can only carry you so far in this world." Before Justin could respond, the Baron raised his staff and muttered under his breath. Justin felt a strange sensation ripple through him. It was like a shackle breaking loose from his soul. The oppressive presence that had been lurking in the back of his mind vanished. "It's done," Valdrik said icily. "Now leave. I have a lot of damage to undo." With a final tense glance, he melted back into the crowd. Justin exhaled slowly, the tension lifting ever so slightly from his shoulders. He was far from safe, but for now, he had bought some time. "You have gained 1,500 experience points. Your experience stands at 2,819 of 940. Level up available." Justin blinked in surprise. He would almost certainly not have one but 2 level-ups to process. The reward was well earned, given the stakes of the solution Justin had found. It was enough to give him and his companions a chance. He set his thoughts upon the amulet. Now came the moment of truth. "Would you like to bind the Amulet of Equilibrium to your core?" The mere question brought a flood of relief. Justin couldn't help but smile. He was free to go all in on his charisma attribute and be rewarded for it. With a base charisma of 18, he would get +3 to all other attributes, the equivalent of 15 level-ups. The advantage could not be overstated, especially as he leveled up further. As he accepted, the amulet's power flowed through him like a warm current, spreading from his chest to every corner of his body. His power surged first. He felt strength flood his muscles, his body feeling more solid and capable, as if he could take on the weight of the world and still stand tall. Then came the boost to his endurance. The fatigue and tension that had been gnawing at him for hours melted away, replaced by a deep, steady well of energy. Coordination followed. He could almost feel the air shifting around him, and the knowledge of how to move through it instinctively filled his mind. He flexed his fingers and marveled at the grace and speed with which they responded. His intellect blossomed next, his mind buzzing with newfound energy, sharper and more focused, ready to tackle any challenge. Finally, his spirit sharpened. He felt more in touch with himself, a sense of calmness that pervaded all. These newfound sensations were minor, but still noticeable. It had been a long journey, and he had finally made it. The amulet of equilibrium was fully his. But it was far from over. The Baron was still a threat, and could easily kill them all as soon as they left. But he could no longer track Justin through the mark of death. But they were still stuck in Windfall with no easy way out. And with their escape routes limited, and Gareth just hours away, they had to move quickly. Justin hurried back to the others and opened his interface. Justin Tailmaker. Class, Socialite. Level, 7. Experience to level 8, 2,819 of 940. Level up available. Attributes. Power, 14. Coordination, 14. Endurance, 15. Intellect, 14. Spirit, 13. Charisma, 21. Attribute boosting gear and buffs. The Cane of Valoria, +1 charisma and intellect. The Coat of Highcliff's Elegance, +1 endurance and coordination. The Ilvari Ambassador Boots, +1 endurance. Squire's Armlet, +1 power. The Amulet of Equilibrium, +3 to all non-dominant attributes. Refined Aura, +1 charisma. He smiled. Things were starting to look up. That was, if they could get out of town in one piece. 58. Thalgar's Tunnel. Power isn't taken. It's given by the weak to the clever. Daylorian Proverb. Quickly, Justin made his way back to the group of young nobles. As much as he was ready to run, he had other plans to ensure everyone's safety and survival. The others quickly rejoined him. "Quite the character, isn't he?" Harrington said as Justin approached, trying to diffuse the tension with a light-hearted tone. "You weren't kidding about the intrigue." Justin forced a laugh, but inside, his mind was racing. "The Baron and I have come to a sort of understanding. You know how it can be between friends. I may have teased him a bit too hard. Unfortunately, my companions and I must beg our leave from your wonderful party." He gave a noble bow. "Thank you for the invitation, Lord Harrington. It's been enchanting." "Likewise, Mr. Tailmaker. Come back any time. But before you go, guess what? I received word from Mayor Carlyle that the gate to Thalgar's tunnel has been opened again." Justin blinked in surprise. "Wondrous news." "Yes," Harrington said. "The mayor left soon after you and the Baron first started talking. Within minutes, I had news that the traders from the north side were complaining that it was a safety issue to leave it closed." "Gods be praised," Bohemond said, his eyes lighting up. "So, are you still heading after that vault in the Everwood?" Justin smiled, seizing the opportunity. "Yes, that was the plan. Do you have a mind to team up? What is your class and level?" Bohemond's chest swelled with pride. "I'd be honored. I'm a level 10 knight. If you need a stout defender, I'm your man. We already have a tank, Kargan said. Me? Justin stepped in to smooth things over. The orc didn't seem to understand the point of involving Bohemund. If an important noble was in their party, Valdrik was far less likely to attack them. We could always use another party member, Bohemund. After all, the Everwood is no place to venture lightly. Having a knight of your caliber would be a great asset to our group. He smiled warmly, making sure Bohemund felt appreciated. Bohemund's pride softened into a grin. Then I'll gather my things and meet you at the gate. The sooner we leave, the better. You're right, Justin said. We plan to leave within minutes. Try to hurry. If you're not there, we're likely to go on without you. By Arion! Bohemund exclaimed, his eyes wide. He gave a quick bow to Harrington. I thank you for this wonderful party, Mr. Harrington. Then to Justin, I shall be waiting. As Bohemund left, Harrington chuckled. I'd join you myself, were it not for this blasted party. Justin chuckled, giving Harrington a sympathetic smile. Ah, the burdens of hosting. Someone must keep the festivities lively while the rest of us go gallivanting through dark tunnels. But don't worry, Lord Harrington. There will be plenty of tales to share when we return. Next time, you can join us. Harrington laughed, shaking his head. I'll hold you to that, Talemaker. Safe travels. I will have to call upon you next time I'm in the Wildwood. Please do, Justin said with a slight bow. Justin glanced at his friends, and they all exchanged a knowing look. At least Lila and Eldrin understood that Bohemund's presence would be their insurance. Even a cant of amnesia wouldn't be enough to fully cover the Baron's tracks if he got his hands dirty. But a single high-ranking knight wasn't enough. For good measure, Justin faced the crowd, adopting the air of a merry drunk. Hear ye, hear ye! To Justin's surprise, a good half of the nobles turned, and he had their full attention. He capitalized immediately. Our party here is going to raid a vault in the Everwood. I propose a friendly wager. 50 crowns to the first party that clears it. Who's in? A ripple of laughter and excitement spread through the room as several nobles voiced their interest. Some were already discussing their plans to join the hunt, while others laughed at the prospect of such an adventure. Valdrik's eyes narrowed from across the room as he watched the growing enthusiasm. His control was further slipping. He'd have to wait until later to pursue them, hopefully giving enough time to lose him in the depths of Drakendir. With the mark of death removed, their options had opened significantly. No longer did they have to head for Mont Ilea. Of course, Eldrin still might want to report Valdrik's activities, but Justin wasn't too sure about that anymore. For all the Baron's deceit, Justin was certain a lot of what he'd shared was truth. Justin would have time to figure all that out later. We should hurry, Eldrin said. It would seem things have gotten a lot more interesting. They headed for the coat room, retrieving their packs. They left by the front entrance, and when Justin looked over his shoulder, they were not followed. From the sun high above them, they had already spent far too much time in the Harrington house. Eldrin set a fast pace across the front yard and through the gate. Only when the street turned did they run. When they reached the entrance of Thalgar's tunnel, it was indeed open. And much to Justin's surprise and relief, Bohemund Ashcroft was already waiting. The tall, broad-shouldered knight cut an imposing figure in his gleaming plate armor, complete with a visor with the face open. He stood out drastically from the revelers in Windfall's streets. A large, intricately engraved shield rested against his side, featuring what had to be the emblem of his house, a roaring saber-toothed cat, its fangs bared and claws poised. His armor was adorned with small engraved symbols of his faith, a sunburst representing Arion, the god of power. Hope this turns out okay, Lila said quietly. They were still too far away to be heard. It'll be fine, Justin said. So, what does the Knight class do anyway? It's a power class, but more specialized in defense, Eldrin said. They favor one-handed weapons like maces, swords, and hand axes, along with shields. Indeed, Bohemund seemed to be the quintessential heavy armor and sword and shield type. A steadfast tank to hold the line against overwhelming odds could be useful, but Justin was mostly interested in using him as a shield against Valdrik rather than monsters. Hopefully, there was a way to gracefully boot him before they descended into Drakendir. At last, they came within a few paces of the knight. He gave a rigid nod. Well met. I'm pleased you've made all haste. You as well, Justin said. He quickly introduced the others, not sure if Bohemund had caught their names at the party, as well as their class and general abilities. When he got to Kargan, he simply said he was a healer, knowing that blood wardens often faced prejudice. Thankfully, Bohemund didn't question it. Bohemund nodded impatiently. Arion willing, we'll reach the vault before any of our competition gets too far ahead. I've already spotted a few other partygoers nosing around down here. A few of them were even on horseback. Justin nodded, pleased that his words were having the intended effect. Well, where we're going, horses can't follow. I'm confident we can reach the vault first. My information is good, as you will soon see. I'm glad for it, Bohemund replied, his eyes gleaming with fervor. As the faithful of Arion and those gifted by the Creator with a class, it is our sacred duty to dispatch vaults. Allow me to lead the prayer before we go into the tunnel. Without waiting for approval, Bohemund kneeled, resting his armored hands on the hilt of his sword as if it were a holy relic, closing his eyes. Justin exchanged worried glances with the others as the knight's voice spoke, deep and resonant. O Arion, Lord of Power, guide our steps through the shadows of Thalgar's tunnel. Protect our journey through the Everwood and beyond. Illuminate our path, that we may walk with righteousness and smite the darkness that festers in forgotten places. Strengthen our arms, so that we may strike with righteous fury, and grant us the wisdom to discern the true evil that lurks in the depths. And let us not forget the battle of the soul, which every man and woman on Eyrth fights in the shadows of the heart. By your grace, may we emerge victorious, cleansed in the fire of your holy light. For we are your chosen, those who wield the gifts of the Creator. And because of this grace, we will not falter. In your name we seek the glory that awaits. The last word lingered in the air, and Bohemund remained on his knees for a moment longer, his eyes closed as though awaiting a divine sign. For a man in a hurry, he certainly wasn't rushing through this ritual. Eldrin gave a subtle shrug, while Lila raised an eyebrow, clearly unsure what to make of the knight's fervor. Kargan looked wide-eyed, caught between awe and confusion. It was the most surprise Justin had seen from the young orc, and by now he had certainly seen some things. When Bohemund finally rose, Justin couldn't help but wonder if the prayer had triggered some hidden skill or divine blessing. But there was no sudden burst of light, no aura of power surrounding the knight, just silence. Thank you, Lord Ashcroft, Justin said, trying to sound respectful. Shall we proceed? Bohemund nodded, his blue eyes shining with fierce conviction. We shall. In Arion's name, justice prevails. Hear, hear, Justin added, casting a quick glance back toward the city, checking for any signs of pursuit. It was high time they got moving. Bohemund has joined the party. You are edified by his steadfast resolve, increasing your resistance to the stagger effect. Let's go, Eldrin said. And just like that, the ranger led them into the gaping maw of Thalgar's tunnel. The tunnel stretched before them, a seemingly endless corridor carved from the mountain's heart, its walls and ceilings meticulously hewn from dark stone. The craftsmanship was impressive, with smooth, uniform surfaces that could accommodate 4 carts traveling side by side. The path forged ahead, with only the faintest of inclines or curves almost imperceptible. Bohemond cleared his throat, his voice echoing slightly in the stillness. "So, Lord Tailmaker, what has brought you so far from the Wildwood to the esteemed city of Windfall?" Justin's story only needed to hold up long enough to keep Bohemond satisfied. The knight was only a temporary ally, at least that was the plan. But by now, Justin understood plans had a way of unraveling when faced with unexpected complications. "We are seasoned adventurers," Justin finally said, keeping his tone casual. "Eldrin, Lila, and I have cleared 3 vaults in the last 2 weeks, while Kargan joined us for the last one. We came to Windfall looking for something more challenging. Lord Harrington's party was a detour, but we thought it would be a good place to make contacts." 3 vaults in 2 weeks, Bohemond mused. "Impressive. Arion's favor must be upon you." Justin continued. "That's why we're heading to the Everwood. We're after better gear and treasures. Given our skills, we thought Windfall was the perfect place to prepare." Bohemond nodded thoughtfully. "Treasure and fortune, yes. Many adventurers are drawn here for the same reason, even more so because of the tunnel reopening. But surely there is more to your quest than gold and glory. It seems strange you'd advertise the vault to so many, which reduces the chance of you claiming its rewards." Justin smiled faintly. "There's always more to any quest, Lord Ashcroft. But some things are better discovered along the way, don't you think?" The knight looked at him strangely. "Are you saying all that was a ruse to distract others from the true direction of the vault? If that's the case, why say anything at all?" "Well, word was going to get out anyway. I've found that it's best to control the narrative in these sorts of situations." The knight hummed thoughtfully. Perhaps, Mr. Tailmaker. You're the socialite, so you are more well-versed in these things than I am." Thankfully, Bohemond left it at that. They just needed to keep this going a little longer. Bohemond's only purpose was to be a shield between the Baron's careful nature and their lives. At some point, Justin had to admit that the Baron might throw caution to the wind. The monotonous journey through the tunnel continued. Every mile they passed small alcoves where travelers could rest. Occasionally they encountered traders and their carts heading toward Windfall, or travelers making their way through the tunnel, usually in groups of 4 or more, most of whom were armed. Several groups on horseback passed them, one even calling out a challenge. "You'll never make it in time on foot," a rider jeered as they galloped by, laughter echoing in their wake. Eldrin shook his head as Bohemond's face reddened in indignation. "It won't matter in the end," Lila said brightly. "They still don't know where the vault is." Justin allowed himself a small smile. The tunnel had far more traffic than he had expected. It would be impossible for the Baron to ambush them here. At the same time, if nobles from the party were already passing them, the Baron could have easily caught up by now. It was an uncomfortable thought. Justin absently touched the amulet of equilibrium, its steady power fortifying his body. He couldn't believe that it was finally his, that it was working as intended. And in the end, it hadn't been the High Priest of Arion who had removed it, but the Baron himself. Hours passed in near silence, the monotony of the tunnel making it hard to tell how long they had been walking or how far they had to go. Finally, Bohemond yawned, breaking the quiet. "I wouldn't be opposed to taking a rest." "No rest," Eldrin replied curtly. Bohemond frowned. "Well, we must rest at some point. It's another 3 days before we reach the end of the passage." "We'll rest at the Drakendeer Gate," Eldrin said firmly. Bohemond's expression darkened. "The Drakendeer Gate is dangerous. Creatures of darkness lurk in those depths. Goblins, Trolls and far worse. I'd rather rest at a proper inn." "There are inns here?" Justin asked, surprised. "Aye," Bohemund replied. 5 of them, spaced every 20 miles. The dwarves built them for travelers, though they've since been repurposed by humans. They were reopened as soon as the tunnel was unsealed. As if on cue, the first inn appeared in the distance, built into the surrounding stone. Its name, Stonehearth Haven, was engraved in the stone archway above the entrance. The structure was impressive, blending seamlessly with the tunnel walls, its sturdy stonework and reinforced doors giving it the appearance of a fortified gate rather than a simple rest stop. The sight of the inn was far from tempting, knowing who was behind them. Eldrin pressed on, his pace unwavering. They passed the inn without stopping, much to Bohemund's dismay. At last, after what felt like an eternity, they reached a deviation in the tunnel, a side passage that branched off from the main path. As they turned in, Bohemund waited a moment. "Hold on. Is this where the vault is? I didn't sign up for this." "The Everwood was a diversion," Eldrin said calmly. "The true vault is down there." Bohemund's expression darkened with anger. He turned to Justin, his voice trembling with fury. "You lied to me. Where is your honor, Mr. Tailmaker?" Justin met Bohemund's gaze, trying to keep his tone measured. "I must admit, honor is not always my strong suit." Bohemund's jaw clenched. "Ah, so you intended to waste my time. A brilliant play indeed." While Bohemund's presence in Drakensdeer wouldn't save them from the Baron, Justin realized they couldn't afford for him to turn back. If he left, he'd surely cross paths with the Baron and reveal they had gone down to Drakensdeer. Oversights tended to happen when plans were made hastily. Then again, if Justin could convince Bohemund to hang on, a level 10 knight could be invaluable in the dangers that awaited them below. Of course, it wasn't fair to Bohemund not to know the extent of the danger he was in. But as he saw it, there was no other choice. It was time to put those charisma points to use. "Listen," Justin said. "I did lie to you. But if I had told you we were going to Drakensdeer, well, it might have turned you back. The truth is, we need someone of your caliber to round out our party. The true prize is in these tunnels, and if we wait too long, other adventurers will clear them all out. Trust me, we are highly capable, even clearing a level 15 vault for the Church of Highcliffe." Bohemund's eyebrows raised in surprise. "Indeed? Well, perhaps I misjudged you." Bohemund stood there for a long moment, wrestling with his thoughts. Finally he spoke, his voice firm but laced with disappointment. "The Church teaches that deception is a sin, but it also teaches forgiveness. I'll go with you, but know this. I do so not for you, but for Arion." Thankfully, despite his piety, Bohemund was still motivated by greed. Justin felt bad for lying, but sometimes certain choices had to be made. "Thank you, Bohemund. We'll need your strength in the trials ahead. I promise it will be worth it." They followed this passage for about 5 minutes before a grand gate blocked the entrance. Wrought iron bars intricately carved with sturdy dwarven runes. The gate led down a set of stone stairs into darkness, the faint echo of dripping water hinting at the unseen depths below. A lone guard with the Griffin of Highcliffe on his surcoat sat on a wooden chair by the gate, half asleep. He rose as the party approached, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Eldrin stepped forward with confidence. "We seek passage into Drakensdeer," he said, producing 15 silvers. "It's 5 silvers ahead," the guard grumbled. Eldrin handed over the additional 10 silvers, and the guard pocketed the coins without a word. Apparently, this guard had no qualms about his corruption. The vaunted honor of the Windfall Watch didn't apparently exist in the depths of this tunnel. The guard stepped into a small alcove, where a lever was hidden behind reinforced metal plating. With a creak and a groan, the gate lifted about 4 feet, just high enough for someone to pass through while kneeling. "You've got quite the business here," Justin said. "Get a move on," the guard said from the window of the gatehouse. "You have half a minute before I close it." Bohemund, surprisingly, was the first to duck beneath the gate and enter the passage. The rest followed, and as soon as Justin brought up the rear, the gate shut behind them, softly, probably so it didn't echo through the tunnel and alert others to the guard's operation. Justin followed, casting one last glance over his shoulder. With luck, they'd lose the Baron for good in the darkness of Drakendir. Epilogue.
The cultists of Morvath would have you believe their deity of choice isn't merely the god of death, but the god of endings. Without death, they say, there can be no endings, and without endings, nothing new can begin. They argue the curse of death is a mercy, not a cruelty, for without it, the world would drown in eternal stagnation. Throw in the promise of eternal life for his most faithful, a convenient arrangement involving increasingly dubious deals, a case of bad skin, worse hygiene, and yes, no blood flow, even to the important bits, and you almost have to admire the logic. Almost. Of course, the hordes of undead shambling about cast another unpleasant pall over an otherwise tidy philosophy. Orville the Apostate. A racket of religions. Why the gods don't need your belief, but take it anyway. Dragomir Valdrik sat astride his majestic black destrier, which snorted restlessly beneath him. The Baron's grip tightened on the reins as they descended further into the tunnel's depths, frustration simmering beneath his carefully maintained facade. Behind him, Gareth and his retinue kept a cautious distance, sensing their master's foul mood. The undead members of the party, their faces concealed by dark hoods, moved with chilling silence. A few paces behind rode Rothian Nightflame, his smooth, bald head gleaming in the torchlight. The pyromancer's plump frame was draped in crimson robes, and his pudgy fingers gripped a black staff topped with an ever-burning flame. His eyes, calculating despite his obsequious manner, darted constantly between the Baron and the path ahead. "My lord," Rothian called out, perhaps a bit too eagerly. "Shall I illuminate our path further? The darkness grows oppressive." As if to emphasize his point, the flame atop his staff flared momentarily brighter. Valdrik let out a sharp breath. "Silence, Rothian. Your light will only announce our presence from a mile away." "Of course, my lord. Most wise," Rothian replied, immediately dimming his staff's flame and bowing his head. "I merely thought—" "That's your problem, isn't it? You think too much about how to impress me and too little about what actually serves my needs." Despite the rebuke, Valdrik made a mental note of the pyromancer's usefulness. For all his irritating mannerisms, Rothian's flames had proven effective against enemies in the past, and unlike most of the others, he was at least not undead, which allowed him to move through society more easily. He could hardly say that about the others following behind. Normally, Valdrik wouldn't risk being so close to his foul minions. Though they served him well, their very presence was a constant reminder of the precarious balance he maintained. Even here, in the relative safety of Thalgar's tunnel, a level 36 lexicant could never be too careful. The odds of encountering a paladin or priest who could detect death magic were slim, but Valdrik's paranoia had served him well in the past, and he wasn't about to let his guard down now. His options were thinning. He kept a steady pace, not too fast, not too slow. The last thing he wanted was to trip the damnable ranger's class boon.
If Eldrin sensed him coming, all his careful planning might be for nothing. As they walked, all he could think was how it had come to this. He, Dragomir Valdrik, a high-level lexicant with 2 decades of experience manipulating the powerful and subduing the weak, had been bested by a low-level socialite. The upstart had no business challenging him, yet somehow he had outmaneuvered Valdrik at his own game, knowing full well he wouldn't throw everything away with everyone watching. And worse, Justin had walked away alive and unscathed, mocking him with every step, while damaging his reputation almost beyond repair. The rumors he had sown would escape windfall. The Baron was sure of it. Oh, it had been hard to let him go. Incredibly difficult. But every time he was tempted to snuff out a life, Valdrik had only to think about his journey, his past mistakes, to know that patience was the key. It had been a mistake to reveal himself so soon, but the risk had been calculated. What he hadn't counted on was Justin becoming so intermeshed with the agents of this world. In hindsight, he should have expected it. Valdrik had long since divorced his own feelings from these agents. They were nothing more than pieces in a game. But he had made the novice mistake of assuming others would see them the same way. While Justin had been lucky enough to experience kindness early on in his journey, Valdrik had the opposite experience. That might have been the simple difference between the two of them, despite their similar Earth origins. The memory of Justin's words still burned in his mind. The audacity of the young man to make demands of him, to call his bluff in front of the crowd of nobles, to even suggest he was some recluse tapping into dark powers for personal gain. He'd been perilously close to losing everything. Valdrik had thought himself untouchable, the master of every situation. Yet Justin had shown no fear. That was what rankled most. The fact that a young upstart with so little power had stood up to him with such quiet determination. Valdrik knew not to underestimate that. After all, he had once been that young upstart. And that blasted immunity to mind control. He wasn't certain what piece of gear afforded it, but it had to be the hat. Typically, that's where those enchantments were placed. The gall to walk away from an offer of power, of protection, of knowledge. It grated on Valdrik's pride. Recruiting Bohemond had been a clever move. The foolish noble was no real threat, but his father's influence could complicate things if he were killed openly. Keeping Bohemond alive, for now, was the best course of action. The Baron allowed himself a small, tight smile. He had not risen to power by being easily thwarted. Justin had won this round, yes, but the game was far from over. He could afford to keep chasing him a while longer. He had a system in place to keep things running smoothly in Silverton, at least for a few weeks. Patience, he reminded himself. There would be another opportunity, and when it came, Justin would not be so lucky. The mark of death could be replaced. That was another thing. How had Justin figured that part out? Had he merely bluffed? No, Valdrik decided. He'd known the truth. But how? Some rare skill, perhaps, that could detect a lie. That was the most probable answer. The answer would have to wait. For now there was more immediate concerns. The tunnel stretched on as they came to a stop at an inn built directly into the rock. Gareth quickly dismounted and went inside to check for any sign of their quarry. When he emerged, he shook his head, and they were on the move again. Rothian edged his mount closer to the Baron, his voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. "My lord, if I may be so bold, my fire can do more than illuminate. I have been perfecting a tracking spell that traces the heat signatures left by footsteps. Perhaps If I wanted your counsel, Rothian, I would ask for it. Valdrik cut him off, his voice cold with disdain. You forget yourself. You are of the sorcerer class, one who has bargained for power rather than earned it through careful study. Your perfected spells are mere parlor tricks compared to true mastery. The pyromancer immediately backed his mount away, head bowed in apology, though Valdrik noted the slight tremor in the man's pudgy hands. Eagerness, not fear. Despite the rebuke, Rothian's ambition remained undimmed. The next place Justin and his companions could have gone was Drakendir. Valdrik knew the risks of pursuing them down there. It was the main reason he'd waited for Gareth and his retinue. The ancient dwarven city was beyond perilous, filled with forgotten horrors and creatures that had survived centuries in the dark. It would be a desperate maneuver, but Valdrik wouldn't put it past the ranger to take such a risk in order to lose him. As the passage to Drakendir materialized in the distance, breaking off from the main tunnel, Valdrik's eyes narrowed. He kicked his destrier into a trot, and within a couple of minutes the massive iron gate loomed. The Baron had never been here personally, but he had read enough about it to never want to delve into its depths. A high cliff watchman stood outside the gate, his eyes weary as the Baron approached. Seeing the Baron's countenance and the retinue at his back caused him to straighten up quickly. "Did anyone go through the gate recently?" Valdrik asked, his voice cold and commanding. The man licked his lips nervously. "Might be, I remember that." "Might be? Did they or did they not? Speak, worm." Valdrik's words shattered whatever price the guard had been about to ask. "Yes, my lord. 5 people. 3 men, an orc, and a young woman, passed through a few hours ago." Valdrik turned to Gareth, who had approached his side. "Can Wolfram track them?" From the shadows behind Gareth, a figure emerged. A tall, gaunt man with pale skin, greasy hair, and gray eyes. Just as Justin had a ranger, so did Valdrik. Once a feared hunter in life, Wolfram Gravesong was now a silent stalker of the night. A large black blood bat perched on his shoulder, its red eyes shining with intelligence. Valdrik tried to ignore the subtle, sickly sweet scent emanating from the man. Even for an undead, he was particularly rank. Wolfram inclined his head slightly, his voice carrying a characteristic undead rattle. "They will not escape us, even if the ranger leaves not a trace. Night Hollow need not see a speck of light to find his way in the darkness." The bat gave a hideous screech, as if in confirmation. "The darkness does not concern me," Rothian interjected as he moved forward to stand beside Wolfram. The contrast between the portly, clean-shaven pyromancer and the gaunt, deathly ranger could not have been greater. "My flames can reveal what hides in shadow and burn through any resistance we encounter." He raised his staff, and the flame atop it shaped itself into a miniature dragon that coiled around the black wood, its ember eyes seeming to search the darkness beyond the gate. He gave a sick smile. "Fire finds everything eventually." Valdrik, without a word, raised his hand and snuffed out the dragon with a simple gesture. Rothian gasped, his confidence visibly deflated. "Fire may find everything," Valdrik said, "but dies without fuel. Remember your place, pyromancer. You are the torch I wield, not the hand that guides it." As Rothian fell into silence, Valdrik's gaze turning toward the steps leading downward into darkness. "Let us proceed. I have no intention of letting them slip through my fingers again." He turned to the guard. "Open the gate." The guard moved quickly to comply, the grinding of gears and chains echoing as the ancient iron gate slowly creaked open. "The horses, my lord?" Gareth asked, glancing back at the steeds. Valdrik considered for a moment. At first, he hadn't been sure if the ranger intended to lead them to the Everwood or Drakendeer. He'd brought the horses just in case it was the former. The Baron answered, "Have a couple of men take them back to Silverton. Stable them there and wait for further orders. There is no need to waste perfectly good mounts." Gareth gestured to two of the human soldiers, both among the living, who quickly stepped forward to take the reins of the horses. "Make haste." The soldiers nodded and led the horses away, relief clear in their eyes. Unlike their comrades, they were getting off easy. They gathered the reins, expertly looping them through a thick lead rope. With practiced skill, one of them clicked his tongue, guiding the horses forward as they moved in a line, one after another, like obedient shadows trailing behind him. Once this was done, Valdrik's eyes peered into the yawning darkness of the passage ahead. "Head in first," he ordered. "There's one last thing I need to take care of." Without question, Gareth and the rest of the retinue moved forward, disappearing into the gloom of the tunnel. Wolfram whispered something to his bat companion. Night Hollow launched itself from the ranger's shoulder, screeching and flapping into the darkness below. Rothian lingered a moment longer than the others, the flame of his staff momentarily brightening as if in anticipation. "My lord?" At a warning look, the words died on his lips. He scurried into the darkness after the others. The Baron turned back to the guard, who stood frozen with fear in his wide eyes. "Don't be afraid," Valdrik said, smoothly, his voice laced with an unsettling calm as he raised his hand. "Thal vesh voritha." The cant of amnesia settled over the guard like a veil, his eyes glazing over as his memories of the past hour unraveled and dissolved into nothingness. The fear drained from his face, replaced by a blank, passive expression. He blinked, as if waking from a dream, completely unaware of what had transpired. Valdrik watched for a moment, satisfied, then turned and descended into the depths after his men. The darkness welcomed him, and a stiff smile played on his lips. He was certain of one thing. He was far more equipped to navigate Drakendeer's dangers than his quarry. With the resources at his disposal, it was absolutely inevitable that they would catch up. In the deep places of Eyrth, things were utterly silent, until they weren't. The Drakendeer cavern was the largest in Serenthel, and sounds echoed for miles. If one of them so much as kicked a rock, the bloodbat would pick it up, and if they faced any sort of interruption, it would just speed up their demise all the more. Ahead, Rothian's flame cast just enough light without revealing their position too far ahead. For all his irritating eagerness, the man's mastery of fire would prove useful in the dangers to come. Valdrik watched the bobbing flame with calculated appraisal. Rothian was a tool, like any other. Valuable when wielded correctly, dangerous if given too much freedom. The Baron had seen many ambitious underlings rise and fall during his time on Eyrth. A tight leash of doubt and occasional praise kept them hungry, desperate to prove themselves, yet never confident enough to challenge their master. It was a delicate balance that Valdrik had perfected over time, and if all went well, within days, perhaps even sooner, the prismatic core was as good as his. It was a fitting consolation prize, since Justin was so set on being enemies, and this time, nothing, not even the shadows of Drakendeer, would stop him from claiming what was his. The end of Book 1, All in Charisma continues in Book 2, The Frozen North. This has been All in Charisma, a LitRPG adventure. Written by Kyle West. Narrated by Rob Brinkmann. Copyright 2025 by Kyle West. Production copyright by Kyle West.